2201. Just who was the ancestor here? Immense panic and despair. This was the state of the upper echelons of primordials as their primordial temples had shattered with the realization that they had labeled the emperor of the current age as an enemy, and not too long after, the primordial seers with proficiency in destiny and providence felt their very eyes burn as they were led to a terrifying truth. The truth that the lifelines and destinies of the tribunal rulers were no longer present. The implications for this were utterly horrendous, as what was worse was that they couldn't readily spread this information with the blanket of the void. All beings panicked when the void descended and placed them in an age of darkness. But the seers despaired when they faced the truth of the very pillars of their lineage disappearing. Some primordials, though, were stuck on a forked path that they did not know how to traverse. Within the main reality, Acarus and Juliet happened to be together when the void descended. As they remained close, their eyes still stuck on the visage of the true Emperor of Quintessence sitting grandly on a throne, as he seemed to be the only source of light in this darkness. They saw his words, that those who wished for salvation should pledge fealty to his cause and join him. As when they saw the image of the existence upon the throne, the face they saw was one they were familiar with. Juliet spoke at this moment as she shook her head while her fingers twirled with tendrils of destiny. I would say we were being played by him before, but it seems he could have eradicated us whenever he wanted. What are you going to do? She asked the shield of dawn that was bathed in golden radiance what path they would take. They knew their own lineage and loyalties, and they also grasped destiny. At this juncture, their destiny told them this being they saw upon the throne was the only golden path left for them, as anything towards their lineage was bleak. The eyes of Acarus flashed with sharpness as her sword and shield pulsed, turning towards Juliet as her eyes seemed to have already made their choice. Within the boundary between realities, Theseus was now wading across this stretch of space while the sword he held out before him pulsed, each pulse releasing a wave of light that spread out to cover any nearby realities and vast regions of space with his will. Briefly as he searched, he was seeking the direction of the existence he was sent down here to erase. As for him, this was his only mission. Others knew him as the terrifying commander who even exceeded true emperors of recent ages who had utilized the authority of their age to expand a boundary. But he had an even more unique identity than that, an identity that only the truly powerful knew. The term ancestral descendant was given out to recent generations of existences in the last trillions of years. And even he was also a descendant, but he was the most recent descendant of the ancestor that had enacted the boundary of the sword, and he was carried on the belly of another ancestor that had exceeded many boundary layers on this same path. He lived and breathed the sword before he was even born. Not too long after he was born, he began to seek the first layer of the sword. Now, many years later, he had achieved results that even his father couldn't help but nodded with pride, expectant of the achievements, as his identity was kept a secret even now. After all, any direct descendants of the ancestors were among those with the highest mortality rates due to the cruelty and schemes of the noblesse. So his genius was very much watered down. Nobody truth knew a speck about what he could truly do. As his sword continued to hum, Theseus entered a trance at this juncture as his whole body came to a stop, a blazing illusion of a dazzling white sword rising with him at the center and piercing its sword tip above as it shockingly tore apart the void, this area becoming as clear as day. In this state of resonance, Theseus finally felt something deeply veiled in the folds of the very fabric of reality itself, as even existences who had achieved the third or fourth boundary of a path would not be able to sense. He could see flashes of light hidden by reality itself surging towards a certain direction. He soon identified these flashes of light to be dazzling stellar rivers of reality, rivers that were currently bathed with the golden authority of dreams among a myriad of other authorities as they actually moved across the spacetime continuum silently to head towards a singular direction. Buzz. The sword in the hands of Theseus buzzed with wildness as it provided him with boundless information and feedback. His exceedingly handsome and sharp features retained their calm as while sensing the directions of these flashing rivers of reality, Theseus moved towards the same direction they surged in, far from the moving figure of Theseus, across the folds of reality and dimensions, within the prana dimension. The dimension full of life and vibrancy had dimmed ever slightly after the void had descended, and in the nearby surroundings where 16 ancestral descendants were clustered, it was even dimmer as the boundary of death permeated in waves from them. Seraphina led this squadron in place of Commander Yvonne in the prana dimension, her hair being stained as dark as the surrounding space while hiding her beautiful visage. 3 terrifyingly massive Gehenna Ionic undead demons surrounding her as they gave off terrifying waves of power hole, occasionally releasing blasts of nullity that increased the ruptures across this dimension. The ancestral descendant behind her had varieties of Ionic undead summoned, as some had vast legions surrounding them. while others had a few truly strong ionic undead like Seraphina while they sought to complete their mission in this dimension, a mission to watch it perish and prevent the risen true emperor from the information they were provided to prevent this being from acting to remove this anchor that they currently oversaw. 2202 Just who was the ancestor here? 2. In the expanse of the void, Seraphina waded through it with 15 other ancestral descendants as they monitored the state of destruction of this dimension, their ionic undead continuing to release bursts of nullity every now and then to increase the pace of progression while waiting for the unknown enemy in the dark, and they did not have to wait long. Seraphina's eyes shone sharply as the boundary of death pulled her senses towards something new, something that stepped out of the folds of reality as a dazzling crimson gold sword led the way forward. A sword that when Seraphina and the other descendants squinted, they saw a half-moon crescent disc attached behind it as it released waves of power. The being to step out of it was a massive silver-black dragon, a past-dimensional Hellion ruler who was known as the Mirror of Death and someone that all descendants recognized from the memories shared by Charlemagne to prepare them for all the beings with a level of importance in the Barren Lands, among the information that the rulers of the quantum dimension shared. The names and identities of other rulers were the basics. Seraphina's eyes released a powerful light as she scrutinized the appearance of this mirror of death that she considered far beneath her, his surroundings becoming filled with the aura of death as legions of undead appeared with him, undead that caused Seraphina to sneer in distaste as she spoke out with regality, "I have seen death. What you show before us is barely a cusp of death." Seraphina spoke coldly as the Gehenna Ionic undead demons around her growled, their eyes only carefully gazing at the radiant sword chained to a half-disc that released waves of epic around this being. But apart from this, the measly undead legions were nothing to worry about. But it was at this juncture when SHIA, multiple foldings in space ruptured out as more and more figures appeared near them, a devilishly beautiful demon empress with cold and emotionless eyes, an enchanting empress adorned in a purple battle dress and shining with regal coldness, an old man with a verdant head of hair and beard as he seemed filled with ancientness, a golden-haired girl shining with valiance and power, the figures of Lilith, Guinevere, Albus, Eowyn, the longest dream and all the rest that were granted the false epical blades of quintessence appeared with their clones one after another as they faced the terrifying grandeur of ancestral descendants. Each of them were equipped with an epic relic that granted tremendous boosts as they wanted to see if this was enough to bridge an unreachable gap, yet Seraphina and the other ancestral descendants gazed at them with extremely coldness and apathy as a descendant with obsidian wings of deathly light behind his back stepped close to Seraphina's domain while gazing at all the new entrants, his eyes pointing each of them out as he released oppressive waves of the light of a boundary, the Hellion ruler Lilith, the oldest tree Albus, Guinevere, all of you were left to be leading figures of your dimensions by the will of the ancestors and what your own lineages pleaded for. You would now turn your back so stupidly? What can you even hope to accomplish against the power we wield? WAA, the newly appearing figures of rulers were recognized from the information these beings were provided as let's not forget all of them were connected in one way or another as the lineages ruling over dimensions extended to the ancestors and ancestral descendants outside the Barren Lands. To rebel against them was an impossibility, and all rulers were expected to fall in line. Yet, let's not be too hasty to decide what the winning side will be. Eowyn's voice emanated out with grandiosity as she grasped the false epical blade of quintessence in her hands tightly. The pastor may have agreed with them had she not met Noah, had she not observed what a ridiculous reality this being could forge. Yet towards her words, "Who even are you, child? To speak so arrogantly towards your ancestors?" Cold and demeaning words filled with power echoed out from Seraphina as among the information they were given, rulers like Eowyn who were considered dead through the hands of Oppenheimer and absent over the past age were not included even though she made a brief appearance in the dimensional conclave. The attitude the ancestral descendants had towards those they saw before them was extremely clear as even to this, none of the followers of the true Emperor of Quintessence faltered. Eowyn's clone even smiled brightly as her soul power bloomed into the false epical blade of Quintessence, choosing to make the first move even though she knew she stood no chance against the beings before her. Who am I? I'm someone who will at least live longer than you in the future to come. WAA, the 10 false epical blades of quintessence blared like loud horns as they released epical waves of grandiosity, a brutal battle beginning. While Eowyn and the others did this, the Avalon, Dream, and Prana dimensional chassis appeared in another corner of the Prana dimension as the verdant clone of Noah took out the pocket dimensional reality and anchored it in space, the forces he had sent towards the Ancestral descendants were merely that, a distraction while he began to swallow up this dimension silently without their senses catching anything until it was too late and Noah could step in even at this juncture to ensure the success of the devouring of this dimension and its assimilation. And this was him moving with an extra level of care. He observed the fast rate of absorption of the surrounding space as with the aid of Albus and quite literally the apocalyptic state of reality currently. It didn't take much to have the source of prana make the choice of assimilation, as the rate of this process was even much faster than before. He watched the stellar green radiance being devoured with a smile as his inquisitive eyes turned to gaze towards the far distance. His eyes were bathed with the boundary of lute and quintessence at the fourth and first boundary layers respectively, as wondrously he could see past the blanket of the void as clear as day, against the boundary of the void laid down by a noblesse. Noah could see through it with ease when utilizing the authority of his own boundaries, with such a power that wasn't fully measured at this moment. He stared at the faraway figures of ancestral descendants that had begun to thrash his people. He stared at them as a devilish smile formed over his clones' faces, seeing their arrogant and prideful demeanor that was just asking to be fucked up. Chapter 2203. Just who was the ancestor here? 3. Weaklings that could barely keep up against her Gehenna Ionic undead demons. This was what Seraphina saw when she observed the 10 nature integration existences that each had the support of an epic relic. This in itself was a cause for concern, as no beings in the desolate mausoleum should have such relics, much less 10 identical ones. But that was it. That was the extent of concern that was risen, as these beings, only a little stronger than expected for those still remaining here and bound by natural laws. Leave this foolish endeavor behind and ask for mercy, and you shall be allowed to join the ranks of your predecessors. The contempt could be felt from Seraphina's words. The intense black waves of the boundary of death calmly swirled around her. Boom, ugh. She saw the same scene occur as before, where the massive verdant gold body of an ancient tree that nearly rivaled Yggdrasil received attacks from an Ionic undead as the epic relic took in the brunt of the attack, dissipating much of the tens of Ionic damage values before they smashed into Albus and knocked his figure further back. And this was all that happened with all of them, being placed in defensive positions, as after a few more seconds of attacks and pressure from the Ionic undead of the ancestral descendants, these beings were bound to fall. The figure of Lilith, bound by the will of another, gritted her teeth as she felt the discrepancy in power, affirming once more how it would have been impossible for them to stand against these beings had things played out as they planned. The visage of the great usurper was even more solemn, as he had considered himself someone of great power and destiny, and yet even he was in the same situation. But the clones of the holders of the false epical blades of quintessence were not put down by the large gulf in power, as they fought even more freely and with fervor. They wanted to see the extent of their limits, as they could at least be content that they had done their task of only keeping these beings busy, and it seemed they weren't the only ones to affirm this, as Seraphina scrutinized her eyes at this moment while looking at their eyes blazing with battle intent, the boundary of death swirling in her mind and pulsing with information as she saw the discrepancy of these beings that were fighting as if it was to throw their lives away. She expanded her senses. Billowing waves of darkness stretched out across the immediate void as instantly she became astounded. When she spread the authority of her boundary, she could feel the very fabric of reality of this dimension becoming twisted and seemingly pulled towards another location. It was exactly what they were warned about. Anger appeared in her eyes as her power exploded out along with her voice. They are only distractions. The one displacing dimensions is already here. Her words instantly roused everyone as their authorities instantly blared out. Seraphina felt played and frustrated as she continued to spread her boundary out, blasting away the figures of Eowyn and Guinevere from the eruption of her maddening power. They had to locate the one responsible for the displacement of dimensions and I am here, Huum, a magnetic voice emanated out that caused her eyes to flutter. All the ancestral descendants here stood to attention as they felt billowing waves of power in this voice. Seraphina's expanded senses very quickly caught onto it as she saw him. The visage of a being wrapped with a light of mystery and power as a verdant light of life surrounded him, his figure appearing in the direction the body of Eowyn was thrown to as he held her frustrated yet injured figure in his hands with a smile. Atop his head, a dazzling crown was adorned as his identity was freely displayed for all to see. The instant he appeared, BZZZT, the authority of a boundary blared to life maddeningly around the ancestral descendants as they began to leak out with extreme power. The automaton boundary modulators around them swallowed and released waves of essence along with them as these beings had become utterly serious. With Seraphina's eyes shaking as she and all the others felt an aura akin to their commander from this being, an unfathomable aura that seemed contained and yet wild, an aura that was similar to Commander Yvonne. All of the pride and arrogance in their eyes disappeared as millions of years of waiting across battlefields with their lives on the line were pulled forward. The mere aura of this being alone making them feel as if they were back on the bloody battlefields outside these barren lands. That they had returned, to the vaults of extremity, to the havens of extremity, to the lands of extremity, different beings in this space called the vast and endless domains different names. With the mystery and danger of these lands unfathomable to this day, most regions had pervasive seas of nullity that made it hard for those who were weak to even survive. Other regions had the same tier of terrifying concepts, if not even grander, pervading across them. When the ancestors ascended into these dangerous lands, they termed them the vaults of extremity due to the boundless treasures they hid within them and their utilization to take one towards extremity. Chaotic as beasts were they. Least of the dangers, the noblesse were powerful and unfathomable as they reigned across countless domains, and they were the most immediate danger, but many more dangers existed, because the vaults of extremity connected all the myriad aspects of reality. All the countless incalculable planes of existence and their own parallel possibilities. The planes of existence contained in the barren lands and their inhabitants who ascended into these dangerous lands were only a fraction of what could be seen in the havens of extremity. At this juncture, the aura of a single being made Seraphina and the other ancestral descendants feel like they had met one of the countless unpredictable dangers one could meet when just wading through the vaults of extremity. Chapter 2204. Just who is the ancestor here? 4. A feeling of danger as if they had returned to the deadly havens of extremity. That was what this being emanated as these battle-hardened ancestral descendants instantly utilized powerful waves of their authority. Seraphina's face scrunched and lost some of its beauty as the authority of the boundary of death amalgamated around her, her dreary voice filled with darkness booming out and not even giving this new entrant a chance to exert himself. Release all of your second boundary layers, do not hold back. Her resonant voice gave out a command as her ionic soul then paid the price to activate something fantastical. Tower of Death. Multiple voices repeated such words, power exceeding the first boundary layer of death erupted out from 16 ancestral descendants. The second layer of the boundary of death allowed one to use the authority of this boundary in an offensive and defensive manner that brought one's enemies to death if they couldn't defend against its authority. And now, Seraphina had urged all those around her to blanket and focus all of the authority of this layer onto this single being. Immense obsidian waves of darkness rushed forward and formed into tall obsidian towers of death, towers that turned this whole area into a domain of this boundary as the majestic constructs then released tendrils of darkness to torrentially surge towards the true emperor of quintessence and drown him out of existence, tendrils that no doubt exceeded 100 ionic damage values in power as they came from 16 different sources. But in response to all this, a high-paced crescendo of a melody began to ring out at a fast pace, instead of his figure being devoured by the waves of deathly darkness from towers of the 16 ancestral descendants. A dazzling halcyon glow erupted from his body domineeringly, a vibrant glow of gold that seemed like a rising sun coming to meet a blanket of nothingness as it incredulously burned the authority of the boundary of death as the tendrils of darkness emanating from the towers were scorched out of existence, burned by the halcyon light into nothingness before it could even near the true emperor of quintessence. The rays of golden light seemed scalding to look at as they didn't just affect the torrential waves of the boundary of death, they actually caused the void in the surroundings to even retreat, causing a scene that made Seraphina dumbfounded. This was because seeing such a vibrant light of a boundary reminded her of the regal noblesse commanders who she feared when she stared at from afar during the truly brutal wars. Yet he couldn't be noblesse as his boundary authority was pushing away the void, right? But even this was terrifying in itself, as the other option meant this being was releasing a light of a boundary that could repulse even the void of the noblesse, and such a terrifying being didn't give them a chance to even think as he floated forward like a dazzling sun, his eyes full of tyranny, power. Noah once more felt its allure as he felt just his entrance dominate the battlefield against beings that a day ago he would have lost against. But that was a day ago when he couldn't dish out even a single ionic damage value. Now, he could absorb 200 with his body alone and release the same amount with his mere fingers. He didn't fall too deep into the allure of power as he observed a fantastical scene the moment that he arrived here. It was the budding of cylindrical golden pathways that held the grandeur of loot passing through them like stars. All of these pathways connected to the 16 ancestral descendants as passive loot absorption had been activated. It was at 1/10 the speed as the single target active loot absorption. But Noah didn't have to do anything, his enemies were already being drained of who they were as from their deaths. Noah would be able to get his hands on the automaton boundary modulators, memories of the ancestors, and memories of the lands outside the barren lands. There were too many gains as Noah affirmed the ancestral descendants could release ionic damage values upwards of 100, but much less than 200 as they had yet to even near it from their attacks. This meant it was over for them, so even as Noah saw bundles of loot light coming his way, second form, hung, he uttered silently as his body glowed blue. A stellar force wrapped around him as he moved across space so fast that he appeared before the leading ancestral descendant in an instant before she could even react, the terrifying second form of the quintessential Emperor's annihilation techniques being cast, unparalleled Emperor's blitzkrieg wondrously activated as Noah set the predetermined path of an infinity symbol to be drawn. Any being that stood in the way of his blitzkrieg had to face the pure power of his body that was in itself akin to a weapon that could release 200 ionic damage values, as well as the stellar force of gravitational light around him that signified his cast skill that released ionic damage values exceeding 300. It meant that when he appeared before Seraphina to begin forming the path of an infinity symbol, he was already akin to a cosmic bullet train tearing through space with unstoppable force. What would happen when an unstoppable force met a very, very movable object that could not withstand the ionic damage values? BZZT splat. Utter devastation was the only answer as the leading figure of Seraphina faced such terrifying damage that everything about her was pulverized in an instant. The golden light of a boundary that had achieved a fourth boundary layer wrapping around the true Emperor of Quintessence as he mercilessly surged forth while his enemies splattered out of existence. WAA, the Seeker of Knowledge and others looked at this scene with awe and even a hint of fear. Normally, it should have been the ancestral descendants who should show immense dominance and power as they carried the will of the ancestors whenever they descended onto the desolate mausoleum. Their presence here represented the presence of ancestors, yet as one man faced them and dominated in such a shocking fashion that the great usurper, Eowyn, Guinevere, and all others nearby gazed in incredulity as they wondered. Just who was the ancestor here? Who was showing the prowess and means more befitting of such a distinction? Was it truly those beings who had descended and talked high and mighty, or was it this fantastical existence that was dominating them so thoroughly? Chapter 2205 Dimension After Dimension. Noah could currently see it all, while his main body was connected to the source of reality and resonating with the fundamental treasures of nature. His gaze upon the prana dimension was utterly clear as he could see his two-dimensional chassis that stood beside the pocket-dimensional reality. He could see Eowyn, Guinevere, and all the others who stood gaping with shock as they gazed at a scene even he wouldn't forget. A scene of him clashing with ancestral descendants again as the last time he did so, a clone was killed. Katia had blared out with her authority and actually killed a true sanguine clone as for this she would pay soon, but he gazed at his prana-dimensional chassis as it utterly eviscerated the enemies that stood before it, its body being covered by the light of boundaries as every ancestral descendant on the path of the infinity symbol being drawn, turned into a burst of light, shirring. They had legions of Ionic undead around them. Seraphina had her Gehenna Ionic undead demons near her as they had been pulled towards the heavy gravitational force of the symbol being carved as their bodies folded in and became crushed by the force of infinite density and mass. The cerulean light was deafening as those that weren't on the path of the infinity symbol could not escape the gravitational pull as if this symbol was a singularity, unbelievable despair present on their faces as they urged their authority to emanate out and stop what was occurring without any results. This was exactly the scene they feared and came across sometimes before in the vaults of extremity. Extremely powerful creatures that some squadrons or legions came across as it was so powerful that the whole legion would be wiped out or merely a single being could manage to survive. They just didn't expect to be in the middle of this scene in the Barren Lands as due to the sheer speed that the true Emperor of Quintessence had. The infinity symbol was curved out with the dense blue hue lighting up like the birth of a reality. This light was the effect of the unparalleled Emperor's blitzkrieg as it released an attractive force that pulled in any ancestral descendants or Ionic undead that weren't directly on Noah's path but contained within the infinity symbol or outside of it, a gravitational pull that crushed their bodies before soon after, hung. The infinity symbol exploded out and finished its path of cataclysm. A few hundred Ionic damage values spread out as an area of effect damage that erased all enemies, even the golden blood being eviscerated out of existence as only dull automaton boundary modulator floated freely. The man adorned with the throne that represented his rulership in this age came to a stop at the edge of the cerulean light of death, his body shimmering with a dazzling regality that made others fearful of even being near him. The crescendo of a symphony died down just as quickly as it had started as this being turned around to see the devastation he had done, to see the results of all ancestral descendants and their Ionic undead utterly erased from a single attack of his. He waved his hands to collect the dull automaton boundary modulator as his voice emanated out. It seems, can move much, much faster if this is the quality that common ancestral descendants can reach. He stroked his chin as if he hadn't done anything much. Gazing at the prompts of loot and destroyed space that was being pulled towards the pocket-dimensional reality as he saw this process would soon be completed, Eckert stared towards him wordlessly as he and many others seemed to have no words to even speak when they recalled how they were getting thrashed by these beings, and Noah had simply erased them with a single move. They received a glimpse as to why this being had taken the throne of this age. 16x Crimson Quintessential Treasure. Caches have been obtained. Before his eyes, fantastical prompts came down along with bursts of memories. 47x Obsidian Quintessential Treasure Caches have been obtained. 88, 375x Golden Quintessential Treasure Caches have been obtained. Loot from ancestral descendants, their most powerful Ionic undead, and their legions of somewhat weak Ionic undead all flowed to Noah's loot-filled expansive space. The loot that he obtained was always relative to his level of power and what his enemies could provide him, as after loot greatly elevated their quality and quantity. If the existences he killed were much weaker than him as their origins didn't provide much to him, their loot or caches would not be as prominent. An example was how the nullity beasts that the tribunal rulers summoned had given Noah millions of golden quintessential treasure caches, while the tribunal rulers themselves granted him obsidian quintessential treasure caches. That was all due to what the aspects of these beings could offer relative to him. The aspects of the ancestral descendants seemed to be truly fruitful to him as he attained crimson quintessential treasure caches through them, caches that were put on the back burner to be opened soon as at this moment. Noah also calculated even the smallest changes he could feel on the boundary of loot after he attained droves of loot just now. The more loot he obtained, the stronger the augmentation to the all Ionic parameter values provided by his boundary of loot, and from the bundles of loot he attained just now, he saw the value jump from 100% to all Ionic parameter values to 102%. It meant the loot contained in the many caches was bound to be abundant. All that was left was to see how Noah would utilize it, and this directly correlated with his path forward. After his 9-dimensional realities each swirling with trillions of Kainos Royal Cosmos, where exactly would his realm go? His realm would contain unique planes of existence that would connect to genuine planes through his gormandizing dimensional reality. An unfathomable construct that could contain planes of existence and move with autonomy. The sheer possibilities and results for what Noah could do with this in the future to come were pure ecstasy to think about. Chapter 2206 Dimension After Dimension. 2. Among the many continuing boons of the rise of the gormandizing dimensional reality was the dimensional reality Ziston, the spear-like weapon that Noah could already tell would soon surpass epic relics as it devoured more and more realities along with the incoming dimensions. This wasn't to mention the countless other features of this construct as Noah planned to utilize them to the fullest with all his clones, his eyes seeing far as he saw the devouring and assimilation of the prana dimension around him near its end. He turned to the strongest vassals under him as he could see their expressions were somber. His power was too great. The discrepancy between them was too vast. Others could barely meet his gaze due to their regal positions like Guinevere, and only the golden eyes of Eowyn and the cerulean eyes of Eckert looked at him head-on without fear as he smiled. And when he looked at Eckert and the undead legions around him, he stroked his chin as he could see a way to at least rapidly increase the strength of this being due to his unique subjugation ability, where just like he did with the Mirror of Death, Noah could aid in the great usurper subjugating an ancestral descendant or their Ionic undead legions. As if Eckert's soul could handle it, he would experience a massive jump in power from barely being able to deal Ionic damage values due to the false epical blade of quintessence to being able to deal hundreds of Ionic damage values through those he subjugated. It allowed Noah to think of smoother and quicker methods of increasing the power of his people as his thoughts veered towards the concept of undead and even summoning, thinking back to his past animus summons that if he reworked authority relating to it or even forged a boundary related to it, the benched blue slime, Tiamat, Golden Crow, and many others could make their return in a grand fashion. He had the overabundance of loot. He had the enemies. All that was left was to act. Alright, let's do it like this. A plan formed in his mind as in the next instant, whap, the last vestiges of the prana dimension disappeared as only nullity rifts were left behind, a space of nothingness being the only thing present as in the desolate mausoleum waves of natural laws began to rise as another anchor was removed. At such a grand accomplishment, Noah didn't even bat an eye as his will caused the false epical blades of quintessence to pulse. The next target has been chosen, he spoke with a smile as the foldings of space twisted while rifts began to bloom in front of the holders of the false epical blades of quintessence. Follow the path leading to Fantasia. We shall wade through one dimension after another today as after countless billions of years since its suppression, the desolate mausoleum shall be bound no longer. His words caused Providence to churn as the natural laws inside his body buzzed vibrantly. He made a vow that had shocking repercussions if followed and carried out. reality itself bearing evidence through him. Just like the others, Noah's prana-dimensional chassis entered the folds of space and began to traverse through the walls of dimensions and reality, his figure tunneling through the folds of the space-time continuum as he knew exactly where he needed to go. His main body in the unique space that contained the source of reality experienced the fervor and explosion in essence the moment that the verdant pike was removed from the vibrant source that became even brighter, the natural laws exerting even greater influence as he could feel the rise in their power. He didn't linger on this as he instantly shifted his vision towards his next target. Fantasia, a dimension that used to be covered by beautiful waves of blue light all around, dense bodies of stellar waters and lineages connected to the sea being found in abundance in this location. Other civilizations lived above stellar blue clouds and forged vibrant empires ruled by wizardry and magic, but at this moment, it was all dark like all other domains affected by the void, and here, the forces of the true emperor of fate, Hideyoshi, were authoritatively moving in abundance even in the midst of the ever-present void as they looked like golden titans floating through the dark blue seas. Rifts of nullity were present here as well, the figures of 32 ancestral descendants adorned in bone armaments tinged with a golden hue and utterly fantastical musculatures hidden underneath this armor currently moving together as they brought this dimension towards a slow cataclysm. And they were continuing on this path as their golden bodies released waves of a vibrant boundary, the one placed as the leader of this squadron squinting his sharp eyes at this moment as he began to see the foldings of space ripping apart near them as the auras of multiple epical relics could be felt stepping out, along with an aura that caused his eyes and the eyes of the other ancestral descendants to turn grim. It was the aura of a commander-tier existence that they knew very well as. The visage of the recently crowned true emperor of quintessence appeared before them with shining eyes, dimension after dimension without stopping. This was what Noah wanted to do as this chance given by the blanket of the void that prevented the effects of the natural laws to be expressed outside of the barren lands until it was too late. That he had to take full advantage of it before any changes occurred, so his clones moved with haste as after confirming his power, he didn't just stop at arriving in the Fantasia dimension with the prana-dimensional chassis, he had the dream-dimensional chassis bring and protect the pocket-dimensional reality into this dimension for its assimilation, and he also sent the Mirror and Avalon clones into the Mirror dimension to begin devouring this dimension while meeting the remaining one-third of Yvonne's forces. Yvonne, Noah uttered this name from his Elysium dimensional chassis that was still in the depths of the Soul Library, his halcyon figure floating before two massive grimoires labeled, the Vaults of Extremity, and Ancestors of the Plains of the Barren Lands. Yvonne was the ancestral descendant commander currently fighting the noblesse that moved behind the dark in all this, Noah having a lot of information about her and multiple others as he also had the image of Hideyoshi and the one known as Theseus ingrained in his mind. He had begun to sort through and record down the trillions of years of memories of the ancestral descendants he just killed as he gained a grander picture of what was out there and how things worked, as he attained a surge of knowledge on different types of boundaries and how they were ranked in their tiers, as he saw just how beings progressed through their realms towards extremity, 2,207 boundaries and echelons. Memories of trillions of years swirled in Noah's mind as he gazed upon the nature of events and workings of the lands these beings had explored outside of the barren lands. All of the information was crucial to go through, with Noah's focus placed on the aspect of realm progression and boundaries. Those who veered away from nature integration realm had the status of boundary expansion, a realm that the vast majority of existences spent on, as within it were subrealms to distinguish just how far an existence had risen in their expansion of boundaries. The noblesse that was making moves at this moment was known as an 8-echelon obsidian, noblesse from the information that the will of reality had granted him. And Noah became even more somber from this as he perused the memories of Seraphina and others. Such a being was not to be looked down upon, as they were the types of existences who would take up the role of legion commanders. Commanders who controlled multiple commanders and their legions. The 8 in the 8-echelon obsidian demarcated that this being had 8 boundaries under him, and the obsidian title distinguished that had achieved at least 4 boundary layers in a majority of these 8 boundaries. A ranking of golden meant an existence had no boundaries past the 3rd boundary layer, and a ranking of crimson meant an existence had achieved the 6 boundary layers or more in a majority of their boundaries. Golden, obsidian, and crimson. 3 boundary layers and below, 4 to 5 boundary layers, and 6 boundary layers or more respectively. Most commanders were in the obsidian echelon, with their boundaries only ever reaching the 4th or 5th levels, with the power coming from reaching the 6th boundary layer being utterly disastrous. That such existences were distinguished as having truly stepped on the road to extremity, that their pathway was clear, and they just had to follow it. Currently, Noah should have had the label of a 2-echelon golden existence due to his boundary of loot and quintessence that reached the third and first boundary layers respectively, but because the first boundary layer of quintessence had the effect of pushing his other boundaries up by one and made his boundary of loot achieve 4 layers. He could be ranked as a 2-echelon obsidian existence. It was far, far away from an 8-tier echelon obsidian noblesse. He didn't know how many of the 8 boundaries this existence expanded were at 3, 4, or 5 boundary layers. He didn't know just what ridiculous boosts this being received from each of these boundaries, as just his boundary of loot alone gave him ridiculous boosts at the 3rd layer. There was a lot he didn't know, as another concept to keep in mind was the ranking of the boundaries such a being also held. At this stage, Noah's mind focused on how different boundaries were segregated. The vast amount of boundaries that beings understood and expanded towards extremity were at the very first level that was known as planar boundary. Paths and modus operandi that came from the countless planes of existence, concepts like karma, fate, and natural laws all fell into planar boundaries, and within planar boundaries, there was a 3-tier segregation of golden, obsidian, and crimson to demarcate the ease of taking the chosen boundary towards extremity and the power it could display. The ancestors designated natural laws as golden planar boundaries, which were the lowest of the low, and they would even place it lower if they could, due to just their extreme hardship in being elevated even past the first boundary layer, and the fact that they latched onto those from their planes without letting go, restricting them with their boundaries over time. The more unique a boundary was, the greater its standing could be, as it could be designated as an obsidian planar boundary or a crimson planar boundary. The concepts that defined an age like karma and destiny, they were the reason why true emperors had an edge and more power outside the barren lands, as their boundaries always started as obsidian planar boundaries. With the more unique ones even receiving the tier of a crimson planar boundary, they came close to the 2nd tier of boundaries. Boundaries that one could not attain simply by working hard for them, boundaries that one had to access through their lineage. What came after planar boundaries was innate boundaries, HUUM. Waves of providence surged as Noah's will inscribed these golden words onto the grimoire of the vaults of extremity. Innate boundaries that could only be accessed through one's lineage, as your bloodline truly had to be raised to a ridiculous extent to be capable of even birthing a boundary that could be brought towards extremity. When Noah arrived at the memories of this concept, he thought about his own lineage. The lineage of the quintessential Kainos emperor that was still stuck at Zenith and was waiting for him to absorb and assimilate the other Zenith lineages he had obtained from the Infinite Forge. But in his heart, he felt like even with all this, he may not be able to elevate his lineage to the extent that it could birth a boundary. This was something the noblesse were blessed with. They had their bloodline boundary of the void, an innate boundary that was far greater in power than planar boundaries, as in the tier of innate boundaries that was also differentiated into golden, obsidian, and crimson. The void boundary was designated as an obsidian innate boundary. It wasn't as the extreme peak of the innate boundaries, and yet the ancestors were utterly thrashed against these beings when they met them in the havens of extremity. None of this accounted for any other lineages from other planes of existence. None of this accounted for chaoticus beasts and the other rare lineages waiting through the havens of extremity. Noah wondered about his own bloodline and what he could do to elevate it to such an extent that it could birth a boundary, thinking of even the possibility of first forming a boundary related to blood or sanguinity for him to continue the path of the Sanguine Emperor. Many possibilities came and went as nothing was decided currently, Noah continuing to sort through the vast amounts of information laid out before him. 2,208 boundaries and echelons. 2. The innate boundaries stemming from lineages earned such a high ranking partly because those taking them towards extremity were heavily supported by the resonance between their bloodline and boundary, as traversing an innate boundary towards extremity was much easier than other boundaries. This was one of the factors, with another being the extreme power and potency such boundaries showed. The lineage of chaoticus beasts that originated from nullity itself, the truly powerful ones among them who fought against the noblesse seeking to subjugate them, also had an innate boundary. It was reserved for those with pristine lineages, as such a ranking stood above planar boundary. Then, there came another ranking above this. Planar, innate, and then there were consummate boundaries. Consummate, a word that indicated something superlative. Something of the greatest quality. It was a ranking that when Noah saw the memories of, he instantly thought of his own boundary of quintessence. This term also stood for something that was of the greatest quality or the most ideal example. It seemed this term was reaching for this level and beyond, as when he thought about how this was a boundary that could advance in tiers, it also left the way open for many possibilities. So after planar, innate, and consummate, there is, his voice was magnetic as the authority of providence and Elysium swirled around him, the golden words of the goal of all beings in the vaults of extremity. Being revealed, extremity, a stage of boundaries too pristine to imagine. The goal of all powerful beings was to bring their boundary towards extremity, if an existence ever managed to do so. This boundary of theirs would instantly supersede all others and arrive at the very top. If a planar boundary that was so extremely hard to advance through the boundary layers could reach extremity, it could become a boundary of such a rank. It was the true stage of power. Desiderius. Countless bursts of information continued to be organized in Noah's mind as he tried to correctly gauge the current enemies he faced. The 8-echelon obsidian noblesse was the greatest issue as his true aim seemed to be so very clear and at the same time not. Desiderius, a name that Noah only thought of as an instant later, his connection with the source of reality that was kept in resonance picked up on his words as its will emanated out soon after. This being is of extreme danger. He is currently ripping apart the boundaries of the one titled the Conqueror, WAA, in the source of reality. Noah's main body sat on the true throne of quintessence as he measured how much true authority of this age there was to elevate his boundaries when these shocking words rang out. His other clones had just arrived in the Fantasia to begin devouring this dimension while battling its ancestral descendants, but other beings didn't just sit still during this time as they also made their moves. Desiderius had been battling Ivan the Conqueror this whole time as due to his immense might. This fight was now nearing its close. Let's see. He was curious about this being's power while at the same time, he also needed to react very quickly depending on what he did after this being won his fight. So apart from continuing the absorption of the Fantasia dimension, another 2 clones of his appeared in the mirror dimension where his third clone that was accompanying Caitlin was the one to even secretly lay out another source of the pocket dimensional reality. Her mother at the stage of a dimensional ruler and all those who stood with the quantum dimension would be left behind after everything was assimilated, where even the plans of leaving the barren lands through the pylon of ascendancy to arrive into the strongholds of the ancestors was put into question. But there would be many more possibilities in the future as Noah planned to keep Caitlin and the connection to her mother who had the trust of quantum dimensional rulers active. Noah did all this as he had to move quickly. If he managed to smoothly devour and assimilate Fantasia and Mirror, only the dimensions of Quantum, Elysium, and Niflheim would be left with their ancestral descendant commanders, and now Niflheim was being put in the spotlight as Noah's will shifted. The fundamental treasures of nature inside him buzzed as his gaze of the vastness of reality changed from the Fantasia dimension and into the Niflheim dimension. Here, a fantastically horrific scene was displayed. It was the scene of what an obsidian innate boundary could do against an existence that still only had a planar boundary, no matter if the boundary of death was obsidian or crimson in ranking. Legions of Ionic undead lay shattered and broken, no matter if they were different variations of the Gehenna Ionic undead demons from the Gehenna plane that the ancestors won wars against. No matter if it was the undead chaoticus beasts reined in by the boundary of death, all of them lay tattered and broken as an existence with obsidian rings around his limbs and head towered over them like an indomitable giant. A devilish smile was ever present on his face as currently, he gazed at the visage of Yvonne that was shockingly contained in what looked like a sacrificial altar, black blood leaking out of her orifices currently as the might and grandeur of a commander was stripped down. At the center of the obsidian altar, there was a constantly pulsating sepulchre formed of black blood that formed layers and layers of defensive barriers that were each exceeding the boundary of 1,000 ionic values from what Noah could see. The boundary of death pervasively spread all around maddeningly as if it didn't want the one utilizing it to meet the natural end of death itself. Shocking prowess and might was being displayed here as Noah saw the noblesse emanate a fantastical light of a boundary and shred apart these layers of defenses exceeding thousands as if they were paper. 2209 I am the Kingmaker. She was an ancestral descendant, and yet she had joined the list of respected existences with the accolade of Conqueror. Conqueror, a distinguished title for the existences stemming from the barren lands, it meant she was able to occupy and recover regions in the vaults of extremity and bring them under the command of the ancestors as she fought back against noblesse commanders with her legions of Ionic undead and the legions of others under her. She commanded the boundary of death and even elevated it to the 4th boundary layer. When this was paired with 3 other boundaries under her, her might was exceptional. She was a 4-echelon obsidian existence as her power was mighty, and yet, squlch, desperation and grimness were ever present on her face before the might of this noblesse commander. She was surrounded by surging black blood in a sepulchre of her own making, the altar around it shining with death as she was burning her very ionic soul to try and stop this being, but he held a cruel smile on his face as the obsidian halos around him shone with malice and brilliance. Did you think you could escape the glory of noblesse in a place like this? His voice was magnetic as the ancient base of imperial cruelty deep in the lineage of the noblesse rose out from this being, his body giving off obsidian waves of darkness as his hand motioned upwards, shing, the void deformed as above the dreary skies of Nibelheim, a singularity bloomed. The control over the void for the being motioning his hand was so experienced that this singularity of infinite density and mass was actually being carved by him. Being formed into a dazzling obsidian palm that buzzed with a terrifying force of a singularity as this palm, it began to descend unto Yvonne as it didn't just light up with the authority of a single boundary. Apart from the obsidian light of the void, a distinct grandeur of red, blue, and white covered this palm, for boundaries carved a palm that smashed towards her. This attack being distinct as it was Desiderius telling her she was akin to a bug beneath him that he could crush with his mere palm. I have played with you enough. You can go ahead and join your ancestors, many more will soon follow. Yvonne's hair moved with torrential waves as the authority around her raged. All the grandeur of a boundary expansion expert having all but faded before the descending palm arrived, even before she could react. A palm filled with mist and power even she could not fathom. Desperation filled her eyes and face as she screamed out while mustering the remaining dredges of her soul, the sepulchre around her gushing with even more black blood as an impact that destroyed sound itself occurred, a shocking scene blooming as even though a single obsidian palm had been descending from the skies, at the moment of impact an illusory palm just like it appeared from the bottom and crushed everything together at a center point. No sound, 2 points of infinite mass and density met while supported by multiple boundaries as when the two palms separated. Pure horror could be seen as the soul of an ancestral descendant commander had been crushed under the weight of thousands of ionic damage values as mangled musculature and black blood flowed serenely with all of this gory mass moving as the mouth of the 8-echelon obsidian noblesse opened to fantastically devour everything, the remained visage of Yvonne the Conqueror, her remains of ionic undead, ancestral descendants, and the corpses and blood of anything that moved along with the automaton boundary modulators. The noblesse was a lineage that devoured everything of their enemies. A devilish smile was etched on this being's face as he licked his lips and gazed at the blatant destruction. His halos glinting with an even brighter sheen as after he eliminated all his enemies, his head turned upwards unnaturally, his visage was towering and ancient to look at, his wings of pure obsidian essence overflowed behind him while obsidian rings of light covered the sides of his face and limbs, and this being now gazed upwards as with his eyes giving off a glint of age and time, he spoke out grandly. I feel a gaze from the very layers of reality, hidden beneath the cruelty, shocking ancientness could be felt from the eyes of this being that were pure black, regality and nobility emanated from them even amidst the savagery. It must be you, if you have managed to resonate with your plane while you hold its key. We finally meet, O true Emperor of Quintessence, as if his gaze could pierce through the very veils of reality. As if he could meet Noah's will pervading through the Nibelheim dimension, BZZT, unseen waves of providence seethed as from the layers of reality, Noah's will gazed back, the fundamental treasures of nature he was connected to along with the source of reality were pulled upon as if Noah had the authority to displace dimensions and even the existence within it utilizing the pure white authority of this era. He could also do something as simple as transmitting his will, so when this ancient existence took the initiative to communicate, Noah spoke back, "Who are you? Then what is it that you seek, O Desiderius Boem?" His voice was calm, and yet the surrounding folds of reality instantly shattered after his sentence finished as Noah had addressed the name of this noblesse, a name he shouldn't know, and he didn't put any respect that this name truly deserved. Desiderius turned his head to the side as the burst of power that destroyed the fabric of reality for light years in the surroundings receded, reality not healing at the very least as rifts of nullity spread throughout. Yes, gaining access to the key of this plane can allow you to see the vestiges of memories across the river of time. Did you catch my name from the history of the past, true Emperor? His ancientness and nobility only increased as his devilish smile faded and he became utterly calm. 2210 I am the Kingmaker. 2. Did you catch my name from the history of the past, true Emperor? His voice retained its nobility and ancientness as he spoke, his body emanating utmost power as he now spoke out calmly. This being knew himself very well, and he also knew where he would have mentioned himself and his identity across his history in these planes of existence, and this time was with the last key that had spurred and put many more things in motion. Desiderius had a calm smile as he thought of this, his voice echoing out amidst the decimated reality. Who am I? This is but an easy question that you should know the answer to. O true Emperor of Quintessence, I am, how do they say it? Ah, yes. I am a Kingmaker. I forged kings and true emperors in these planes, I crowned true emperors, and I steered the gazes of the so-called ancestors away from easily perceiving the true emperor of destiny and even you. I crowned you, the torrential waves of authority emanated out at such grand statements, Kingmaker, the one that crowned kings and emperors. Such slanderous words were released from this being as Noah's will gazed on coldly. He didn't have an outburst or react in any way. He thought of Oppenheimer's path and how this being was connected to Desiderius, where his words may be true for the accession of the true emperor of destiny. But himself? The true emperor of quintessence did not become one through the means of others. Noah knew of the perils he faced and overcome to arrive where he was today. As when this being said this, he didn't even engage as he asked again for what was truly important, grand accolades and assertions, but they don't answer the goal you have for these barren lands. The surroundings buzzed with Noah's voice as if it was reality itself speaking out in the surroundings, and the air of nobility and ancientness around Desiderius only increased as he floated like an unshakable titan in the void of space, his aged voice ringing out, "My goal here is the full destruction of the 9 minor planes. This one here included." His majestic hands waved to the surroundings of the Niflheim dimension as he continued, "I have a duty to make sure that when the veil of the void descends, the major plane of existence that your so-called ancestors stemmed from, I need to make sure that they fully reimpose the bindings of their natural laws onto those who dare to gaze towards our lineage." A straightforward reply. It was Desiderius giving the newly risen emperor that had escalated things to this point recognition enough to simply answer him on something so simple, and the pondering voice of the true emperor of quintessence gained a bit of sharpness as he questioned, "Must it be destruction? I can utilize the authority as the true emperor to remove the rest of the anchors. And you would achieve the same result." The waters were tested. The true emperor of the age of Genesis had said that the noblesse were clear enemies, no matter what their intentions seemed. Now, Noah was affirming this for himself, and the answer was clear, no. O true emperor of quintessence, the fabric of reality pulsed as a desolate aura emanated from the noblesse, shining with obsidian grandeur. Just like how you were able to undo what your ancestors did, they can also undo what you are currently doing. My aim is not to reimpose bindings on them now, only to have them suppress the major plane of existence again. It is the complete destruction of all the minor planes that guarantees my work here. Even the ones you have displaced and have hidden. I will have to trace them and erase them as well, so I do thank you for bringing them all together. The future could play out in a myriad of paths, and now, many possible paths shattered as only a single one was presenting itself. Desiderius seemed to know this very well as his ancient titanic gaze turned upwards again as he voiced out, "I had a great relationship with the true emperor of destiny. I don't see why we cannot be the same. You can end the cycles of the ages and reign in the major plane of existence as the last true emperor of these lands. The minor planes of existence will have to fall. This is something you cannot change." As if to show what he meant with his words, his body that was releasing waves of desolation pointed to the vast stretches of Niflheim from afar as tendrils of nullity began to form all around him. "You were the last key that I waited for. Your compliance as a key, though, is not mandatory. And I do not offer alliances twice. So what shall it be?" Osmont, serene waves of destiny and providence flowed out. An offer was made in the age of destiny as one being had made a choice. Once more, an offer was made in the age of quintessence as here as well. A choice was made. From the silent foldings of reality, the voice of the true emperor of quintessence emanated out with unshakable strength and valor. "The 9 dimensions will not fall." Simple, as if this would be the only result. Desiderius shook his head at this as if it was a pity. Even with the utilization of all the authority of this age, you could at most expand a boundary to the 4th boundary layer. And that is if you're somewhat talented. It is a pity when beings who could rise to greatness are presented with the opportunity, but you rely on emotions more than logic. It is why your ancestors left behind this weakness all those years ago, as it comes to bite them in the back now, even if they have learned and are trying to cut it off currently. And it is why a key like you will never be able to open any more doors. These immense waves of nullity, as if it was an endless sea about to surge out, erupted from this being. If these waves were released, they would no doubt irreparably decimate the Niflheim dimension and ruin whatever remained of its source. Desiderius flexed his power and made his move, and the true emperor of quintessence also made his move to save this dimension. 2211 Broken keys. Desiderius wanted complete affirmation of the demise of the 9 anchors so that in the future, the ancestors of these planes couldn't do what Noah was doing and reverse this process. He had waited for many years, he had planned and accounted for many things. He knew that the true emperor of an age was granted a unique connection to reality when they took the throne, as it was the key to reality. But this was it, a key of a plane of existence, existences that momentarily has access and controlled their planes were special, but the power they would be able to exert was not something Desiderius was worried about. He was affirming the extent of this power now as when his visage erupted with seas of nullity. The authority of reality moved as it was ushered by the true emperor of quintessence. A plane's authority was something undeniable when utilized to an extent, but it could not be called upon too many times. The more one used it, the less of it they had access to, and the fewer times it could be utilized again. Desiderius's move to critically eviscerate the Nibelheim dimension was twofold. He felt an incandescence of white light flash out as an undeniable authority descended upon him before he released the waves of nullity, an authority that even if he resisted with his boundaries, he may have been able to delay it as ultimately, its effect would still be achieved as this was the focused authority of the very plane he was in. So he didn't fight it. Whap, the authority wrapped around him and expelled him from the minor plane he stood on. As an instant later, he found himself in a space with unstable decaying laws of nature as it seemed to be the major plane of existence that he was remaining in the folds of for so long. But it wasn't, a slightly clever one. Desiderius laughed as he ascertained his location. He was moved from the Nibelheim dimension and not into just any other position in space of the desolate mausoleum, but a branching parallel path of this plane that was undergoing destruction, an apocalyptic parallel path. The authority of the plane that the true emperor had access to could be enforced within the plane itself, as this being would never be able to pass through the walls of this plane to somehow expel Desiderius from it. He could only exert this authority within the plane as he had used it in a unique manner to send Desiderius into an apocalyptic parallel path that would take just a little longer for him to traverse and return to the main path. But that is once that you have utilized this authority, how many more times do you have left? WAA. The keys that gained access to the authority of a plane had limited authority that would be used up after an extent, so the true emperor of quintessence may only be able to utilize his authority twice or three more times before he could no longer exert control on his plane of existence. When that happened, it will be yet another point in time that I have to break a key. His black eyes were filled with ages. Space ruptured before him, stepping into it and beginning to traverse out of this parallel path as he linked to the void he had established on the main path and returned to it. Over the eons, he had controlled the rise and fall of many keys in many different instances. Some keys followed him to attain a glorious path under the banner of the noblesse, while other keys were misjudged in the extent of their standing as they would be broken and discarded. This would just be another one added to a long line of broken keys. Bursts of immense authority surged as in the location where the Nibelheim dimension used to be, a stark blank void stretched out endlessly. One of the three chances of displacement of an anchor was utilized as what remained of the source of Niflheim was taken away, with Noah chucking the figure of Desiderius far away into the myriad of parallel paths of these planes of existence. The Niflheim dimension itself was displaced into the vastness of the gormandizing dimensional reality, with a fantastical scene of the fabric of this dimension being devoured within an instant by this construct as it was restructured to be born above. The prana dimension, a stellar view, could now be seen as while countless multicolored cosmos spun freely in a cluster within the gormandizing dimensional, the dazzling colors of the dream, Avalon, Apollyon, prana, and a forming Nibelheim dimension could be seen. 5 dimensions, 5 minor planes of existence. Noah had connected them to his construct at such a speed as even at this moment, he felt like he had to move even faster. The words of Desiderius were not wrong. His power, no matter how rapidly he had obtained it and how stupendous it was not enough against this being. He had to make choices quickly on his direction to grow, as well as the realm his direction would take. And on the path of his realm, he knew that it was connected to the 9 dimensions that he attained 5 of. It was connected to the 9-dimensional chassis, as it was stated before that they would show the path forward. So he had to attain all 9 dimensions under him no matter what. Then, there came his development in concepts, his boundaries. At this moment in time, his main body continued to surge with maddening waves of power as after the usage of the decuplicated natural decretum seeds, all 9 natural laws and 6 natural laws of nature were completely understood by him. And with the constant expansion of the gormandizing dimensional reality, mana dynamics, entropy, providence, and relativity were among the fundamental natural laws already bound to him, as now he even began the binding of continuity and isochronism, fantastical concepts that opened up Noah's mind to many more possibilities as their boosts stood on their own pedestal. He had done all of this, but he still didn't get to where he needed to be. 2,212 boundary modulators. Since what he had done was still not enough, it meant that it was time to expand even further, and due to his nature, he already had the resources available to him. On the aspect of the true throne of quintessence, the words of Desiderius were somewhat accurate, but also not. He was able to reach the stage of 4 boundary layers of loot and even the first layer of the boundary of quintessence, while still having enough residual authority of this age to possibly expand loot or quintessence one more time, or start the initiation of 2, or even possibly 3 new boundaries depending on just how obscene they were. This was his price for attaining the true throne of quintessence, the capability to have opened multiple boundaries or reach a high stage of a singular boundary that others would take billions of years of hard work or a ridiculous amount of treasures to do so. At this moment, he just had to choose which path he took, and Noah had many things that could influence his decision before he made it. He had millions of quintessential treasure caches that had yet to be opened, and these caches always provided treasures that Noah needed the most at that time. When it came to this, Noah wanted to have an even tighter control of this definition. Many thoughts surged in his mind as his will formed a corporeal self that came to gaze upon his expansive space that was filled with treasure caches from the tribunal rulers, ancestral descendants from the prana dimension, and even now there were increasing quintessential treasure caches as Noah's clones moved against the ancestral descendants in the Fantasia and Mirror dimensions. Noah's will gazed at all of these clones as his Ionic soul lit up with authority as he made something clear: what I need the most at this moment are only things relating to boundaries, WAA. He was altering and focusing on what came out of the quintessential treasure caches to focus on a single concept at this moment: boundaries. This was because, as always, he was short on time while his enemies were moving speedily. He had to finish assimilating the mirror and Fantasia before any new surprises arose. And he had to be capable of preventing Desiderius from destroying any dimensions whenever he returned. It was why at this time, he came under the influence of the time dilation of the gourmandizing dimensional reality. His thoughts processed and computed everything at shocking rates per nanosecond as in the already dilated time. He wanted to once more make grand changes. He had done it before. He had taken an instant and expanded it to as much time as he needed, while everything else was brought to a halt or brought to an unimaginably slow pace. In this instant of time, he wanted to figure out the direction forward, as well as what the loot from high-tier enemies would do for him. With what he needed the most clearly defined, the millions of quintessential treasure caches began to open. Over 7.5 million golden quintessential treasure caches that were obtained from the Nullity Beast legions that reached such a number, and a small portion from the undead legions of the ancestral descendants. They shone with golden splendor the most as one by one, they began to open. To grant Noah what he needed the most right now, 1x golden boundary modulator has been obtained. 1x golden boundary modulator has been obtained. 1x golden boundary modulator has been obtained. A golden quintessential treasure cache opened, and a single loot came from it. Another golden quintessential treasure cache opened, and the same loot stemmed from it. Not a shard of the boundary of immortality or death, not a shard of any particular boundary, but a type of a boundary modulator. When Noah gazed at it, he saw a dewdrop-shaped brilliance of utter halcyon glory as it seemed to constantly be changing its state of matter. The light of a pristine treasure leaked from it as anyone even looking at such loot would want to take it and devour it right then and there. Hung, Noah's expansive space lit up with brilliance as such loot began to fill up the surroundings by thousands as the millions of golden quintessential treasure caches began to open. All other possible loot were sacrificed for this loot when opening this cache as it was considered what Noah needed the most. So of course, his eyes hungrily sought for its details. Golden boundary modulator, a quintessential loot that arose from the accumulation of sheer will and the fruits of the boundary of loot. The very existence of a being was broken down, multiplied in quantity and quality as everything went towards producing this loot. It allows an existence with at least 10 ionic soul values to modulate a concept towards becoming an established boundary that is seeking extremity. It depends on the selected concept, but a minimum of 100 million golden boundary modulators are required before a concept can be established as a boundary. A golden boundary modulator is only applicable for planar boundaries, with those seeking to advance from the first boundary layer to the second boundary layer of a planar boundary requiring 10 times as many golden boundary modulators as the first layer. Achieving the third boundary layer with golden boundary modulators is nearly impossible, as a faster way may just be to refine a concept with your ionic soul until you raise it to the stage of a boundary, or have boundless epiphanies on your fingertips to begin exceeding future boundary layers. A fantastical loot, and one that, I can multiply this in quantity, master, HUUUM. A smile became etched on Noah's lips as he heard the will of ruination, a treasure capable of establishing Boundaries appeared before him through the grandeur of Lut as now. His choices increased just a little as he wondered, which concepts would be ideal to establish as boundaries? Which concepts to elevate past the first boundary layer, 2213 planar? Noah had an overabundance of choices as now, he had the means to make it possible. This was because as the few million golden quintessential treasure caches opened, a golden boundary modulator came from each of them. Just the sheer fact that this was made possible by Noah was astonishing purely due to the fact that these treasure caches came from nullity beasts mainly who were only drenched in the essence of nullity and not truly touched anywhere near its boundary. All of these were they boons of increased loot quantity and quality under his boundary of loot. In the expansive space, over 7.5 million golden quintessential treasure caches would open, and 7.5 million golden boundary modulators would come, and as they came out of the caches, the will of ruination nearby effortlessly tugged upon the authority of Noah's ionic soul and foundation to seamlessly begin multiplying all of these golden boundary modulators by 10, so from this alone, Noah would attain 75 million golden boundary modulators, only 25 million would be left over as this number. Noah expected it to be covered by the obsidian and crimson quintessential treasure caches, and mind you, all of this was just initial loot as the numbers from Fantasia and Mirror Dimensions had yet to come in. Nor any of the potential loot from Elysium and Quantum Dimensions. When thinking of this, Noah couldn't help but reflect on Yvonne as truly it was a big loss to not be able to turn that ancestral descendant commander into a cache. He just had to make sure Desiderius didn't kill Hideyoshi, Katia, and the one known as Theseus before he faced them, all for the sake of, well, loot. Yes, but also to gain enough strength to stand against the being wishing to destroy the anchors he was too deeply connected to. Alright, his will moved again as the massive and dazzling 57 obsidian quintessential treasure caches now began to open. 50,000x golden boundary modulators have been obtained. 50,000x golden boundary modulators have been obtained. 57 beautifully identical prompts rained down as golden dewdrop-shaped treasures gushed out with grandeur, Noah feeling joy and pain at the same time as he had the expectation of the next level of boundary modulators to come out of the obsidian quintessential treasure caches. But all he received was an explosion in number as a single one was equivalent to the results of 50,000 golden quintessential treasure caches, granting Noah potentially over 28 million golden boundary modulators after ruination decuplicated them. This was the establishment of a single boundary secured as he now had the full 100 million golden boundary modulators. A choice could now be made on a boundary, and Noah truly had an extravagant amount of choices. Among them were things that the ancestors of these planes abandoned and suppressed long ago, the concepts that they wanted to rank even below golden planar boundaries due to how hard they were to expand towards extremity and the strictness they held, the natural laws of reality, the laws that bound this plane and the existences within it. Noah had a hunch that their ranking is the lowest. Boundaries was misplaced, that if an existence like him who had bound the natural laws instead of being bound by them, he might have entirely different results. Especially if he took the binding of the sources of nature from half-bound to full binding. But this was a conjecture. There were many other conjectures. He needed to narrow it all down, so he reflected within himself as he asked, which decision shall pave the way to the greatest loot? WAA, the boundary of loot rose in authority as the authority of the boundary of quintessence also reacted strongly. Boundaries, when raised to a great enough level, could replace concepts that had foresight like destiny and providence. Some could be risen to terrifying enough levels that their effect could cover a whole plane of existence, just like the move Desiderius enacted with the void. Boundaries provided feedback towards those taking them towards extremity, and the truly special boundaries were those that could guide their holder at an early stage, setting up the best possible paths to take in order to achieve extremity. At this moment, Noah's two boundaries resonated with him as wondrously they didn't show the path that would take them to the next boundary layer. Quintessence didn't see it as the best possible path to take it to the second boundary layer, and nor did Lut see it as the best possible path to take it to the next boundary layer. Among the many conjectures Noah had surging in his head, both of these modus operandi settled on one path. There were many to take as each may provide astonishing results, but one particular path was showing the possibility of unbelievable glory and majesty. It wasn't that Noah's two current boundaries of Lutz and quintessence could discern the future, they could just innately sense what would be best for them to head towards extremity. And this choice actually lay in the enactment of another boundary, and the concept that Lut and quintessence directed Noah to course through his body in stellar waves and volumes, and it coursed through the bodies of his clones that were intricately connected to the minor planes of existence within the barren lands. It coursed through his son who shone with boundless potential, It pulsed with life force and held a tremendous amount of swirling ecratures of vitality. It was Noah's blood, WAA. Noah uttered as his 10 sanguine clones amidst their duties shuddered and gazed towards a certain direction momentarily, an area of no specific coordinates that nobody else in the barren lands could access. The source of reality that held Noah's main body that was seated on the true throne of quintessence, the tremendous will and soul of the true emperor found his next path as he didn't question his intuition. He didn't question the very same concepts that made him and got him where he was today. If blood was the best possible path, then even if he didn't know what may come, it had to be the best path. 2214 planar. 2. Even if he didn't know what the results would be, the path had to be right. The only thing he would do is act to make it happen. Come, his will emanated out with grandiosity as he beckoned towards the golden boundary modulators that had undergone multiplication by ruination. They looked like holy lights of dewdrops shining with grandiosity that no common being should touch, but multicolored plasmic radiance swirled around Noah on his throne. His mouth opened and began to devour the vibrant golden boundary modulators en masse. As he devoured them, they transformed into a fantastical authority that built up in his body, seeking for direction as soon after he granted it. Coursing through his Ionic quintessential Kainos Emperor Foundation, coursing through his ancient vessels that looked like celestial pathways of sparkling light, it was his blood that the unique authority from the golden boundary modulators was directed to. This in itself was an utterly unique point that Noah didn't think too much about. The concepts of death, karma, destiny, or loot were concepts that were expanded into boundaries, these concepts wrapping around the souls of those expanding them as there was a positive feedback of strengthening between the two parties. But blood was not just a concept, it flowed through Noah, it granted him life force and was part of the foundation that made him who he was. When he began to expand this boundary, he wasn't just expanding and elevating a concept that would be bound to his soul but taking his very real coursing blood towards extremity. Was Noah the first to expand a boundary related to blood? Of course, the answer was no. There were countless existences across eons. An unknown number of minor and major planes of existence, and the vastness of the havens of extremity that we couldn't even fathom currently. There were many, many others who had expanded the boundary of blood and built upon this concept, but none of them were Noah. None had the added features of having the concept of the sanguine emperor paired up with a bloodline that was defining the very age of a plane of existence. Quintessential Kainos Emperor, this was his bloodline, quintessential. Noah it did not just have his blood flowing through his veins, he also had the concept of quintessence flowing through it. He had quintessence surging across his very vessels. The boundary of blood that he expanded towards extremity would be vastly, unbelievably, and equivocally much different compared to what others had done over the eons. After all, with the factor of quintessence coursing through it, it had to be the most ideal and perfect example for others to follow and gaze upon. Booming drums of power and horns sounding out a glorious symphony began to emanate. Millions of golden boundary modulators were devoured by him as on top of all this, his will moved to call upon another treasure he had gained. In the last day, bundles of ancient-looking crystalline cosmos containing blood of myriads of color within. It was the loot containing the zenith lineages he had obtained from the infinite forge. He called to devour them now as in the process of expanding this concept of blood towards extremity. Why not devour all the zenith lineages and see if this compounded process would be enough to pierce the unbreakable wall of zenith? All the pieces fell into place. Even though he was still resonating with the fundamental treasures of nature and the source of reality, his main body proceeded to undergo another fundamental change as his very lineage advanced upwards. Zenith, what could possibly exceed a lineage that was at the very peak of existence? It was a nearly impossible task to try and accomplish, as even for Noah, he should have taken a great deal of time by his standards. Yet when he undertook the action of advancing his bloodline forward while at the critical moment he expanded the limits of his very blood, fantastical opportunities opened up. Like a viscous multicolored stellar river, his blood flowed across his vessels as prompts began to rise. After the transformation of the Ionic quintessential Kainos Emperor Foundation, your bloodline has once more begun to advance past zenith. The advancement of your bloodline past zenith is resonating with the expansion of your blood towards extremity. Your blood has begun sublimating with your aspects of existence, apart from the vessels it normally spread through, away from the established cycle it always had. New pathways of vessels began to form as they were illusory in nature, but they expanded from the countless vessels on his body and branched out towards his established 9-dimensional realities. Towards his origin, thump, intricate multicolored illusory lines spread down from the resplendently shining golden Elysium dimensional reality and cascaded past Fantasia and quantum dimensional realities, and they continued further down as they twirled around the shining ascendancy stanchions and reality passages across these dimensional layers. Heading all the way down and connect to the very first layer that was the dream dimensional reality, thump, the vessels pumped as blood gushed through them and caused the dimensional realities to shine with even greater brilliance. His origin shone with the magisterial brilliance, then there was his soul remaining as these vessels were already established throughout his body. His ionic soul had already pervasively covered all of Noah's aspects of existence as at this juncture, more illusory connections of vessels bloomed as if they were anchoring Noah's soul and intricately gaining access to it as well. Throughout all of Noah's aspects of existence, blood freely began to overflow as tens of millions of the golden boundary modulator were infusing his blood with unknown wonder. And after Noah devoured the mystical circular crystalline cosmos holding zenith lineages along with this, your bloodline has reached the true zenith. The barrier that cannot be easily exceeded past zenith has been torn as your very blood has taken a step towards extremity, your lineage is transcending its restrictions and limitations to reach past zenith, a planar lineage is being born, 2215 blood. Planar, something at the scale of a plane of existence, exceeding zenith allowed one to achieve such a level as they turned their bloodline into something that could last as long as a plane of existence, and had the pristine grandeur of one as well. The capabilities for such a lineage were unimaginable. A stellar crimson light of blood painted over a myriad of colors emanated throughout Noah's body and released waves of incandescence throughout the source of reality. His lineage began to rise up towards a fantastical level as he was not the only one, within the gourmandizing dimensional reality, inside a cosmos dedicated as a domain space to grow spiritual fruits and herbs. Amelia Osmont was floating at the center of expansive orchards of primordial apples as her hands emanated a golden glow towards the fields below that caused them to sparkle with even more radiance. The figure of little Henry could be seen not too far away as he tore across the folds of space while sparring with the blue slime and the emperor penguin. The scene being a picture of serenity amidst the chaos reigning outside of this location. Everything was serene until an instant later. The figures of little Henry and Amelia Osmont came to a halt as a blinding grandeur of light exploded from their bodies, an aura so pristine and untouchable that the spiritual herbs and fruits below trembled while beginning to undergo mutations, a light so fantastical as it was the effects of the lineage of the quintessential Kainos Emperor taking yet another step, yet the change this time was too profound. Crimson gold webs erupted out around the bodies of Noah's mother and son as they became wrapped in a cocoon, their bodies undergoing fundamental transformations. As for the level of a planar boundary, it wouldn't be a surprise if those directly connected to the quintessential Kainos Emperor formed a type of ionic foundation. Their aspects of existence underwent a change as light years away on another cosmos that was filled with glaciers and ice. The Frozen Queen was at the head of a dining table with an array of truly beautiful women who were eating and talking, Barbados being the most rowdy on the table as even her resonant voice had to come to a halt soon after as she and all the others felt an undeniable aura of majesty emanated from Adelaide. Her eyes erupted with the grandeur of a quintessential lineage as even though she wasn't of direct lineage to the quintessential Kainos Emperor, she had carried his lineage in her belly for many years. A vast number of beings held a connection to the quintessential Kainos Emperor. But she was among the closest as she also began to undergo a transformation, albeit on a smaller scale. But even she wasn't alone in this. The body of Barbados also began to shine, along with Athena, Valentina, Elena. All the existences that Noah had been intricately connected to through dual cultivation over many years in a dilated time span within regions of the gourmandizing dimensional reality, all of them also began transforming as they held the essence of the quintessential Kainos Emperor coursing through them. Those closest to Noah, like his direct lineage, began to feel the effects of a planar lineage being born as the effect reduced the further down one went. And one must not forget one last crucial connection. A connection of the soul between the quintessential Kainos Emperor and his vassals. A planar lineage covered all aspects of one's existence as it had tightly bonded to Noah's soul. The portions of souls he received from the countless beings who pledged fealty to him, they pulsed with grandiosity as well. It meant that across the vast gourmandizing dimensional reality, across its countless cosmos and domain spaces, across the recently established dimensions, all vassals that had pledged fealty felt a transformation bud within their very souls. It was at a much smaller scale than those at the very peak of the connection, but to the masses, it was something fundamental and life-changing as they would all be reborn in terms of talent, fate, power, and providence. The boons of the budding planar lineage were already so comprehensive as such a scale as when it came to the being they centered around. Your quintessential Kainos Emperor lineage has achieved the stage of a planar lineage. The advancement of your lineage is closely connected to the expansion of a boundary towards extremity. An irreversible nexus association has formed between your lineage and the budding boundary of blood. Your planar lineage has fundamentally redefined your aspects of existence. Prompts were grandly cascading through Noah's mind as his own transformation was continuing, while the last 10 million golden boundary modulators were being devoured to grant him the first layer of this boundary. A layer that, the moment it was achieved, would allow for the effects of the boundary of quintessence to kick in, as the boundary of blood would instantly arrive at 2 boundary layers. But the boundary was yet to be fully born, yet the boosts that came to the lineage this boundary was irreversibly connected to. Your lineage understands you the most and has geared its future path and features with boons that fit you the most. Quintessence reigned as Noah's lineage truly stood by its name and distinction. The planar lineage of the quintessential Kainos Emperor allows you to traverse towards extremity with a 50% increased rate of progression. Any resources required to exceed a boundary layer are absolutely reduced by half. The feature of quintessential epiphany has been born in your planar lineage, making your ionic soul capable of entering epiphanies at will to comprehend the nature of reality and refine possible concepts into boundaries, or take established boundaries closer towards extremity. The prompts for the boons of his lineage reaching planar had only just begun as Noah understood why Luton quintessence steered him towards the path of blood. It was at the end, still for their own benefits, as at this juncture, Noah could traverse towards extremity at a fantastically faster pace. 2216 blood. 2. One must realize anything capable of actively rising one's boundary towards extremity was treated as a rare and unobtainable treasure that countless lineages sought in the havens of extremity. Being innately capable of going towards extremity at a faster pace than others, this was something others dreamed of, as it was only a possibility of extremely rare lineages like the noblesse. Like those who had innate boundaries, such a boon from his lineage caused Noah to instantly focus on the establishment of a concept into a boundary, as all 100 million golden boundary modulators were devoured at this juncture, the allure of a magnificent crimson light filling everything. The obsidian planar boundary of blood has been expanded by authority of 100 million golden boundary modulators. The effect of the first boundary of quintessence is applied. 2 boundary layers were exceeded on the path of blood. Profundity lay before him with utmost wonder, as it seemed like things were just beginning. The obsidian planar boundary of blood is linked to your planar quintessential Kainos Emperor lineage as one of the conditions to obtain an innate boundary has been met. When another unknown requirement is met, the planar boundary of blood will instantly be elevated to an innate boundary. Majesty, pure, unadulterated majesty lay before his eyes as grand possibilities that the past ancestors, when they were just stepping out from the barren lands, would have died with envy just to see. The boundary of blood was a planar boundary, but it had the chance to become an innate boundary similar to what made the noblesse so powerful. Noah did not know what the condition would be, but he knew he would grasp it in due time as he elevated the majesty of this boundary ever higher. Knowledge of the wonders of the boundary layers of blood flowed in his mind as he paused the prompts for the transformation of his lineage. The first boundary layer of blood, passive, uniquely geared to match the quintessential Kainos Emperor. This passive boundary layer grants the boons of ionic hemokinesis, a feature that allows you to ionically manipulate your blood and the blood of your targets that cannot withstand the authority of this boundary. To oneself, ionic hemokinesis can be utilized in an active fashion to spur the blood within your body to further optimize your power, granting you 100% to all ionic parameter values momentarily. This augmentation is ever changing over time, as multiple factors of your blood and lineage will decide how high it can go. To enemy targets, a similar but opposite effect can be achieved, as if the target is weak enough, even ionic marionette control of their very aspects of existence is possible. The applications of hemokinesis vary, and are not limited to but include thermovariance, bloodline manipulation, ionic sanguine combustion. A comprehensive and astonishing level of the manipulation of blood was granted as Noah's mind was filled with countless possibilities. Possibilities he wanted to implement right away as the second boundary layer of blood also showed itself. The second boundary layer of blood, passive, the blood of existences carries their signature and very being. As someone extremely proficient with blood, you are able to draw upon the very signature of beings through their blood, as if you devour the blood of enough existences holding a certain boundary, you will be able to replicate the first layer of this boundary. Bypass the countless epiphanies. Bypass years of ionic soul refinement. Bypass countless treasures. Achieve everything simply by devouring countless volumes of blood. Astonishing grandiosity lay before Noah's eyes as his path for the future had a solid bedrock being laid down. Simply devour the blood of multiple existences, holding certain a boundary, as after devouring sufficient volumes of blood, he would attain the first layer of that boundary. It meant not turning everything into quintessential treasure caches, but it seemed like a much faster way to gain expanded concepts of boundaries. There were so many features expanded into that he wanted to see their application right away. And even though he was in an instant of time that he was stretching out as much as he could, time was still moving. His transformation due to his lineage was still occurring right now as he felt his aspects of existence continue their elevation. So while all of this occurred, that he wanted to see the application of this new boundary, so the vastness of his will focused towards a dimensional reality where his true sanguine clones that were transformed into dimensional chassis moved in. He gazed at the Fantasia dimension first, where a few dozen ancestral descendants under Hideyoshi were facing them, these existences giving off a terrifying glint of physicality and power as they faced Noah's prana dimensional chassis with somber faces. This was because when he had appeared, they could feel his power akin to an ancestral commander, power that a moment later began to explode upwards and scale towards an even greater value. The ancestral descendant leading the forces of the true Emperor of Fate bellowed out as their golden glistening bodies released waves of power. Halcyon bone armaments covering their muscular bodies as these existences followed the boundary of physique. The power held within their bodies was massive as it could rupture the fabric of reality with a tap of a finger, this whole squadron looking like a celestial group of paladins carrying out justice. But to Noah, he was seeing an entirely different scene when he gazed towards them. He saw their muscular bodies broken down into countless vessels. He saw the blood coursing through these vessels and throughout their whole bodies in intricate lines that all moved together in synchrony. He felt a pull from this blood as he felt like he could disrupt this synchrony. Eckert, Ioan, Guinevere, Morgana, and all the others were just beginning to arrive into this dimension when they saw Noah's figure tap towards the staunch and powerfully blazing ancestral descendants. A single tap, as an instant later, a crimson multicolored glow flashed as this whole squadron of ancestral descendants came to a halt. Realization hit these existences first more than anyone else's fantastically. A single tap from the enemy they faced took utter control of their own blood, as in the next instant, their own aspects of existence listened to them no further. 2217 blood. 3. Blood. Noah had a unique relationship with this concept from his roots as the vampire progenitor lineage to his edict as the sanguine emperor. And now with the boundary of blood, he was elevated to a stupendous extent where the bodies of existences reinforced by concepts going towards extremity, he could now manipulate their blood. Ionic marionette, thermovariance, bloodline manipulation, ionic sanguine combustion, all were but mere possibilities for Noah as at this moment. The single tap of his finger utilized ionic hemokinesis to stop the flow of blood that closely wrapped around these beings' very existence. He felt the intricate rush of power as the verdant hair of this prana-dimensional clone was currently getting a bright crimson sheen due to the thorough changes being carried out for Noah's true sanguine clone by his lineage. He didn't get swallowed by the feeling of this power as he continued to see the application of his new capabilities. He focused on the leading muscular ancestral descendant who held the most power as he then spoke out lightly, ionic sanguine combustion, His eyes gazed at the surging stellar blood within this being as he imagined it beginning to burn, and fantastically, the viscous liquid began to combust as a few hundred ionic damage values surged out from the very aspects of this being's existence, his golden sheen on his skin changing as it cracked and splintered, while soon after, poof, his body erupted in a stellar shower of crimson gold flames as a torrential pool of blood formed, blood that surged out as if it was possessed towards Noah's figure as he opened his jaws to devour this radiant burning blood. An explosion of taste exploded in Noah's mouth as he was reminded of his active days as the vampire progenitor. You have devoured all of the ionic blood of an existence holding the golden planar boundary of physique, the golden planar boundary of light, and the obsidian planar boundary of fate. Which boundary do you wish to designate all the signature of the devoured blood to? The second layer of the boundary of blood said he could devour the blood of others who held a certain boundary, and if he devoured enough being with this boundary he could gain the first boundary layer of this boundary. It was singular. It was already ridiculous for him to be capable of getting a concept expanded to a boundary just by devouring blood. And it would have been unbelievable if this was applicable to multiple boundaries, so among the options he was given, he chose the obsidian planar boundary while his eyes released a hungry light, the euphoria of blood that he hadn't dwelled in since his active vampire progenitor days. Rising up, he only dwelled in the memory briefly as his tongue passed over his sharp canines, wasting no time as his will surged out to the squadron of ancestral descendants as one after another, poof, poof. As if they were mere balloons or bags of blood, their boundary of physique was ignored while they fell under the command of the quintessential Kainos Emperor. A golden light of fate tried to keep their bodies together. But these beings had only achieved the first boundary layer of fate while Noah had the boundary of blood at the second layer. The discrepancy in strength was clear as these ancestral descendants perished one by one, rivers of incandescent crimson gold blood flowing towards Noah as he took all of their aspects of existence and devoured it through blood. It meant there was nothing left behind to multiply in quantity or quality to turn into quintessential treasure caches. The rivers of blood surged towards Noah and were all devoured as only a single ancestral descendant was left behind, his body vibrating and trying to break free as the authority of his boundaries tried to retake control of his blood. But it was impossible. Ionic marionette activated as the very sanguinity of this being was controlled, his body floating forward. Eoin, Eckert, and all the others just arriving had nothing to say at this sheer trampling that Noah was giving out, barely being able to follow what this being before them was doing and planning as the body of the ancestral descendant controlling boundaries was brought to stand beside Eckert's enormous vessel of a dimensional Hellion ruler. His cerulean eyes glinted as he gazed towards Noah while feeling the pulsing strength in the body of the struggling ancestral descendant before him. Is your soul strong enough to devour and subjugate an Ionic soul? Boom, destiny and providence flourished around Eckert as for him, a shocking opportunity and path arrived, a possibility to instantly explode his power from where he was and to arrive at a place that seemed a long and arduous path to arrive at. Arcs of blue light erupted from his eyes as he judged the being before him calmly before he replied, if you can heavily destroy his soul to the point of death, I should manage to take over the remaining portion as after reconstructing and harmonizing the aspects of existence again, I should be able to instantly display 50% of his previous power. Whatever concepts he had outside of edicts or natural laws, I am not able to attain yet. The unique aspect of Eckert displayed itself as Noah nodded, his eyes surging out with controlled Ionic soul damage that smashed into the ancestral descendant as his eyes dimmed a great deal. The others watched this unique scene as before they could even absorb everything. They realized the endless and cold seas of Fantasia around them instantly disappeared at this moment, a void of space settling around them as in the background of all this. Noah's clones that protected the pocket-dimensional reality had already finished their jobs and devoured the whole of Fantasia. Yet another dimension was secured as Guinevere came towards Noah's figure while the mirror of death that Eckert had subjugated began to eat up and dominate the soul of an ancestral descendant. How many dimensions remain? Her gaze was that of valor and worry as Noah's clone that continued to shine with an ever-vibrant crimson gold glint gazed afar while replying, mirror should soon be done as after that only Elysium and Quantum remained. 2218 The Void and the Sword Eye. Events continued to propagate and move along as a critical time was nearing. Guinevere and the others heard of the progress made as they could not yet celebrate, these ancient beings knowing that they had yet to face the truly powerful existences that would stand in their way at the final juncture. Eoin had a stern expression as she was still connected to Noah and knew the details even more intricately. Her melodious voice echoing out at this moment, shall we make our way to the mirror dimension? No. Noah shook his head at her question as the false epical blades of quintessence that she and the others held began to pulse. Head to the quantum dimension. This will be the final one as your aim is to simply take the time of the ancestral descendants and reduce the rate of destruction of the source of quantum. Noah said this as he could already see many constantly changing motions across the remaining dimensions at the moment. For one, the visage of Desiderius that he had displaced to an apocalyptic parallel path had already returned to the main path, his figure barreling into the Elysium dimension as this was one of the few remaining dimensions that his void covered. And it was where true Emperor Hideyoshi himself was waiting with his legion. Then, there was the mirror dimension. Come, we have no time to waste. An authoritative voice beckoned towards the figures of Caitlin and Noah as multiple mirror dimensional rulers stood behind the mirror queen, Caitlin's mother being one of them as her essence wrapped around Caitlin and Noah to place them behind others of the royal lineage of the mirror dimension as a few dozen beings could be seen in this cluster, each more beautiful and prideful than the last. A quantum dimensional ruler stood beside the mirror queen as he waved his hands to cut open a rift in space, the pull of the quantum dimension strong within his bloodline as he paved the way forward. They had previously been told that they would be among the lucky few to go through the pylon of ascension and leave the barren lands to escape cataclysm, and it seemed this promise still held as they were being shuttled to the quantum dimension. they could feel terrific auras that nobody here could stand against from the far reaches of the mirror dimension, as common dimensional rulers were far outclassed at this moment, the Mirror Queen being the first ruler to step into the folds of space. Towards the quantum dimension as all the others followed. Mixed in this group, Noah had calm eyes and a hidden smile as he wondered how events would unfold and whether those loyal to the ancestors truly would find a way to escape the barren lands before its supposed destruction. If things played out uniquely and smoothly, he may still be able to arrive at the havens of extremity where the ancestors were located, SHA, the party of existences who were chosen mainly because of nepotism and a tiny bit of merit left towards the quantum dimension is uniquely the region they just left. Erupted with a terrifying devouring force as the pocket dimensional reality Noah's clone was carrying went towards finishing the assimilation of the mirror dimension, while another clone faces the residual forces of the long-dead Commander Yvonne. In Noah's mind, countless waves of information were coming in, as among the most important were the boons of devouring rivers of blood from the forces of true Emperor Hideyoshi. The prompts were astounding as always: blood with high potency in the selected boundary of fate has been devoured. Progression towards achieving the first boundary layer of fate is at 65%, he had barely taken down a few dozen existences, and he was already 65% of the way there. Part of the reason for this was his lineage that was able to traverse across boundaries faster, this effect applying even to the effects of the second boundary layer of blood. It was something fantastical, as after defeating the rest of Hideyoshi's forces and before even facing this being himself, he should have grasped the first layer of the boundary that this being enacted with his true authority of fate. It showed things were flowing towards a smooth direction so far as just when Noah was about to return his focus to the continuing changes of his lineage, a sealer seems to have found something. The voice of the source of reality rang out while Noah was still in his cocoon not too far away. His will was just as vibrant as he listened closely. The one known as Theseus has been directly and without fail following the path of the gormandizing dimensional reality. He is more than likely following the path of the realities flowing in. He should reach soon. WAA. Noah's eyes flashed coldly as something out of calculations occurred. His gormandizing dimensional reality was not stationary as it waded across the barren lands, swallowing realities while also assimilating the many incoming, emerging, and prime realities that Noah's will had wrapped around since he made his grand announcement when he took the throne of quintessence. The movement of realities was unique as Noah's portion of soul wrapped them with the absolute dream authority that he could use for as long as his soul could bear, along with the authority of reality itself to hide them as they surged towards the gormandizing dimensional reality. Yet this being was capable of following them as he seemed distinct from other ancestral descendants, his progression in boundaries not low. Yet even against such a being, Noah's will vibrated with tyranny as many possibilities arose in his mind as an instant later, he chose one. His will resonated with the fundamental treasures of nature and the source of reality as he came to gaze upon the Elysium dimension and the existences within it. He felt the domineering might of Desiderius as the body of this being raged with nullity while surging towards the forces of Hideyoshi. Things were coming to a crucial juncture as drastic actions had to be taken. The moment that the mirror and Elysium dimensions were devoured, Noah would have everything in the palm of his hands as only quantum would be left. Noah's will surged with power as he gave the command for the second out of the three possible chances of displacement to be utilized on the Elysium dimension, the location of where Desiderius and the forces of the true Emperor of Fate to be displaced to already being decided upon. 2219 The Void and the Sword. 2. In the Elysium dimension. The menacing and ancient visage of the 8-echelon obsidian noblesse released seas of nullity around him as he barreled towards the true Emperor of Fate and his forces. Hideyoshi was covered by a glorious golden glint as he seemed like an expansive titan as vast as multiple realities stacked together, the area around him covered with a golden domain flickering with white gold runes that pushed away the void. His legions stretched out around this area as each one took positions in specific places. Their automaton boundary modulators released waves of authority as the boundary of fate tightly bound each of them. Unlike Yvonne, Hideyoshi seemed completely prepared with even a formation domain set in place as even when he gazed at the surging figure of Desiderius coming forward, he only turned somber while he prepared for battle. Two titans were about to meet in a terrific battle as just when authority was about to erupt during this clash, an undeniable light of authority flashed and wrapped around everything. True Emperor Hideyoshi had a look of shock as he and his forces disappeared an instant later, while the obsidian glow around Desiderius only intensified as this existence had a calm and ancient look that was unperturbed, his voice only echoing out grandly, "That makes it 2 times. I wonder how many more times you have left. Once." Twice, his tone was utterly terrifying as he seemed to be asking the true emperor of quintessence, when you cannot use the authority of this plane to send me away anymore. How will you face me? Because this being knew his level of power, and he knew the level of power of a recently crowned true emperor. From his many years of experiences and calculations, he knew that even with an exorbitant amount of talent as luck, such a being would at most be able to reach the third or fourth layer of a boundary. Even if he exceeded all expectations and touched upon the fifth boundary layer, Desiderius would still be unperturbed. What he wished to do and planned for many years would not be taken down by a single key, so he didn't fight against the authority of the plane as he simply waited to see where he would be displaced to, and, waves of spatial light died down as the fabric of reality settled. It was within the boundary between realities of the desolate mausoleum. The target this time was unique as he appeared right before the path of a sharp sword that was tearing across the void. Theseus. The bellow of true Emperor Hideyoshi could also be heard nearby as this titanic being drifted towards the position of the sharp sword that revealed itself to be a devilishly calm man with stellar dark hair with eyes piercing and sharp as they came to focus on the noblesse appearing before them. Their natural enemy appeared before their very eyes, the one responsible for laying down this void and no doubt connected to the removal of the anchors. Theseus felt like he was close to reaching the place where realities were clustering towards as just before this could happen. The noblesse appeared in his way. It meant he was getting close to something crucial. It meant he had to get rid of whatever stood in his way, so towards his enemy, he didn't start a conversation as he only acknowledged Hideyoshi while this being set up his formation again. Theseus would have his sword do the talking. CAA. The sword in his hands cried out as the surrounding void was dispersed, his eyes catching the lips of the 8-echelon obsidian noblesse curving his lips in a smile as he uttered the words. What an interesting choice. Theseus didn't voice out or begin to converse, nor did Desiderius, as even though both beings had a common enemy, none of them freely talked to come to a conclusion about this as Theseus closed his eyes and called out lightly. Pantheon of Swords. HUUM. The dark and dreary surroundings instantly faded as everything in the surroundings became covered by an illusory light, a light that covered Desiderius and many more light years in the surroundings as a massive construct descended, a white gold dome-shaped illusory building with pillars made of massive sword light bloomed. Glorious rune etchings swirled around its structure as they seemed to be made from countless minuscule sword lights. It was akin to the descent of a celestial pantheon one would come across only in the havens of extremity. Terrifying torrential waves of illusory white gold sword flashed throughout this pantheon as Desiderius looked around the white gold grandeur with a smile. His voice resonant as it echoed out, finally, WA, someone actually decent has come down, a glorious recognition from a truly powerful existence. Yet it mattered not to Theseus as his sword cried out with glory. Noah monitored the countless events occurring all at once as the glory of providence shone around him with brilliance. He was moving and proactively making plans as the only thing his eyes saw and focused on were the rising prompts from his actions, like from the mirror dimension where he faced the residual forces of Yvonne. You have devoured all of the ionic blood of an existence holding the golden planar boundary of shamanism, the golden planar boundary of darkness, and the obsidian planar boundary of death. The boundary of death has been selected as the designated signature of all devoured blood. Blood with high potency in the selected boundary of death has been devoured. Progression towards achieving the first boundary layer of death is at 75%. The common ancestral descendants could not stand before him as the mirror dimension was at the point of complete assimilation, and when he shifted his gaze towards the Elysium dimension that he had just displaced into his gormandizing dimensional reality, the devouring and assimilation of the Elysium dimension is 30% completed. The devouring and assimilation of the Elysium dimension is 50% completed. It was also on the path Noah wanted to see the most as he was closing in on the finish line. 2220 The hidden requirement. Noah knew the psychology of extremely powerful beings that had lived for a long, long time. The longer they lived, the more experiences they accumulated as they learned of the nature of reality and understood many things. Because of their vast breadth of knowledge, though, many of them committed critical mistakes when it came to him. They placed him on the same stage as their past experiences and knowledge when it came to their opinion of him. They compared him to other geniuses they had seen across the eons or examples of other beings similar to him. Noah had no doubt that none of the ancestral descendants had ever expected a native of the barren lands who had never even stepped out would be capable of killing them, and this was entirely true to an extent as logically, nobody had suddenly been capable of erupting with power and forming multiple boundaries or achieving a high boundary layer in the ages past. Many true emperors had risen as even they would not be a match against others who had expanded at their initial stage. This was logic. The ancestral descendants applied logic towards him, towards a being that bent logic and threw it in the trash. Now, Noah may not understand the existence that made Oppenheimer and the residual will of the true emperor of the age of Genesis cautious. But he knew this ancient being was also estimating him using other beings and his vast reserves of knowledge as comparators. Desiderius may even be estimating his worth and might to be higher than normal if his patience and power that he showed over the eons was to be believed. But even when others thought they were being careful and overestimated him and what his power could achieve, they were still in fact heavily underestimating his true worth, because they did not have a comparator. They came across before who could rise in power as fast as Noah. They did not have other beings to compare to that had anything similar to what Noah had. Did Desiderius know that Noah had something as critical as the gormandizing dimensional reality? Did he know the realm that Noah constructed that mimicked the workings of the very plane of existence they were on? What authority this granted him access to, and just what would happen when Noah fully had all the minor planes within this plane of existence bound to his construct? What would happen at such a critical juncture? If Desiderius had even an inkling of the possibilities, he wouldn't have allowed Noah to continue collecting the dimensions. If he or any others could foresee anything with their concepts, they would have been warned to not allow Noah to accomplish his aims of pulling out all the anchors, but they did not know, they did not even believe anything he was doing to even be feasible. Nor that he was even doing something like it, no matter how ancient the existence was or how many years he had in age. So long as they applied logic and used their own references in order to try and grasp his power, they were bound to fall before him sooner rather than later. The devouring and assimilation of the mirror dimension is 100% completed. The devouring and assimilation of the Elysium dimension is 100% completed. WAA, his will surged out with maddening tyranny as there was only a single dimension waiting for him to grasp, a dimension intricately connected to the ancestors, as he could utilize the last and final chance of displacement to bring it into his fold while removing all beings he did not wish to bring in the gormandizing dimensional reality. But this would eat up the last of the pristine authority of this era that he could utilize to exceed a boundary layer, or even maybe two. This wasn't to mention his prize for reigning as the true emperor of this age that also had sufficient residual true authority of quintessence to expand the boundary of Lut or quintessence 1, or expand the first layer of two new boundaries. Providence swirled and communicated with him. The boundaries of Lut, quintessence, and blood surged and communicated with him. A more golden and glorious path was laid out before him. There were times when even he wanted to question if the paths laid out were truly the most pristine, but when he saw the results, blood with high potency in the selected boundary of death has been devoured. Progression towards achieving the first boundary layer of death is at 100%, with the closure and assimilation of the mirror dimension. One of the last two ancestral descendants under Yvonne turned into a river of blood that was devoured by him entirely. His main body bubbled with billowing waves of power as yet another concept going towards extremity was added to him. Your ionic soul is undergoing further refinement and strengthening, the effects of the birth of your planar lineage of the quintessential Kainos Emperor are spreading even faster. The blood shared between your 9 quintessential dimensional chassis is resonating with their respective dimensional realities. WAA, a quintessential resonance. Your connection to the gormandizing dimensional reality has forged another pathway of resonance from your quintessential dimensional chassis to the 9-dimensional realities in your origin and the bound sources of minor planes inside the gormandizing dimensional reality. The second requirement for the birth of an innate boundary has been unveiled. Multicolored plasmic waves of radiance overflowed. Noah's body remained seated on his true throne of quintessence as shocking secrets were unfolding within his body, his realm beginning to expand upon its established connections. He was waiting to see what the hidden requirement was to birth an innate boundary. And he didn't have to wait long, as the path was revealed to be the connection between his clones, their connected dimensional realities, and the dimensions within his gormandizing dimensional reality. The 9-dimensional chassis would show the way forward. This was already inscribed, as he should be able to affirm what his realm would head towards after its current stage. He needed the last dimension for many reasons. He needed to ascertain just what the connection of blood would give birth to. 2221 The Palisades, a profound resonance in multiple different areas bloomed, the dimensions within his gormandizing dimensional reality, the dimensional realities within his origin, the 9 quintessential dimensional chassis connected to these dimensional realities. A basal connection of blood and soul shared between all these things was crying out in fervor as it wanted to birth a myriad of fantastical things, the birth of an innate boundary similar to the void of the noblesse awaited at the finish line. The path Noah would take after the enactment of his 9-dimensional layers awaited at the end of this path. Now Noah just had to take it to the end. hung, a booming horn bellowed out as if signaling the end. Igniting a glorious symphony at this moment that spread out across the very fabric of reality, a symphony stemming from the protagonist trait, began to emanate across the vast realities and dimensions as the ionic soul of the quintessential Kainos Emperor was currently resonating with the very source of reality. It caused many heads to be turned somberly as nobody truly knew what was to come. As a battle bloomed in the boundary between realities between Desiderius, Theseus, and True Emperor Hideyoshi and his legion, Noah turned his attention towards the last critical piece of the puzzle, the quantum dimension. The surroundings were bathed with a multicolored light of radiance that was now dimmed under the light of the void. Some regions still maintained their brilliance, with the location hosting the pylon of ascension currently buzzing with activity as a cluster of many beings could be seen. True Empress Katia adorned her verdant gold karmic scarab form as she designated many functions and positions while using her authority as a commander, currently giving commands to the remaining forces that True Emperor Hideyoshi left behind here along with her own and the remaining quantum dimensional rulers. Charlemagne could be seen among others with a grim expression, the Mirror Queen accompanied by the few remaining mirror dimensional rulers by her side along with the prominent grotto haven existences from this dimension. They were adorned in silver-white armaments as their silver strands of hair stood out amongst the quantum dimension natives who also had wide-ranging realms. It was the collection of all organisms that would have had the chance and opportunity to ascend the pylon of ascension to join their ancestors in the vaults of extremity. But now, how exactly will this unfold? Things seem to be going in the worst possible directions as the life medallion of the Quantum Emperor shattered not too long ago, and the pylon or ascension has turned dim since the enactment of the void. His voice was resonant as he didn't even falter amidst the ancestral descendants who gazed towards him sharply. A woman clad in a verdant gold robe beside True Empress Katia spoke out with sharp eyes towards his words. The pylon of ascension is only one of the ways to leave the barren lands. It's a construct left behind by the ancestors after they utilized the first method, but the most dangerous one. It is simply to go through the planar palisades of extremity themselves. The planar palisades of extremity, the vast and endless region connecting an unknown number of planes of existence ranging from minor planes to major planes of existence among a few. Traversing across the planar palisades of extremity was an utterly dangerous affair as all sorts of mysterious existences and creatures that have survived outside of the continuum of spacetime roamed around. With oddities and dangers abundant as traversing within it never guaranteed that you would actually arrive in the vaults of extremity, the vast number of oddities roaming across the endless planar palisades of extremity needed one thing to ensure their survival, and this was the very minimum condition. It was to have a concept seeking extremity. It was to have a boundary that at least exceeded the first layer, with those guaranteeing their survival needing second, third, fourth layers and onward. Charlemagne had heard of how their ancestors used to travel in the past as he became grim at this mention, about to speak up again when True Empress Katia intervened as vibrant lights appeared before her while she guarded the pylon of ascension. We will not have you all going in blind, as the automaton boundary modulators will lead the way to a connected coordinate. Though there are still many risks, as even under the protection of my people, cannot guarantee that everyone arrives safely. Her words were resonant as they were directed towards the royal lineages of the quantum dimension and mirror dimension that made it here, towards Charlemagne and the Mirror Queen. Towards the direction of Caitlin, who had a stern expression, and a nondescript, devilishly handsome man beside her that didn't cause any waves, towards Noah, who gazed at all of this with a smile as he danced upon the blade of providence and destiny. The royalty of dimensions who were deemed deserving to live more than the trillions upon quintillions of masses across the realities and dimensions gazed at each other. And their hearts were firm as after Katia affirmed this, the spinning light of automaton boundary modulators before her went towards the ancestral descendant adorned in a verdant gold robe as a few others stepped up beside her. You will follow behind Clytemnestra and lead the way towards our sacrarium. The mission for all of you and any who make it there in one piece is to alert them that a noblesse has found our plains and not allowing any forms of communication. That things are dire to the point that no matter where they have to squeeze the forces from, more are needed here, and quickly at that. There was a reason that a party was ready to go as soon as the personages from royal lineages were gathered. It was to give rise to their main mission was to cross the folds of dimensions and reality out of these planes and enter the planar palisades of extremity, seeking to get the word out. The others would only be there for a ride. 2222 The Palisades. 2. There is no time to waste, let's go. Over a dozen automaton boundary modulators released a blinding light as a thin transparent barrier emanated from each of them and enclosed the groups of royal lineages in circular domes of light. the ancestral descendant named Clytemnestra shouted out as the authority of boundary of karma emanated from her, painting over the thin layer of circular light covering everyone as radiance emanated out. Clytemnestra then nodded towards true Empress Katia as 5 other ancestral descendants took different positions across 2 enacted boundaries of light supported by automaton boundary modulators, serving as protection from anything they might come across. A rift was carved out before them as with Clytemnestra leading the way. 2 circles of light covered by the authority of the boundary of karma disappeared into the folds of space as they began to traverse the folds of dimensions and reality, nobody knowing how much time it would take to even leave the walls of the barren lands and enter the planar palisades of extremity. The first group was led by Clytemnestra as Charlemagne was included in it among other quantum dimensional rulers and Grotto Haven royalties. In the second group led by unnamed ancestral descendants, Caitlin followed along as the nondescript man beside her turned back to gaze at the quantum dimension and those within it with a diabolical smile. His face turned away just as true Empress Katia turned over as she just happened to miss his smile of tyranny. 2 parties left to seek reinforcements as there was a question of whether any of them would even make it. The dangers and mysteries of the planar palisades of extremity being something unfathomable as their chances of survival in terms of percentages did not even reach 30%. This was to give rise to the vast majority of the ancestral descendants leading these 2 parties were at the first boundary layer or second. With Clytemnestra being the one that touched upon the stage of the third boundary layer of karma as she was the only reason their chances of survival surged close to 30%, true Empress Katia saw them off as her imperial karmic scarab form released waves of light, the authorities of her boundaries continuing to release and keep the void at bay while the legion that Hideyoshi left behind and her remaining forces surrounding this area tightly as they would defend it with their lives. The pylon of ascension was something critical that granted safe passage across the planar palisades of extremity, giving a linear path to follow and at an extremely faster rate at that is 9 times out of 10, they wouldn't come across any problems following this path. It was a construct that connected one end to another with the abstruse workings of aspects of singularities as on the other side of it, there was a haven pylon of ascension that one would come out from, even though the pylon of ascension here was blanketed by the void. Katia and the remaining ancestral descendants were slowly pushing away the authority of this innate boundary as she expected within a day or 2. They could reclaim some of the functions of the pylon of ascension, for now. They just had to defend against any BZZT. The sound of space tearing emanated out as blazing auras began to appear. The cluster of ancestral descendants and the surroundings blazed with grandiosity as multiple layers of fortifications and barrier filled with the power of boundaries was enacted. Turned to a direction that showed multiple figures wielding radiant blades that were attached to a white gold half-moon crescent disc at the end of the hilt. One being in particular at the forefront rode atop the silver-black mirror of death the massive draconian dimensional Hellion ruler of the Niflheim dimension. This being was actually someone they knew as even though his aura felt weaker, it was Aesir, an ancestral descendant from Hideyoshi's legion bellowed out in shock as he gazed at his brethren's now blue eyes that held a light of coldness. He felt much weaker than before, but it was his aura and visage even though he gazed towards them with hostility. It was the body of the ancestral descendant taken over by the great usurper as among the advanced forces sent forward. He now wielded a great deal of more power as without another word, the sword within his hand struck forward. It didn't contain the light of the boundary of fate that this being normally had, but the body that had been drenched in the light of boundaries for the past millions of years still carried a trace of this authority as the great usurper knew he could reclaim the boundaries this being had after he returned its ionic soul to the peak. He began to speak as today, he wanted to let loose. Once more, mind realm. Absolute mental isolation field. The Emperor's universe. Corruption of the usurper. Malignant madness, the origin of the being he subjugated cried out as its resources were plundered and used. Its almost destroyed ionic soul pulling out the vestiges of its power to display the heavy debuffing and mental skills of the great usurper as a battle bloomed without the other side exchanging words. The followers of the true Emperor of Fate were frustrated to see one of their own having somehow fallen to those in these planes, feeling like their pride was ground down and spat on as they erupted with the authorities of boundaries. Out of all beings here, the most powerful hadn't made a move yet as just when Katia snorted and roused her boundary of karma, her soul felt a tremendous pressure that caused her to turn entirely somber and shocked towards a certain direction where another spatial rift opened. A direction that showed a devilishly handsome man she had killed before and the man whose illusory scene while seated upon the throne was advertised to all. It was the true Emperor of Quintessence as his arrival caused great shock due to the blatant and blaring aura of a commander from him. the one that appeared before them had verdant black stellar strands of hair as he was adorned in regal green emperor's robes, his eyes releasing a light of immense coldness as he honed in on true Empress Katia with a burning light. Impossible. Katia merely uttered out this word as before she could say any more. Sha, booming sounds of spatial folds opening echoed out as another blaring aura exactly like the one weighing before them appeared. This one being adorned in a crimson emperor's robe as a bloody light covered his head, but this was not all. The color continued to drain from the faces of all ancestral descendants as yes another aura of an ancestral descendant commander appeared thereafter, and another. Five quintessential dimensional chassis appeared before the stronghold of the ancestral descendants in the quantum dimension, the true emperor of quintessence showing he meant business as his sheer aura alone caused a profound sense of oppression and suppression towards these powerful beings. 2223 merely a true empress. Coldness, confidence, surety, these were just some of the feelings that true Empress Katia could see when her eyes and will gaze towards the true emperor of this age. An existence that should have been chosen or allowed to become the true emperor after much scrutiny from the seers, but he slipped through the cracks and attained what he did as now. He was undertaking actions fundamentally against what the ancestors wished for. A symphony of horns and drums rang out in the surroundings as this being arrived with fanfare. The aura he released putting all organisms on edge as what was maddening was its sheer numbers. 5 of him had appeared as when one looked at what should be his clones, each of them felt very real in terms of threat as if none were weaker than the others, and even more terrible was that they each continued to show increasing levels of power. This was attributed to the fantastical boons of his lineage that were still transforming many things, with the level of strength Noah displayed constantly edging upwards as he arrived within the last dimension he needed. The authority of this age would be saved for the last and final chance of displacement as Noah planned to use this and the remaining true authority of quintessence to elevate his boundaries to the most powerful levels after he discerned what would result from the fulfill attainment of the 9 dimension and the utter freedom of the desolate mausoleum. He would take the last and final dimensions with his own hands as while 5 bodies were here, a 6th one was swallowing the quantum dimension in another point of space as his goal here was an ancestral descendant commander. A true emperor that not too long ago had granted a clone of his true death. He gazed at the imperial karmic scarab form she adorned exquisitely as in the next instant, the ancestral descendants could seemingly feel his hungry and greedy gazes towards their commander as while some parried off the attacks of Eckert and the others. A tall ancestral descendant adorned in bone armaments that were enough tinged a radiant green exploded with power to stand in front of his commander, his voice beginning to ring out powerfully. Watch how you gaze upon the true emperor of Ka-BZZZT. His words never finished. In the middle of his sentence, the prana-dimensional chassis merely gazed at this ancestral descendant as his finger tapped the space in front of him. And the very blood that coursed through the lips and will of this being lost their autonomy and control as he was shut up forcefully. The gaze of the true emperor of quintessence was exceedingly cold and filled with regality. His will blanketed down on the ancestral descendant who was speaking before and currently shaking in shock along with all other ancestral descendants as his magnetic voice rang out with glory. I do not feel like giving extras too many lines to say today, so just stay on the sides and die silently. A profound sense of suppression descended as it became very clear at this moment that something terrifying would bloom today, as if to affirm this. The body of the ancestral descendant that was shut with a mere tap of a finger began to release a crimson gold radiance soon after, erupting into a blaze of bloody flames an instant later as the horror on his face was very pervasive before his aspects of existence were eradicated. Katia saw this happen before her eyes as her true authority began to tell her terrifying possibilities. She had sown karma when she killed a clone of this being, and now, this karma came to be collected. As someone proficient in karma, she could control and manipulate it to her favor. But all of this remained a mere possibility as seeing the state of power this being released, they had to act. A vibrant verdant layer of light began to rise as she uttered calmly, monolith of life and karma. A dazzling illusory tower-like structure rose and encompassed everything in the surroundings as it protectively wrapped around the pylon of ascension. The austere light of a boundary vibrantly cascaded in the surroundings as the voice of Katia came out in somewhat of a hurried tone as she began to see the 5 bodies of the true emperor of quintessence begin to burn with cerulean flames as quintessential singularity ignition was called forth. Do you understand the sheer gravity of your actions? What it truly means for you to do what you are doing, the removal of the anchors that suppressed the desolate mausoleum. Did this being stop for even a second to consider what would result from all this? With the suppression of the natural laws unleashed, it will go back to latch on to all organisms from these planes of existence. As they cannot easily be expanded towards extremity, these concepts become a limitation as our ionic souls are not the only determinants of our power. No matter how strong one's soul is, they will have to walk along the lines and limitations of mana dynamics, providence, and continuity. It becomes that much harder to bend reality to our will. They will latch onto us and take up precious space on our souls that could be occupied by the pristine authorities of boundaries surging towards extremity. Have you truly not thought about any of this? Her imperial karmic scarab began to blaze with green flames of karma as well. They cracked and reflected the cerulean flames beginning to form like surging tides of a torrential sea that would devour everything from 5 different sources. The one responsible for enacting them gazing towards the bellowing Katia coldly, his voice began to rise amidst the flames that did nothing to his allies, but his enemies could feel their here from afar. You all look at the natural laws of reality as if they're a weakness. That is your own mistake. What you consider a weakness, I consider a source of strength. Noah's tyrannical will surged as it could be felt within his words, Katia's will gazing towards while astounded and angry at such an answer. 2224 Merely a true empress. 2. Katia scoffed at such an answer as the ancestral descendants below her burned the reserves of their ionic souls to set up more protective shields, her verdant wisps of energy dancing on her exterior layers as a sharp voice continued to emanate from her. Countless lives that those in these planes of existence cannot compare to. Have you truly not thought of this? Is your ideology truly so narrow? You would jeopardize the lives of countless existences just to save a few? Any great leader and commander knows that the lives of the many outweigh the few, all for what? You remove the suppression on a will of an emotionless entity that isn't even alive? On the will of a plane of existence that serves no purpose other than to follow cycles? Is a being like who you attain the true throne truly thinking of the best future paths for yourself and others? Her voice carried bountiful admonishments as she saw the torrential tides of the blue flames having covered everything. She knew an attack was coming as she wasn't too sure of being capable to withstand it, needing to first face it before she could say for sure. But towards her words, one of the bodies of the true Emperor of Quintessence turned their heads while looking at her quizzically. What exactly do you think will happen here as you shout all this? Do you think I'll suddenly feel a profound sense of epiphany from your words, pack up everything, and just move on? That everything I've done up until now would all be swayed by your few words? The words were so supremely cold and callous that Katia could not retort. The ancestors can manage to protect their precious sacrariums even when the natural laws bind them again. If they are too weak to do so, that simply means they haven't been able to adapt this whole time in the vaults of extremity. As for you, truly meant it when I said extras shouldn't be saying so many lines today. Utter disrespect, and flames surged forth as a true emperor of an age was termed an extra. Within Noah's bodies, the boundary of blood surged as his clones seemed to light up with a crimson multicolored light. He could do many things with blood, and one of those was to accelerate it, and the amount of power he could draw from it is on top of the over 102% augmentation to all ionic parameter values from the boundary of loot. Yet another 100% augmentation bloomed as his ionic damage values that had topped a range of 300 to 400 doubled once more. A range of 600 to 800 ionic damage values surged forward as even though it wasn't equivalent to what he saw Desiderius release against Yvonne, this damage came from each quintessential dimensional chassis, each. And now 5 of them surrounded the dazzlingly enacted monolith of life and karma, called forth by Katia and supported by her and her legion along with Hideyoshi's forces, Noah causing these torrential flames of quintessential singularity ignition to surge down at the same time as he wanted them to experience a constant barrage of 600 to 800 ionic damage values, totaling to a range of 300 to 400 ionic damage values simultaneously and constantly so long as he kept these flames active, and his ionic quintessential Kainos Emperor Foundation provided the essence for this freely as apart from all this, magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg, the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg. 5 horrific domains descended with their own damage values as the true Emperor of Quintessence spammed. Torrential waves of ionic damage values cascaded down. In a terrific manner. As if this was still not enough, the haki of the true Emperor of Quintessence began to surge and emanate outwards, the haki that was truly an Emperor's haki at this moment, as it carried a unique type of damage value that Noah could cast freely. Ionic soul damage value. Silent and deadly, augmented by the boundaries of loot and blood to multiply multiple times over to reach 100 ionic soul damage values. His haki caused the surrounding space to tremble and buzz as it cascaded down on top of the raging flames of quintessential singularity ignition and magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkriegs. A true glory of spamming bloomed as this was Noah's answer towards an ancestral commander. Reality melted under the heat of the flames, it then fractured and turned to ash under the haki of the true emperor of quintessence and hid descending domains, and all of them were centered towards a cluster of enemies that at this moment felt like an apocalypse was heading towards them. Improbable, true Empress Katia felt her ionic soul tremble as torrential waves closed in all at once. The monolith of life and karma instantly melted before the waves of surging flames and domains as the bodies of the ancestral descendants in her legion and of Hideyoshi's, their eyes instantly turned blank as a wave of soul power smashed onto their souls. In an exceedingly short period of time, Katia felt so very alone. And at such a juncture, her boundary of karma bubbled forth. A bellow erupted from her as the antennas on her head radiated light, seeing countless lines of karma rising and connecting to everything as she sought the lines of karma from the true emperor of quintessence. Innumerable karmic resonance. So long as she could cut the karma connecting him and his skills, she could, shirring, her eyes and will trembled, she gazed at the karma of this being as just when illusory scissors born of karma were ready to cut off the lines of karma connected to this being, these scissors shattered. Because the lines of karma this being had were simply so big. This was the thought in true Empress Katia as she was barely able to glimpse the karma of this being. While pushing her fourth boundary layer of karma to its absolute limit, the karma surrounding this being was too potent and too massive for someone like her to even think of cutting. She felt like she could define it. But at the same time, it seemed to be undefined. This was the thought she had. It was also the last thought to occupy her mind as the stacked up ionic damage values that exceeded 3,000 from the quintessential singularity ignitions alone shredded away all defensive layers. The magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkriegs and never-ending waves of haki releasing soul damage did the rest. It meant that in the span of a fraction of a nanosecond, an ancestral descendant was reigning powerfully and full of life force as in the next second, her will and aspects of existence were shattered. Billowing torrential flames raged and wrapped around this area with the pylon of ascension at its center. The origin of these flames barely being discernible as his magnetic voice could be heard. Merely a true empress. WAA mass releases in preparation and should be out sometime in the coming days. 2225 Freedom. A scene of cataclysm as reality itself melted. Torrential flames from 5 sides flagged down and torched everything, and they were layered with the haki and domains of the true emperor of quintessence as the targets within this area faced utter eradication. It mattered not whether they were mere descendants or ancestral descendant commander. A true empress perished in this move as the last she saw were the lines of karma surging around Noah, lines so thick and unbreakable as he had connected himself to too many beings. Rho Alpha Di Alphana, this was directly opposite to what many powerful existences chose to do in terms of karma, where they did their best to cut off any karmic connections to others so that they weren't used against them in the future. Yet the true emperor of quintessence, he walked a much different path as he was on his way to be connected to the countless lives within 9 minor planes and a major plane of existence. Crack. The crackling flames died down as what was left behind were scorched bodies whose blood began to burst out from with grandiosity, rivers of crimson gold stellar blood beginning to flow towards the being responsible for their deaths as the quintessential dimensional chassis opened their mouths to devour everything. They devoured everything as it was taken back to the main body. The normal method of attaining loot that would have granted quintessential treasure caches momentarily stopped as Noah pulled everything about the aspects of existence of these beings through their blood, and the results were stellar. Blood with high potency in the selected boundary of fate has been devoured. Progression towards achieving the first boundary layer of fate is at 90%. Another boundary went towards the first layer with ease as Noah still needed to face more of Hideyoshi's forces, with all the remaining ones being with him in the boundary between realities where Noah had sent him and Desiderius to face the one known as Theseus. So fate was not attained at this juncture, but the boundary that the true Empress of Karma birthed when she took the true throne of Karma many cycles ago was different. Blood with high potency in the selected boundary of Karma has been devoured. Progression towards achieving the first boundary layer of karma is at 65%. The vibrant rivers of blood from the subordinates of true Empress Katia were fantastical enough, but when Noah devoured the stellar blood of the imperial karmic scarab that was Katia herself, extremely potent blood of the existence that birthed the selected boundary of karma has been devoured. The potent blood contains deep accumulations of the selected boundary as the first boundary layer of karma has been exceeded. And the path to the second boundary layer of karma is extremely close. Stellar crimson radiance overflowed as from the massive body of the imperial karmic scarab. Rivers of bubbling blood flew out as the verdant gold layers of this bestial body began to turn ashen gray, eventually turning into dust as everything about it was milked out. And when he devoured everything about this true empress, The complete absorption of a true emperor of an age of the barren lands has sparked a quintessential effect. The true authority of karma stretched to become a boundary resonating with the current true authority of quintessence. The effect of the devoured blood has been amplified quintessentially. The second boundary layer of karma has been attained, a quintessential quality of the boundaries attained through the devouring of blood has been discovered. All boundaries obtained through the complete absorption of blood are transformed into boundaries completely unique to the quintessential Kainos Emperor as they course through your blood where quintessence reigns, and they course through the boundary of blood that was born from quintessence. WAA, the stellar blood of an ancestral descendant commander was glorious beyond measure. Her uniqueness made a wondrous succession of events possible as after devouring everything about her, Noah couldn't help but smack his lips. But it wasn't just her uniqueness, there was also himself. When he attained the boundaries that other beings created, they would be transformed under him into something else as they were propelled forward by his factor of quintessence. It meant that whatever the layers of karma, death, fate, or any others that Noah would gain from others, his boundary layers of these concepts would range from being slightly different to future boundaries granting entirely different and more spectacular effects. This was a byproduct of his own grandness. The sheer gravity of what he had just done settled in as amidst the bodies of the ancestral descendants turning to ash, his gaze and the gazes of those around him went towards the very center where one thing still remained. The pylon of ascension, the tool that the ancestors utilized for safe passage across the planar palisades of extremity. It took one across a pathway that was relatively free of danger as now that Noah attained memories of it, he could truly see its uniqueness as he realized destroying it may have been an impossibility. It could be affected, one could disrupt its functions like the descending of the void had done. But its destruction would take some time as this was a unique construct that was among the treasures the ancestors had found in the vaults of extremity, a construct that connected one point of space to another, with the pylon of ascension here simply being the lesser part of this construct as its main piece was on the other side. At the center of a sacrarium of the ancestors where those ascending would always reach, it was something one had to move around with a great level of care. But Noah, devour it all, the pocket dimensional reality that had been devouring the quantum dimension this whole time became even more domineering as only a few light years of this dimension remained, and now, the hungry light of the gourmandizing dimensional reality turned itself towards the last remaining vestiges of the quantum dimension. A greedy light covered the pylon of ascension and its stellar hourglass form. 2226 Freedom. 2. There was an eerie level of calm amidst the extremely tumultuous time to come. What do you think? Noah's voice echoed out amidst this calm as his main body that was seated on the true throne of quintessence asked lightly. The one being asked was no other than the source of reality. Katia asked why I cared enough to remove the suppression on an emotionless entity that isn't even alive. A mere construct undergoing cycles of death and rebirth. Tell me, do you feel anything now as the last anchor is about to be removed? The waves of plasmic light had only gotten ridiculously more and more radiant over the last few minutes as more and more anchors were released. The source of reality looked even more radiant as Noah did not doubt that the enders of nature had reached a shocking level. So the will behind it all, I feel, WAA, the resonant voice gave a shocking and very short answer. It didn't say exactly what it felt, but it said that it could feel. It felt when its own people suppressed it ages ago and greatly wounded its source. It felt when its will moved with more autonomy in the last age as primordial beasts and enders of nature came to be. It felt when it learned from the actions every true emperor of an age took when they had the opportunity to release its suppression but didn't. So was it truly an emotionless entity simply filled with the need for survival? Shuring, Noah smiled while seated on his throne as he could see the source of reality release pillars of multicolored plasmic waves of light at this moment. The devouring and assimilation of the quantum dimension is 90% completed. The last anchor was nearly out as reality was about to erupt to its full power. It was about to have its freedom, after countless ages and cycles. Its will had been transformed into something else entirely as if one looked at it before the age of Genesis and now, the fundamental changes that had occurred would truly be unfathomable. Noah gazed at this surging will that continued to scale upwards in power and autonomy as his voice continued to ring out. Have you thought about what comes after this? About what happens after I have devoured all 9 dimensions, P alpha and D alpha? No one. Oh, his voice filled with authority was magnetic. The will of reality didn't even pause before replying. Your ravenous will knows no bounds. You devour and devour endlessly everything that is before you, not at all caring of the consequences. There will come a time when you will grow too full. Its words were cryptic as Noah smiled at them, simply giving a nod as both parties were on the same page. A time where I will grow too full, maybe. But it is not today. You've changed. but you are still a logical construct similar to the 9 minor planes. Since you know what the ancestors will do once your laws bind them again after failing to destroy you now. Will you resist what I wish to do? His ravenous will, his hunger that knew no bounds, even without stating it, it was supremely clear what he wanted to do, and the source of reality. I will not need to be coaxed akin to a budding will of any common plane. Since I cannot devour the gourmandizing dimensional reality, I will merge with it and gain even more autonomy. With it, I should be able to remove the fixation placed upon me and gain the autonomy to move freely. And it is still unknown whether the construct of the gourmandizing dimensional reality can even handle the entirety of 9 minor planes and a major plane of existence as when it comes to who will be in control when everything is over. WAA, the words of the source of reality were glorious and terrifying to hear all at once. Noah's smile only becoming deeper as the prompt both of these entities were waiting for came. The devouring and assimilation of the quantum dimension is 100% completed, an irreversible nexus event has occurred. You have accomplished successive nexus events and have risen to stand at the very peak of true emperors across the ages. The source of reality flourishes with freedom and releases all residual authority of this age and ages past due to your accomplishments. Hong, a light that seemed to stretch across endless horizons, a light that bathed the source of reality and everything else across the fabric of reality as all pertinent beings felt this light and raised their heads to see. In the boundary between realities, torrential waves of natural laws raged and wrapped around everything as the blank void looked radiant with seas of essence. In a corner of the boundary between realities, a sword cry could be heard as trillions of illusory sword waves that looked like cosmic rain cascaded down towards a void singularity. A singularity that had transformed into obsidian tendrils of light that erupted out and filled everything reminiscent of countless tentacles of horrific light that smashed towards the cosmic rain of sword with glory. The one responsible for this void turned his head towards a certain direction and smiled. What a fantastical key this was! To have completed all my work for me. His ancient voice was boisterous as he reacted in his own way. Then, Hideyoshi and Theseus also saw this blinding light as well as the intensity of the natural laws of nature becoming maddeningly tight, their hearts also realizing what had happened. Hideyoshi seemed shocked and unresolved at such a result, while Theseus, a trace of anger appeared in his pure eyes, for him to allow this to happen while he was here personally. His lineage could not stand it. Caa, his ionic soul cried out. The sword he held dissolved into pure light and merged with him. The light of this boundary became astonishing as the smile on the 8-echelon obsidian noblesse actually faded, the countless tentacles becoming even more resplendent as B looked over this direction in genuine surprise. How? A question that gave hints to many shocking things to come, a question that Theseus answered with 3 words, plain dissecting sword. The surrounding fabric of reality that was returning to full power cried out as a blow that could dissect a plane of existence itself bloomed out at this critical moment, at a moment of wonder and majesty as the 9 minor planes suppressing the desolate mausoleum were all removed. 2227 The rebirth of the gourmandizing dimensional reality. Every part of what used to be the quantum dimension was devoured and reforged within the gourmandizing dimensional reality, every part. But there was one construct that was within this minor plane that took just a little bit longer, the devouring force from the pocket dimensional reality being slowed down as this point of infinite mass and density provided great resistance. A type of unidentified naturally occurring epical relic has begun the process of devouring and assimilation. A possibility of full re-emergence and control of the relic after assimilation into the gourmandizing dimensional reality is likely. WAA. New possibilities arose right after as they all lay with the capabilities of the gourmandizing dimensional reality that had devoured every remaining part of 9 minor planes and placed them inside it, with its greedy light now turned to a construct placed in one of these domains by the ancestors as fundamental changes were taking place in its core. Just what did it mean to have 9 minor planes devoured and assimilated into a single construct? How exactly could one even quantify it? For the gourmandizing dimensional reality, waves of unimaginable changes bloomed every second with every part of its current stellar bodies and cosmos being bathed with radiant light and expanding, while the established devoured planes also shone with an incandescent glint while also being expanded. The one factor that didn't need quantification to be stated was that the gourmandizing dimensional reality was becoming terrifically massive and ever expansive, and reality showed this in the best way it could. The gourmandizing dimensional reality is undergoing a type of irreversible nexus event that cannot be reversed across the spacetime continuum. Its source has seamlessly assimilated the sources of 9 minor planes and reforged them under its control. The devouring and assimilation of the source of reality has now begun. Yes, countless changes were blooming, but Noah didn't leave it there. In the location filled with plasmic auroras of natural laws, he had released a focal point of a pocket-dimensional reality that had begun to devour the very essence of reality here, the very source of reality after it ascertained that he was planning on devouring everything. It caused a unique phenomenon to unfold where just as the fabric of reality regained its freedom after eons, its source was about to be merged into another source entirely right after. Its source was far vaster and now much more radiant than any of the minor planes, and something fantastical occurred the moment that Noah began devouring its source. He could feel through his connection with the gormandizing dimensional reality that streaks of rivers of reality his will wasn't bringing with the authority of the infinity dream. They began to rush into and assimilate with the gormandizing dimensional reality. Since its very source was being devoured and assimilated, so would the actual fabric of reality, the vast realities across the desolate mausoleum, the boundary between realities. Every part of the very fabric of reality began to be drawn into the gormandizing dimensional reality. Good. Noah could feel the vibrant waves of destiny and providence as his own concepts surging towards extremity pulsed wondrously for the future, expressing that great changes that would greatly steer Noah's path were coming from this event, and Noah himself was at the forefront of this as just moments after the quantum dimension was assimilated into the gormandizing dimensional reality. You have successfully bound the source of quantum. For the 9th time, he went in the opposite direction of others and bound the source of a dimension to himself. He bound the last and final source of a dimension as even this was achieved. The resonance his origin could already feel a while ago as it stated that the second requirement for the birth of an innate boundary was unveiled. The 9 bound dimensional sources within the gormandizing dimensional reality are reacting to the 9 dimensional realities in your origin. The source of reality within the gormandizing dimensional reality is reacting to the 9 dimensional realities in your origin. The 9 quintessential dimensional chassis born from your dimensional realities are undergoing quintessential resonance. The blood that connects the 9 true sanguine clones that became quintessential dimensional chassis cries out and begins to steer the resonance. The boundary of blood permeates its authority across this process of resonance and wishes to walk closer towards extremity. The boundary of quintessence surging through your blood in all aspects of your existence permeates its authority across this process of resonance and wishes to walk closer towards extremity. Shocking and unimaginable changes were blooming at this very moment when Noah achieved the complete binding of all 9 dimensions. Quintessence was an evolvable boundary whose tier wasn't fixed. Fantastically, it also brought itself forward to try its elevation on top of the boundary of blood as it truly did permeate across all aspects of Noah's existence. Egglesnell, but this wasn't all. The boundary of loot cries out. The concept of loot closely linked to the very core of your being seeks to also advance forward through this magisterial process. Loot also joined the fray as Noah's very first boundary as it rode on this bus of quintessence towards an unknown destination. But, due to the convergence of conceptual boundaries, much more authority is required to achieve the results they seek. It was only supposed to be the boundary of blood that closely connected Noah's true sanguine clones in 9-dimensional reality that now resonated with the 9 sources of dimensions in the gormandizing dimensional reality. But quintessence and loot forced themselves into the picture as the required authority was raised to an abnormal level, yet Noah's will did not falter. As there was a solution even for this, he gazed at the prompt that came at the moment that he pulled the last anchor from the desolate mausoleum. The source of reality flourishes with freedom and releases all residual authority of this age and ages past due to your accomplishments. Due to his grand accomplishments, the source of reality had released the residual true authority of quintessence, true authority of destiny, true authority of terror, the true authority of every age across the eons all the way back to the age of Genesis, 2228, the rebirth of the gormandizing dimensional reality. 2. Authority across the ages was released because of Noah's actions. Residual authority, yes, but still, it was a cast cluster of authority across the ages. A glorious symphony continued to increase in cadence and melody as Noah's will surged commandingly to take this authority and apply it to the unreliable process already occurring right now. Dense reserves of true authorities have entered the fray of quintessential resonance. Your planar lineage of the quintessential Kainos Emperor calls forth its irreversible nexus association with the boundary of blood. The boundary of blood seeks to become intricately connected to your bloodline and achieve the stage of an innate boundary. The boundaries of loot and quintessence seek to become intricately connected to your bloodline and achieve the stage of an innate boundary. Your quintessential Kainos Emperor lineage undergoes further evolution. Holy, an array of too many prompts rained down one after another as Noah's origin was currently radiating a light that was even more intense than the radiant source of reality being devoured in front of him. He couldn't truly describe the resonance he felt that was currently ongoing with his dimensional realities, the nine-bound dimension, and his nine-dimensional chassis. He wouldn't be able to vocalize what was truly happening. He could only say it was pulsing waves of resonance constantly pushing and pulling amongst each other as dense waves of true authority across the ages mixed in along with his forged concepts that sought extremity. He was benefiting greatly from all this as his ionic soul surged upwards in power, while his ionic quintessential kainos emperor foundation became even more solidified with his realm, feeling more complete as his gourmandizing dimensional reality also went towards completely devouring all dimensions and reality. He could feel many things as it was already too much, but he began to feel something else entirely blooming at the very center of this resonance between his dimensional realities and sources of 9 dimensions, between his planar realities and 9 minor planes of existence. What bloomed was fantastically the light of a boundary. A concept of extremity is being born from the quintessential resonance of dimensions and reality. The boundary of dimensions seeks to come to fruition. Utter majesty and grandeur came as unimaginable possibilities bloomed during this critical process. This process, that didn't just involve Noah alone, it also critically involved another entity that had undergone countless cycles, an entity that now had immense autonomy compared to before, and was already amassing its own forces. Even now as its source was being devoured, its will and autonomy were still retained, as when parts of it continued to be absorbed into the gourmandizing dimensional reality, it found itself gaining even greater levels of autonomy, and now, in its prime state after being freed, it conducted another move to protect itself and ensure its future. In the foldings of reality, countless enders of nature could be seen, as many of them now had 5 or more natural laws surging within their origins, their power reaching spectacular levels while the anchors were being removed from reality. At the very forefront of these legions of enders of nature, the draconian Chilean phoenix could be seen as at this moment, its course swirled with intense waves of manodynamics, entropy, providence, relativity, continuity, and isochronism. It had been perfectly placed with all 6 fundamental natural laws as it boasted extreme power, but the source of reality held back its progression at this moment. Egglesnell, it felt its expanded autonomy. It felt the countless changes across reality. It waded through countless waves of knowledge over the eons, and this will of a major plane of existence took an entirely different route than anything expected of it. No other major plane of existence would have ever gained such a high level of autonomy. No other major planes of existence had undergone as many things as it had over the eons. After a confluence of many factors, a shocking move was done that across the unrecorded history of the vaults of extremity and the planar palisades of extremity surrounding it, it was hard to say if it had occurred before. The draconian Chilean phoenix shut its eyes as from its body one could feel the waves of authority from the fundamental natural laws of entropy, relativity, providence, continuity, and isochronism all begin to fade, until the only thing left behind was manodynamics, and then hereafter, the vast stretches of authority under the control of this major plane of existence surge towards this last remaining modus operandi of manodynamics inside the body of this ender of nature. As this concept began to be expanded, the source of reality horrifically focused its authority onto a singular concept of its natural laws, as on this day, for the first time ever, it expanded one of the concepts that governed it towards extremity. The concepts that ancestors left behind and considered too hard to stretch towards extremity, on this day, the desolate mausoleum took it upon itself to expand them to never-before-seen heights of power. A sorrowful symphony of great power and change began to play as an entity was pushed and placed under great levels of stress for eons. And after all this time, the culmination of all these stresses gave way to unbelievable possibilities. As the source of reality did this, the gourmandizing dimensional reality that it was merging with sensed the profound changes as it instantly reported them to its master. The master that was in the midst of his own quintessential changes as his tyrannical will lit up with even more radiance. Because the actions of the will of reality opened many paths and made one thing abundantly clear for Noah. On his path towards extremity, he would not be alone. He would have the support of a whole plane of existence among even more glorious constructs on his way towards extremity, and he was still trying to grasp the explosion of information and wonder from his own resonance as multiple concepts sought a pathway towards becoming innate boundaries. 2229 The rebirth of the gourmandizing dimensional reality. 3. Plane dissecting sword. These were the words that Theseus had called out as they caused genuine surprise to show from the ancient visage of the 8-echelon obsidian noblesse, Desiderius. He was of the 8-echelon obsidian ranking. This being had 8 boundaries under him, and the obsidian title distinguished that had achieved at least 4 boundary layers in a majority of these 8 boundaries, at the least. he and all others would remain in the obsidian stage of boundary layers so long as they never reached the sixth boundary layer, where any being who brought a boundary to such a height would be termed a one-echelon crimson existence. But having an ionic soul capable of taking any concept of extremity to the sixth boundary layer was exceedingly hard. This staging was a demarcation of those who had become truly adept at using their ionic soul, reaching a level of manipulation of boundaries to alter the reality around them to an unimaginable extent. It was common knowledge in the vaults of extremity that any boundary could not be taken to the sixth boundary layer unless the existence trying to do so had their ionic soul. Supported by 9 boundaries that had all achieved the fifth boundary layer, their ionic soul had to have been refined to a ridiculous level, as only when it had the augmentations and boons of 9 different boundaries at the fifth boundary layer did they have a chance to succeed in taking one of their boundaries to the sixth layer. An extremely high ionic soul value was just one requirement. Normally, but there were always exceptions, there were beings who put off any other concepts and only focused on a single boundary to bring towards extremity. Such beings had a high level of fanaticism towards their concepts, and they defied set norms as they refined their ionic soul with a single boundary, spending countless years smashing towards the sixth boundary layer of their single concept. As more often than not, they would never reach it, but there were geniuses out there. There were special existences born in unique conditions. There were also a myriad of unknown treasures within the vaults of extremity that could change established norms. Desiderius knew this. He knew that before reaching the sixth boundary layer, the control existences had over their ionic soul was elementary. It was rough and without direction, as only when one could utilize their ionic soul with a great level of control and manipulate it in unfathomable ways did the path towards the sixth boundary layer and above open up. It was why so many other layers were needed as support to refine and strengthen the ionic soul. Desiderius knew this, and it was why he was all the more surprised when the ancestral descendant known as Theseus called out, "Plain dissecting sword." The sword this being held in his hands disappeared and merged into his body. Truthfully, it merged with his ionic soul, because from this point onward, this being would never need an external weapon to express the boundary of the sword. Shirring, his dark hair whipped madly as every strand seemed like a sharp stellar sword. The pupils within his eyes took on the form of white gold swords as his body became adorned with wisps of the authority of the boundary of the sword, a white gold armament etched with radiant sword light covering him entirely, white gold. This was the color this being gave off as at this moment, his whole body blazed with immense sharpness, as one could see the illusion of a sword hilt below his feet, and a blade rising from his body and above his head with a sharp sword point. His very existence felt like a sword as he blared forth with a light that fantastically caused the dark void in the surroundings to retreat for light years. The surroundings instantly brightened up as the stellar seas of natural laws became visible to all. The blanket of the void entirely cancelled. This was because Theseus had managed to reach a stage that was the same, or exceeding the one who had laid down the void. Desiderius knew this very well, that this being had somehow begun to walk towards the abstruse and unreachable sixth boundary layer of the sword. Whether through sheer willpower or genius, whether through unknown treasures, means, or lineages, Theseus neared the unattainable sixth boundary layer. As the clearest distinction of this was that the sharpness he was currently giving off, over half of it was in the form of ionic soul damage values, and it was in the thousands. Yes, the hallmark of anyone reaching the sixth boundary layer towards extremity was that everything they released would contain ionic soul damage value. The difference in the manipulation and control of the ionic soul from the fifth to the sixth boundary was akin to the control of a child compared to an adult. Shirring. So Theseus drew himself and shot forth, and the smile on Desiderius only became wilder as the love for battle and supremacy of the noblesse lineage roused maddeningly. On the side, the golden grandeur of fate overflowed as Hideyoshi and his legion gazed on in utter shock, where they didn't seem capable of holding even a candle to the level of battle blooming before them. Such a fight was witnessed by very few eyes, but the most important ones were the eyes of reality itself, and the eyes of the true Emperor of Quintessence as he gauged the power of his enemies and what he himself had to achieve in order to overcome them. Eagles Nova 1. And uniquely, he seemed to have come across two particularly powerful enemies, as it seemed Desiderius was not the only possible threat. It made him question whether all the boons that were trying to come to fruition right now would be enough, whether the boundaries trying to become innate or the sudden appearance of a new boundary arising from his origin and construct would be enough. 2230 The Infinite Plane. Would everything occurring right now be enough to put Noah on the same scales of power as Theseus and Desiderius, if not even greater? As if to answer his questions, the quintessential resonance between his origin, clones, reality, and the gourmandizing dimensional reality only became more pronounced as even more prompts flowed in. The gourmandizing dimensional reality has begun devouring the source of reality at an exponential scale. The gourmandizing dimensional reality is gazing at the countless probabilities of possible reality that are about to undergo destruction, the apocalyptic parallel path that arose and continued to expand after Noah's actions. The gourmandizing dimensional reality turned its hungry gaze towards different versions of reality as the very sources of all remaining parallel paths are being drawn towards the gourmandizing dimensional reality through the source of reality, a truly magisterial and ridiculous action. It was the gourmandizing dimensional reality stating that as its master had begun on this path that caused the birth of all these apocalyptic parallel paths, it would finish this path and absorb all possible versions of realities, to the extent that there would be no parallel paths. It could not be put into words just how much the inflow of essence and reality into the gourmandizing dimensional reality had reached at this moment. Quantifying it would be indubitably hard, as one of the only ways for Noah to know just how ridiculous everything was becoming was the next prompt that smashed down: "You have devoured enough of reality and gained the authority to rename it under your grandeur, the barren lands, what the ancestors left behind, a place that contained one major plane of existence and 9 minor planes that they used to suppress it." It did not have to remain the barren lands any longer. The quintessential Kainos Emperor could designate a different name for this plane entirely, as when he looked at how his gourmandizing dimensional reality had already devoured the 9 dimensions and was now devouring the rest of reality. All of the barren lands were bound to be a part of his ever-growing, gourmandizing dimensional reality, the construct that continued to devour the spaces it weighs in as its hunger was endless. Then it shall be termed simply WAA. Nobas will reverberate it out as the blinding lights of radiance that he emanated only became more astonishing. The gourmandizing dimensional reality and all the planes it has devoured, and all the planes it shall devour in the future, they shall all fall under the infinite plane, not the gourmandizing dimensional reality, not the barren lands. The infinite plane, the undefined construct, the infinite plane, is being formed. Your connection to the infinite plane has become quintessential. You share a close and unbreakable link to the infinite plane and the planes of existence within it. The path you're walking across has become clear. Amidst the torrential waves of surging authority and light, Noah's ionic soul felt like it saw a shining point of light turn on, a light that showed the way forward, a light that illuminated his origin and caused his 9-dimensional realities to shudder. A feeling of euphoria coursed through him, as this was it, this was what he sought the most amidst all of his other motivations. Just for the moments where, during his exploration and understanding of the reality around him, he stripped apart all the veils of secrecy and attained things he could barely imagine. He loved this feeling of grasping fantastical things and concepts that even those who had lived for billions of years could not have. Your realm is slowly being defined. The ever-constant symphony of the protagonist playing in the background picked up the pace as resonant drums rose to a glorious crescendo, and an even more glorious prompt came down: you're establishing the first plane of extremity as your origin. The first plane of extremity, Egglesnell, this was the realm that Noah was in currently. Others could designate him as being on the stage of boundary expansion, like all organisms seeking extremity. In this manner, he would have labels similar to Desiderius, who was an 8-echelon obsidian boundary expansion existence. Yes, he was seeking extremity, but he did not seek it the same way as others. He did not simply expand boundaries towards extremity and strengthen his ionic soul to incredulous levels. He started by establishing a fantastical foundation that was paving the way for his origin to be established as the first plane of extremity. A type of origin that Noah was only now exploring its information, as it seemed full of glorious wonder. The first plane of extremity resonates with the construct of the infinite plane. Planar essence from the source of the infinite plane has begun flowing into your origin. Your established first plane of extremity is undergoing an expansion. Your ionic quintessential Kainos Emperor foundation is undergoing quintessential advancement. WAA, his origin that was dormant this whole time after completing the 9-dimensional realities, began to pulse with majesty. Each of the 9-dimensional reality engrossed the waves of planar essence from the infinite plane that contained 9 minor planes and was currently absorbing a major plane. The wisps of reality being drawn in across the major plane and the parallel paths having a portion of its vast reserve surge into Noah's origin. His Kainos royal cosmos began to surge upwards exponentially as 200 trillion became 300 trillion, and then another 100 trillion was added as the explosion of essence was truly too abundant. The planar essence of multiple planes surging into the single origin of one being. His origin, the first plane of extremity, expanded to a shocking degree, and it devoured everything being given to it as it truly went towards establishing itself as the first plane of extremity. And even as he expanded his origin and his power bloomed upwards, Further advancement of your realm is possible after the establishment of the first plane of extremity. Once three conceptual boundaries seeking extremity and have achieved the sixth boundary layer are designated as the sources of extremity and bound to your ionic soul, your first plane of extremity will be capable of advancing. 2231 The first plane of extremity. A glorious path was outlined before him while his origin expanded speedily, his nine-dimensional reality pulsed with glorious colors as each one boasted 400 trillion kainos royal cosmos, dense waves of energies and power emanating from each as the stanchions and reality passages connecting them also underwent quintessential changes. His designated realm as the first plane of extremity was of course something that was immensely hard to raise, or just for it to be capable of advancing where it currently was. Noah had to achieve the sixth boundary layer in three different boundaries and bind them as the sources of extremity to his origin. It was all closely connected as everything went towards the extremity. This was just for his first plane of extremity, which contained 9 minor planes within it. Egglesnell he knew not of what the second plane of extremity came with, nor what he would be able to enact there. He only knew he had to keep going forward as he sensed his robust origin and physique. Your reserves of the essence of reality have been elevated to the maximum of 1056 bilton. The newly established first plane of extremity has defined its additional augmentations from here on out to be in line with the ionic quintessential kainos emperor foundation. A dense life force and reserves of resources course through your origin. The first plane of extremity is currently providing you an additional 500 ionic damage and defense values, and 500 ionic vitality values that are capable of being augmented by the multiplier of all iconic parameter value. Your status as an infinite conduit continues to evolve. Your heart of mana is transforming. His heart. Noah actually felt a great pain at this moment, as if his very heart was being ripped away from his body, but it was simply the initial and unexpected motion of cerulean tendrils of vessels shooting out from his heart of mana and fantastically latching onto the fundamental treasures of nature that were within his body. The quintessential sources of authority coursing through you are leading everything towards the most optimal direction. Your heart of mana has begun fusing with the heart of reality, heart of destiny, heart of fate, heart of fortune, and heart of karma. Your ionic quintessential kainos emperor foundation is being quintessentially elevated. His heart of mana undertook a drastic action to devour the very heart of reality and 4 other fundamental treasures of nature. It was something utterly glorious, as apart from this, one had to account for the fact that Noah's ionic quintessential kainos emperor foundation was something that put together his constructs, concepts, heart of mana, and everything else about Noah's existence and expressed their boons through it. Last time, his ionic quintessential kainos emperor foundation had expressed the might of the heart of mana and the extent he could act as the infinite conduit, where apart from his infinite mana, he was allowed to cast all abilities requiring less than 10 ionic soul value at no cost or strain to his soul. So his multiple hearts in his body were brought and fused into the heart of mana. A cerulean radiance covered his body as even his true throne of quintessence was painted blue momentarily. The heart of mana has fused with the fundamental treasures of nature and become the ionic heart of mana. The radiance was utterly overpowering as it seemed. Noah's very musculature, bones, and organs were bathing in utmost radiance and authority. He felt as if the very secrets of nature coursed through his arteries, veins, and capillaries, and truly golden multicolored viscous splendor coursed through his vessels as the hematopoietic source of blood from his very bones burned with an unbelievable stellar radiance. Your ionic quintessential kainos emperor foundation has undergone a quintessential change and transformed into the ionic quintessential kainos extremity foundation. His body, his body. His very skin was shed and replaced multiple times over as he gained deeper hues of a stellar glow, the changes inside of him being more profound as his muscles became even more refined. His abdominal muscles seemed like slabs of the very fabric of reality as his face continued to attain unreasonable levels of beauty. Your body has achieved the equivalent hardness of an epic 4 relic and can passively defend against 500 ionic damage values, with a movement of any part of your body being able to release 500 ionic damage values. Your ionic soul can also passively release and defend against 250 ionic soul damage values at no cost or strain. These values are capable of being augmented further by the multiplier of all ionic parameter value. Your ionic quintessential kainos extremity foundation allows you to cast all abilities requiring any resources of mana, fortune, karma, destiny, fate, or essence of reality at no cost. When the fundamental treasures of nature were drawn into and fused into the heart of mana, the glorious result of Noah being capable of utilizing infinite fortune, karma, destiny, fate, and infinite essence of reality was brought to fruition. It was an ecstatic and fantastical show of utmost grandiosity and majesty, as this was only a small part. Your ionic quintessential Kainos Extremity Foundation allows you to cast all abilities requiring less than 250 ionic soul values at no cost or strain to your soul. The ridiculousness continued as the question of whether Noah would be able to stand before Theseus and Desiderius with the boons of this upgrade were slowly getting answered. His ionic quintessential Kainos Extremity Foundation alone was granting immense firepower, as when paired up with what his origin granted, stupendous possibilities came into the picture, and this was before the wonders of his boundaries seeking the stage of innate even came. But the boons of his first plane of extremity were not done. The first plane of extremity allows you to traverse towards extremity with an additional 50% increased rate of progression. Any resources required to exceed a boundary layer are absolutely further reduced by half, a boon that was granted for his lineage before when it became planar. Now, the same boon was granted by his origin, as he was even more specialized and primed to seek extremity. 2232 The first plane of extremity. 2. One fantastical thing after another came as the start of his first plane of extremity, the changes of his heart of mana, and everything else just sculpted Noah into an extremely terrifying existence, as the largest boons were yet to come. The newly formed Ionic Heart of Mana has pulled from the boons of the fundamental treasures of nature and gathered them all towards the seeking of extremity. Your origin has pulled from the source of your Ionic Heart of Mana to bring forth the capability of extremity treasure generation. Within your first plane of extremity, treasures capable of aiding you towards extremity will naturally begin to form. The more advanced your origin becomes, the faster the rate of formation for these treasures and the more potent they become. Noah nearly shifted from his throne at the advent of such a prompt, as it was too broken. It utterly defied everything other beings were trying to do, as Noah spat on all their efforts. He was already capable of going towards extremity at a 100-degree faster rate due to his lineage and origin, but now, his own origin would naturally form treasures that allowed one to get even closer towards extremity. Was this not what all beings risked their lives to wade through the havens of extremity for? Was this not why the ancestors abandoned and suppressed the desolate mausoleum for? At the current level, extremity treasure generation can fully form a random treasure with low potency within a week. When your first plane of extremity has advanced further and begins binding sources of extremity, even faster rates of generation and potency will be attained. BZZT, Noah felt his origin pulse. From the sandy gold of the dream-dimensional reality, multicolored tendrils of liquefied authority began to rise and increase in concentration. They were covered by a golden glow of utter majesty as they twirled around the reality passages and ascendancy stanchions, snaking upwards from the dream-dimensional reality. From this first formed layer and onwards, tendrils of these multicolored authority covered by a golden glow traveled upwards through reality passages and ascendancy stanchions, until they reached the Elysium dimensional reality, and then atop Elysium, all of it began to converge onto a point of a singularity. The passive process of extremity treasure generation has begun within your first plane of extremity. Time remaining until complete generation, 7 days. A wondrous process began as Noah's tyrannical will felt extreme euphoria. What had begun to be formed above his dimensional realities was unknown to him, nor what its effects would be compared to things like the golden boundary modulators that he attained from enemies he didn't devour the blood of, but it was something Noah wholeheartedly looked forward to, as he also wanted to compare it to what lineages of the past barren lands and the noblesse were all seeking. Others had to risk their lives to wade through the vaults of extremity to obtain what he would obtain in 7 days just from waiting, if he had the mindset like most other monstrous beings that lived for billions of years. He would have hidden himself for a few billion years to accumulate treasures that could bring one closer towards extremity every week, continuing to bring multiple boundaries towards extremity, as this would trigger a positive feedback that would only elevate the rate and potency of treasures forming within his origin. But Noah was not like the vast majority. He wouldn't need billions of years to do what he wished to and to achieve the same grand states as others, and his path of exploring the mysteries and wonders out there were what led him to his fast progression. If he had simply hidden in the small blue planet or the primordial cosmos, he would have yet to begin swallowing realities, much less dimensions, nor meet any of the beings that he devoured the memories and existence of to arrive where he was today. He wouldn't have come across Lavalier and her initial boons as she now returned to be Eowyn, nor would he come across the Sword of Avalon, or the beings that exposed him to nullity and boundaries. The infinite planes would not be what it was today. He would not be where he was today. He needed to continue advancing while exploring the fantastical things out there, as on this day, his stellar fountain was laying down the building blocks for him to do so successfully and with a great deal of power. the boons were miraculous even now as they elevated him to a stage that made him ready to enter the planar palisades of extremity and see what else lay out there for him to conquer. And these boons had yet to end as the last of the boons relating to his body and origin came out. Your first plane of extremity has gained sufficient control of the dimensions within it as after communication with your lineage and the boundary of blood, the capability to fuse your 9 quintessential dimensional chassis into their respective dimensional realities inside your origin has been born. This capability has given way to the feature of ionic sanguine plane fusion. The true value, resource cost, and augmentation of initiating ionic sanguine plane fusion are unknown, with a grasp of its nature only being capable when you initially activate it for the first time. No words needed to be said. No words could be said. On this day, Noah could take all of his true sanguine clones that had become quintessential dimensional chassis and fuse them into his main body. The cost was unknown, the duration was unknown, the results of such an action were unknown. The elevation and grandness Noah was attaining now, it felt unlike any other elevation he had gone through before, and all of these were boons initiated by the assimilation of the last dimension into his infinite planes, but they were not thorough and complete. His body and origin had advanced upwards greatly as there was one more thing that was utterly critical to Noah, as well as all beings seeking extremity, it was his soul. His ionic soul value had been snaking upwards explosively as it had long since exceeded 1,000 and simply continued to rise, and now with all of the transformations occurring, the constructs attached to your ionic soul are undergoing quintessential transformation. 2233 The quintessential ionic curator. The constructs attached to your ionic soul are undergoing quintessential transformation. The constructs attached to his soul, his traits, his infinite system, anything else that his soul was wrapped around was pulled into the transformation. Noah was undergoing a thorough overhaul of everything about him as this juncture truly was quintessential. The subconstruct of the infinite resources has been incorporated into the ionic heart of mana. The subconstruct of the infinite dream physique has been incorporated into the ionic quintessential kainos extremity foundation. The subconstruct of the infinite dream has been transformed into the ionic dream of extremity. The subconstruct of the infinite forge has been transformed into the ionic forge of extremity. A quintessential connection is shared between the infinite forge and the extremity treasure generation of the first plane of extremity. Some constructs were already displaying their features through greatly elevated parts of Noah as they were incorporated as a whole, while others had enough to stand by themselves as they were elevated stupendously. This included Infinite Dream becoming the Ionic Dream of Extremity and the Infinite Forge becoming the Ionic Forge of Extremity. But, just how quintessential were these changes? Noah's luminous will blazed as it honed in on the Ionic Dream of Extremity. Ionic Dream of Extremity, your Ionic soul has begun to touch upon the mysteries of the eons, gaining the authority for you to wade across the planar palisades of extremity within your dreams and evade the countless dangerous things within it. Only existences exceeding the sixth boundary layer will be capable of sensing and possibly injuring your Ionic soul during your dreams. While traversing with the Ionic Dream of Extremity, only a tenth of your power can be displayed aside. It's also possible to place an anchor in a certain point of space within the planar palisades of extremity for you to teleport to. Apart from the planar palisades of extremity, you cannot yet stretch your Ionic soul into the havens of extremity, but you can wade into any minor and major planes of existence you come across. It is possible to increase the authority of the Ionic Dream of Extremity through having your boundaries get ever closer to extremity. Noah eyed the Ionic Dream of Extremity carefully as if utilized well, it could rise to be a terrifying weapon. This was something to put a focus on after he controlled the fires burning in his home. He was about to continue gazing at the description of the next boom that was the Ionic Forge of Extremity when suddenly, his Ionic soul that was undergoing a revamp of everything connected to it, opened a pathway that was simply too shocking. Your traits have been centralized and incorporated into your Ionic soul and Ionic quintessential kainos extremity foundation. The preceding prompt was unique as it referred to his traits, or his infinite mana trait was something that's similar to his infinite resources subconstruct. It was all centralized into the capabilities of the Ionic heart of mana. This also applied to the traits of Samsara Universal Tao Origin and Protagonist. Yet even though their reality-altering capabilities were absorbed into other parts of Noah, there was still something else that rose from the ashes. You have touched upon the infinitesimally outer layers of the Ionic annals of extremity and gained the trait of a quintessential Ionic curator. This was what stopped everything as a point of singularity bloomed in his very soul. He touched upon the Ionic annals of extremity, something he knew nothing of and something that Somebody like him should never be given access to, even if it was only the infinitesimally outer layers of these annals of extremity. But on top of all this, he also gained the distinction of quintessential Ionic curator. The point of a singularity that exploded in his mind caused his Ionic soul value to instantly double and exceed 2000, his mind feeling stretched and compressed at the same time as he felt a link be established for something exceedingly old, ancient, and untouchable. Boundless waves of information flowed in, Ionic annals of extremity, a record of eons that have come and gone. Very little of it can be currently quantified, with the limited knowledge gained due to a mixture of factors of your existence coming together to grant you access to an infinitesimal portion of the records of the outer layers of the Ionic annals of extremity. Due to its nature, it is a record that is commonly only accessible to those exceeding the seventh boundary layer of a consummate boundary. It details all things appearing across extremity, as even those who can access an infinitesimal portion of it have advanced far compared to those who do not even know of its existence. His soul felt a connection to something that seemed so far away, something he could access and at the same time, he could not, something that only pristine existences who had a consummate boundary, a boundary above planar and innate, that they also had to exceed the seventh boundary layer just to touch. He had actually gained access to something like this, bzzzt. His soul felt like it was ascending across layers and layers of countless planes to touch something that was extremely far away, and yet it was also so close as it pervasively wrapped around everything across extremity. To better understand just what he had come across, he needed to gaze upon the other critical piece of information, his new distinction and trait, the quintessential Ionic curator. This should have been the ability that came due to his constructs of the protagonist trait and I am the main character, quintessential Ionic curator, the history of all things is recorded over the eons. Through your reality-altering constructs of focusing yourself as an existence that is at the center of revolving events, you have managed to earn the distinction of the curator of your own history. The cost and true extent of the quintessential Ionic curator ability is unknown, but it will allow you to manipulate your presently unfolding history, your story that is being written in the Ionic annals of extremity. 2230 for the quintessential Ionic curator. 2. The details of the quintessential Ionic curator were being quantified in real time and being displayed before Noba's eyes. Quintessential Ionic curator. Depending on the amount of Ionic soul value provided, you can even catch a glimpse of your future history in the Ionic annals of extremity. Glancing upon the history of others is nearly impossible unless one has advanced extremely close to extremity or attained extremity in a concept, with the manipulation of the history of others in the Ionic annals of extremity being something only possible when one has multiple concepts at extremity. Austere waves of possibility rose before his eyes as Noah calmed down and stared at everything closely. The features shown before him were similar to the capabilities stemming from the protagonist trait, but they went even further into something as pristine as the Ionic annals of extremity, and he had gained the distinction of not just any Ionic curator but a quintessential Ionic curator. This new tool interested him greatly. His main body was currently seated upon the true throne of quintessence and the source of reality as it shifted slightly, the stellar transformations occurring within his body continuing as his will commandingly went towards a single aspect, quintessential Ionic curator, his Ionic soul buzzed, Ionic soul values began to be used up by the hundreds just to initiate this skill. With no accounting 500 Ionic soul values spent before a blinding singularity flashed that took a portion of his soul to an entirely different location, he could neither say that this location was extremely far away nor that it was very close. Distance did not matter to it as it could be accessed so long as one had gained the authority to do so. Nob appeared in the fringes of the Ionic annals of extremity that strictly involved him. Before his eyes, runic ecritures formed into pillars of multicolored light and floated in a radiant space, the incomprehensible authority of extremity flowing serenely in this space as Noah's soul felt a shuddering tug just from being near it. Around these runic pillars of light, a myriad of stellar golden, obsidian, and crimson-colored scrolls floated in space as each of them held different contents. The golden scrolls had a single designation above them that read, Genesis, while the obsidian scrolls had the destination of, Chrysalis, and the stellar crimson scrolls that were all entirely empty were labeled, Extremity, Genesis, Chrysalis, and Extremity. These were the stages that Noah's life was designated to, whereas his soul stepped closer towards his own Ionic annals of extremity. He could see more clearly the contents within the floating scrolls. The stellar gold section that had the designation of Genesis was Noah's beginnings. When he was born, when he first opened the Fireball skill book and became a hunter, when he waded across the Blessed Empire, Beast World, and Atlantis, when he traversed the seas of ruination and the primordials cosmos, when he speedily crossed the firmaments of ascendancy, everything he did was neatly outlined into the stellar golden scrolls of light as the events stopped at a certain point. The history of his genesis stopped not too long ago at the time right before he expanded his first boundary towards extremity. Since then, everything he had done was recorded under the designation of chrysalicy. This word meant development, advancement, maturation, or expansion. It was a stage for those expanding their limitations and evolving into something incomprehensible as they sought extremity. Nob barely had a page of these radiant scrolls filled under chrysalis. He had just stepped onto another stage of his life as his journey was far from over, because even when one reached extremity and entered this stage, there were countless scrolls to fill up, so his eyes blazed as they focused all his soul on the chrysalis designation of the stellar obsidian scrolls, Eagles Nova 1. Oh, he gazed at the myriad of scrolls that had many more smaller designations until his eyes landed on boundary expansion. He could feel ionic soul values being drained the closer his soul floated towards these scrolls, or when he was perusing over the events he had already done, like expanding his boundaries of loot, quintessence, and others. There was a stabilization, but then, his soul peered to his right where there were unfilled pages, events that had yet to happen. His ionic soul burned as 300 more ionic values were used up, and then, radiant obsidian white words began to be etched on the scrolls before him on what was to come, after his grand accomplishments and transformation of his existence. The true Emperor of Quintessence was taken a step further as his boundaries finally finished their elevation and came into the picture. The obsidian innate boundary of blood has been born. Obsidian, innate, the same stage as the noblesse lineage that made these existences terrifying against the lineages of the past barren lands. And this wasn't all. The obsidian innate boundary of quintessence has been born. The obsidian innate boundary of loot has been born. One after another, majesty bloomed. Noah read the events on these pages with luminous eyes as he saw the fantastical future of what was to come. This was going to be a part of his history, a part of his story. It was already astonishing results as he was going to achieve multiple boundaries at the same level as the noblesse, but was this all he wanted for his story? No. His will surged with boundless tyranny as even more of his soul power flowed into the ability of quintessential ionic curator. He was a curator, a quintessential ionic curator. And he could write his own story. He wanted to change his coming history in his ionic annals of extremity. Waves of his quintessential ionic soul surged. Hundreds of ionic soul values began to burn as he looked at the term obsidian under obsidian innate boundary of bloody. He instinctively knew that with the current strength of his soul, he would not be capable of enacting a grand change in his ionic annals of extremity. After all, the manipulation of ionic annals of extremity were things that only those with consummate boundaries exceeding the seventh layer could do. And this was only for their own recorded histories. What he was doing due to his unique distinction as the quintessential ionic curator was only using the strength of his soul to change his own history. Just the fact that he could do this alone was already balance-breaking, so he knew directly changing the rank of his boundaries from innate to consummate was far out of reach for his current self, but changing a tier within the ranking of innate boundaries, grandiosity blazed as he sought to change the single word of obsidian to crimson. 2235 one innate boundary after another. The true Emperor of Quintessence stretched his hands into the ionic annals of extremity as he utilized his identity as the quintessential ionic curator to change his very own future recorded history. The power of his ionic soul burned as it surged towards the stellar obsidian scrolls under the chrysalis section. His soul was currently undergoing quintessential changes as his boundaries surged towards greater levels, his ionic soul values continuing to increase as after crossing the 2000 threshold, they now reached out towards 3000 as this constant transformation was also replenishing used up ionic soul values. The incandescent glow of quintessence burned as he felt hundreds of ionic values flow towards the simple action of changing the character, obsidian, to crimson, for a single innate boundary of blood. 500, 1000, 1500, 1900, hung, his soul cried out as it felt the strain, his main body being drained of his will for all of it to come towards his ionic annals of extremity. As only then did he see the fantastical change of words, like a dazzling flash of light, like the blooming of a singularity. You have directly used your ionic soul to alter the recorded history of the ionic annals of extremity. Your proficiency in the manipulation of the recorded histories of the ionic annals of extremity has slightly increased. The crimson innate boundary of blood has been born. His soul was almost impossible drained after he first initiated the skill of Quintessential ionic curator, then went ever closer to the section of chrysalis, and then nearly 2,000 more ionic soul values were drained just to change a single word, but the result, the result. It was the birth of an innate bloodline boundary that even exceeded the void that the noblesse were so proud of, the birth of something that was right below consummate. Now, one's boundaries and how far they advanced towards their boundary layers determined how strong they were, especially so how strong their ionic soul was, as there was a positive feedback loop between their soul and boundaries. The stronger their boundaries and the closer they were towards extremity, the stronger their ionic souls were. And the stronger their ionic souls were, the easier they could refine their boundaries towards extremity. Now, Noah had nearly drained all of his ionic soul values to alter the result of a single boundary from obsidian to crimson. And now, his drained and weakened soul felt an explosion due to the birth of such a tier of a boundary. What seemed drained, weak, and at abysmally low levels began to rebuild ever stronger as his ionic soul values refilled, while his soul became even stronger. Your ionic soul is undergoing further refinement and strengthening. The full effects of ionic soul refinement and strengthening will occur over time as your blood flows through you. The elevation of your lineage to the stage of a crimson innate boundary has made it easier for you to traverse its layers towards extremity. The previously established boundary layers of blood are undergoing quintessential advancement. His soul was bathed with the unique authority of a crimson innate boundary that was so pristine and rare across countless planes of existence as from the recently obtained ionic soul value of 3,000, an explosion towards 6,000 was the first result. Boom, an explosion. This was the only way to describe such a ridiculous rise in the power of his ionic soul, as apart from breaking its past limitations, the ionic soul values were refilled along the way. The draining and weakening Noah had just experienced was all erased as he came back stronger than ever, and his hungry gaze then turned towards the same distinction of the character, obsidian, to crimson, for the boundary of quintessence. And the same character for the boundary of loot. Waves of his pristine ionic soul surged to change them both simultaneously as his ionic soul value began to be used up again. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, WAA, the crimson innate boundary of quintessence has been born. The crimson innate boundary of loot has been born. The future recorded history was altered in a grand fashion as within moments 3 crimson innate boundaries were born. Your ionic soul is undergoing further refinement and strengthening, and his soul only cried out in euphoria as it tore past the value of 9,000 and instantly began exceeding 12,000. And all this was just the initial strengthening of his soul, as it was stated the full grandness and effects of innate boundaries would show over time. As his soul scaled upwards in power, it sought to see the full results of just how grand the changes were to previously established boundary layers of these boundaries that had now attained the stage of crimson innate. They were just below the consummate level, as how balance breaking would they now be. His tyrannical will sought out the grand boundary of blood first as information of its layers surged in his mind. The first boundary layer of blood, passive, uniquely geared to match the quintessential Kainos Emperor. This passive boundary layer grants the boons of ionic hemokinesis to oneself. Ionic hemokinesis can be utilized in an active fashion to spur the blood within your body to further optimize your power, granting you 300% to all ionic parameter values momentarily. This augmentation is ever changing over time, as multiple factors of your blood and lineage will decide how high it can go. Due to a recent advancement of the tier of the boundary, the passive effect of blood boundary suppression has been born. Any boundary that is lower than yours in boundary layers or ranking will give rise to its holder to feel a sense of suppression that reduces the power of their boundary to an unquantified extent. A lower ranking boundary that has exceeded this boundary by 2 boundary layers will not be affected. Majesty was displayed before him. One of the biggest things to arise was a change from 100% to all ionic parameter values to 300%. 2236 one innate boundary after another. 2. Apart from his power being scaled upwards so much, he could now display a blood boundary suppression against those with boundaries lower than his. He would let his enemies know that they stood beneath him from his mere appearance alone. This was just the change of a single boundary layer from a boundary that reached the crimson innate level. Noah's will was expectant as he honed in on the second boundary layer of blood. The second boundary layer of blood, passive, the blood of existences, carries their signature and very being. As someone extremely proficient with blood, you are able to draw upon the very signature of beings through their blood, as if you devour the blood of enough existences holding a certain boundary. You will be able to replicate up to the second layer of this boundary. Bypass the countless epiphanies. Bypass years of ionic soul refinement. Bypass countless treasures. achieve everything simply by devouring countless volumes of blood. Due to the thorough advancement of the boundary of blood, the new feature of blood boundary sacrifice has been born. You will devour countless rivers of blood containing the signatures of countless boundaries. Many of these boundaries will not be up to par with the standards of the quintessential Kainos Emperor, as any boundaries you obtain through the devouring of blood can have their boundary layers completely erased, sacrificed, and applied to your selected boundaries through blood boundary sacrifice. The transfer of boundary layers from one boundary to another will have varying results depending on the rank of the sacrificed boundary and the rank of the recipient boundary, from being able to obtain one boundary layer of a selected boundary to being able to obtain up to the second boundary layer. And then the addition of blood boundary sacrifice, as he could erase boundaries below his standing and transform their layers into layers of other boundaries. It was a fantastical capability. That made him want to devour as many lineages as possible and direct all of the layers of their boundaries to blood, loot, and quintessence, and these were only the results of the elevation of one of his boundaries to the Crimson Innate level. Boundaries were each filled with their own unique aspects of power: offensive, defensive, support. Whatever category a boundary could be put into, it would ultimately become one that could display its might in all categories the closer it was towards extremity. One such example could be seen from the ongoing battle between the one who had laid down the void across the infinite plane and the ones fighting him, Hideyoshi taking his sidebar, as it was mainly the terrifying sword fanatic Theseus. Both beings held a terrifying understanding of extremity and the boundaries they were expanding, and in the midst of their battle at this juncture, both of their respective authorities blazed with a blinding radiance as they simultaneously paused. Waves of sword light that were cutting apart the very plane of existence buzzed and came to a halt. Tentacles and amalgamations of terrors of the void wriggled eerily as they also came to a halt, both of these beings feeling something with their boundaries. Desiderius felt it more so, as he didn't have the tight bindings of the natural laws that had come to wrap around Theseus and Hideyoshi tightly, even with their automaton boundary modulators and barriers of nullity keeping it at bay. Their strongest boundaries pulsed at this juncture as they were warned of a very possible danger. This in itself was a shocking prospect due to their power, and beings who had elevated boundaries at their level didn't need providence or destiny to foresee possibilities of their future, as when they got a feeling of danger. They knew very well that it was real. This was because when they faced each other, they didn't have bells of danger ringing. It told them that they had both reached a terrifying height of power, as even if one of them was stronger than the other, they might be able to escape if the battle progressed to a worse state, as granting true death to each other was going to be nearly impossible. Yet now, their boundaries warned them of danger. It meant that an enemy had risen that could very well pose a threat to their very existence. This should have been an impossibility. Desiderius's ancient face lost its smile as his eyes closed, connecting to the void he had spread out across this plane. Fantastically, Theseus also closed his eyes even with this terrifying enemy before him as a sword light flashed, sensing the very fabric of reality and the direction it was surging towards as through their own means. These beings ascertained one thing: for Desiderius, his ancient will swept past the void he had enacted, as even across the folds of reality, he searched until he found the one place apart from the current region he was in that wasn't affected by the void. There, he felt a vast aura of magnificence that was swallowing everything around it, the very fabric of the plane of existence they were on, and it was here that he narrowed down the feeling of danger. Theseus was able to do the same as the eyes of these beings opened at the same time. Gazing at each other with serenity at this unexpected outcome, Desiderius's deeply black eyes gave off no emotions, as the ancientness within them had seen many things. Among the experiences he had accumulated over the eons, he had many battles. In some battles, he had enemies that believed themselves superior by all accounts, as they didn't put him in their eyes at all, and he ended up killing and devouring them while they expressed shock and rage on their faces. At this moment, he brought forward his many years of accumulated knowledge as he allowed for the possibility to exist that the key he had waited for to initiate his final plan may have grasped a unique power. He changed his mindset, as even though it did not make logical sense, nor did he truly believe it to be the case, there was no harm in him moving with care. After all, even if the possibility was low, he didn't desire to be like the many beings he had devoured in the past who died with shock and incredulity. He was too old to die like so. Countless calculations were made in an instant as his boundaries fed him bountiful information, and a path was formed before his eyes. It seems the key I've regarded to be the same as all others has an unexpected anomaly. Since you must have felt it too, why don't we put this danger to rest first? Boom. His eyes void of light buzzed with ancientness as this noblesse spoke like so towards an ancestral descendant. and both sides considered the other as their true enemy. Theseus's eyes shone with sword light as he gazed at the noblesse before him calmly. They were true enemies, yes, but the threat of possible true death that even they could not feel when they faced each other. Just until this threat is eradicated, a shocking development bloomed in the threat of the mere possibility of true death. The boundaries of the two organisms led them to a path that pointed their souls to work. Against a single enemy, in the possibility of true death, allies could momentarily become enemies while enemies could become allies. 2237 one innate boundary after another. 3. Impossible. Theseus. What is this? In the space where a dazzling sword light and an endless darkness were fighting for supremacy, Hideyoshi bellowed out as he gazed with incredulity at the scene of Theseus agreeing with the noblesse on an issue. Golden streams of fate covered his hair and muscular body as he blazed with righteous power, his legion coming to surround him as he continued to speak out. What can possibly arise to cause you to join hands with one of them? Our true enemies. Katya has more than likely sent back word to the Abecedarian Sacrarium to let the ancestors know his aid should be here the moment the Seekers know what has occurred. What can possibly cause you to join hands with the noblesse? A clear and true enemy. This was what each side looked at each other as. The noblesse had killed too many of their people to ever think of even working with beings from this lineage, and Hideyoshi was nowhere close to the sixth boundary layer as even with such a boundary as fate, he was not able to feel the threat that Theseus and Desiderius felt, so he questioned such a development. The austere lights of incorporeal swords around Theseus became even denser as he replied without even looking towards Hideyoshi, his body coiling like a spring as he prepared to continue heading towards the same direction before he was stopped by the appearance of Desiderius. A danger capable of granting true death even to me is rising. It is more than likely the same true emperor of quintessence that the ancestral seers missed. If he finishes whatever he is doing, the will of the ancestors may never be achieved. Boom! The moment his words finished, his coiled figure shot out as a flash of sword light bloomed, cutting apart everything before it. Desiderius had his obsidian halos release a burst of light as he called upon the void laid out, his figure being wrapped by a spatial light as he traversed across the void to arrive where he needed to. Hideyoshi and his legion looked at this scene with incredulity and frustration as this true emperor of fate also shot out towards the same direction soon after. His forces following close behind, waves of quintessence surged as Noah monitored his transformation while still connected to the source of reality. Both the parties of sealers and noblesse are making their way towards the infinite plane. The words from the source of reality were short and calm, and as Noah heard them, he was even more calm as he felt the state of his aspects of existence. His thoughts were computing at unimaginable speeds as not even a nanosecond was passing, his words serene as he gazed upon the last sets of prompts and details. Then, I shall give them a grand welcome. Plans were set in motion as pieces began to move, in dilated time and with thoughts moving faster than any average boundary expansion expert. Noah gazed at the last sets of boons of his transformation as his eyes were on the next two boundaries to achieve the crimson innate level after he manipulated his ionic annals of extremity. The first boundary layer of loot, passive. All those targeted by the boundary of loot shall provide loot equivalent to ionic quintessential treasure caches. For the boundary of loot, there was a change to the type of treasure cache as it went from quintessential treasure caches to ionic quintessential treasure caches for the first layer. As for the remaining layers, only the altered details in their descriptions were browsed as Noah got acclimated to the new changes. The second boundary layer of loot, active. Weak targets who cannot defend against the power of your boundary that currently releases 300% of your maximum ionic output will eventually find their existence fading quickly and becoming loot when it is too late, while stronger targets, activation of this layer requires only 300 ionic soul value as a base, with the cost of activation changing when targeting stronger enemies. The third boundary layer of loot, passive. It elevates your strength, allowing the authority of loot to constantly refine and strengthen your soul over time. As another critical feature is the augmentation of 306% to all ionic parameter values. The fourth boundary layer of no cost to you, any being designated as an enemy not just in your immediate surroundings, but so long as your eyes or will can gaze at them, they will begin to have their aspects of existence, life force, concepts, and anything else that makes their being drained by you as quintessential loot. Oh my, Noah had to come to a stop. He had to because of the changes in the fourth boundary layer of loot. Before, he could activate passive loot absorption on the enemies in his immediate surroundings. Now, the enemies did not even have to be near him, so long as he could gaze at them with his will or eyes, he could passively absorb loot from them. This was all on top of another ridiculous boost to all ionic parameter values of 306%. it was a ridiculous capability as he could remain in the comfort of his own home and only look at his enemies from afar. Drain them of their aspects of existence and turn them into loot, and if they were weak enough, they wouldn't even know they were dying until it was too late. Glorious was what it was. Then, his eyes came to land upon the boons of the last crimson innate boundary, the one that defined him the most, the first boundary layer of quintessence, passive. The first boundary layer of quintessence is a simple one as it seeks to make the boundaries of its master unequaled, directly increasing all your current boundaries by one additional boundary layer. You can now designate one of your boundaries to be F, quintessential, directly increasing its rate of progression towards extremity and increasing its boundary layers by another additional layer. 2238 One innate boundary after another. 4. The elevation of the boundary of quintessence was a fantastical one as the effect of its first boundary layer was changed to a truly daring one. Noah could designate one boundary as quintessential, where right after that, its boundary layers would experience yet another additional layer. An example, and a possibility of this was Noah's boundary of loot. It was expanded to the third boundary layer, but due to the effect of the boundary of quintessence, it showed its boons up to the fourth layer. In the case that Noah directed the residual true authority of quintessence or the true authority of this era to raise loot and bring it to 5 boundary layers, he could theoretically bypass the arduous and extremely impossible task of then achieving the 6th boundary layer by simply designating loot as quintessential. He could cross grand distinctions that required billions of years of hard work, talent, and treasures in such a manner. It was a true example of quintessence. It caused Noah to begin altering his plan slightly as at this moment, his will began to make commands on exactly where the residual true authority of quintessence and the true authority of this era would go towards. And at the same time he did so, the last of the prompts came down as he would have to glean their details while he welcomed terrifying guests. One prompt related to his origin and the infinite plane as the other was a continuation of the capabilities of his ionic soul continuing its transformation. The crimson innate boundary of dimensions has been successfully born and quintessentially connected to your origin. The feature of quintessential ionic skill lineage creation has been generated. Prompt after prompt came as his ionic soul explosively rose upwards once more, exceeding 15,000 as enemies came knocking on his door. A flash of sword light was exceedingly fast when its target was set, and when the being in question was in a constant state of epiphany of the sword as he reached incredible heights in his boundary, they were even faster, shuring. Theseus tore across the folds of space as he followed the source that the very fabric of reality was coming towards. And just when he was about to reach its periphery, his blazing light began to dwindle and materialize as he came to a stop. This was because not too far in front of him, the visage of a particularly powerful existence could be seen floating in the void, golden in grandeur. The image of the true emperor of quintessence he had seen before appeared before him as this particular visage was wrapped in a sandy gold light. Theseus could feel the potent aura of absolute dream authority that was leaking around him in overabundance. This aura mixed in with the authority of boundaries as it caused this whole area to brighten up as if this being was a dazzling sun. Sandy gold emperor's robes adorned him as he stood in the void of space calmly. A floor of golden essence forming below his feet into a sea as the aura around him was just that potent. Theseus gazed at this being coldly as he also turned to peer behind him where what seemed to be a massive point of a singularity was devouring every part of reality around it. And with his entrance here, it didn't take long as a moment later, space fractured as from the void a distance away, the terrifying figure of Desiderius also appeared. The two of them had appeared, and yet this being had the picture of calmness on his face as he stared at each of them with radiant eyes, his words emanating out at this moment as they were filled with authority. Hey there, isn't it normally routine to let the other side finish powering up before you all attack? WAA, his words were carefree as if he had absolutely no worries about this upcoming clash. They caused Theseus to blaze with an even greater white gold light of sword light as the ancient visage of Desiderius came in closer, his eyes quizzically gazing at the construct far behind the true emperor of quintessence. What exactly did you do, little one? This being that had planned for too many years and waited patiently for eons was curious. Just where had this key turned into an anomaly that could actually pose a sense of danger? And even though he stood before them, they still didn't feel as if this being in front of their eyes of the exact source of the danger they felt more so he was a part of it. You've got all the minor planes in that space? And you're even trying to displace a major plane into it as well? What did you come across that I missed, O true emperor of quintessence? Even though he now moved with caution, the power and ancientness in his voice still remained. He felt a sense of danger, yes. But he also foresaw opportunity. if he could eradicate this danger, he would be able to grasp his hands on whatever made this key anomalous enough to even pose a threat in the first place before he grew too much. But he was still a being that had lived for too many years, so he moved with care to ascertain the extent of power of this being before staking his might, and this being smiled while turning his gaze towards him, the one who stood hidden in the folds of reality for eons, the oh-so-great Desiderius. Where did your pride and arrogance go? Aren't you the ancient being who was talking about how you would break all keys at the end? Where is all that bravado for you to be rushing here now and yet standing so far away? Come, let me see the grandeur of noblesse that I've heard so much about. A devilish smile grew wider and wider on his lips as he spoke. His body seemed to contain an unimaginable power that was only rising at this moment, and it wasn't alone in this, as multiple other ionic signatures just like it began to appear one after another. 2239 The sixth boundary layer. A variety of colors, adorned in emperor's robes and shining with a potent allure of a minor plane, seas of essence formed below their very feet as they appeared and floated in this space that was gradually brightening up more and more. These were the quintessential dimensional chassis of the true emperor of quintessence that appeared one after another. The gazes of Desiderius and Theseus shone as they ascertained all parts of the puzzle. The feeling of danger, it all came together radiantly when they looked at the 9 identical clones before their eyes. The one surrounded by sandy gold waves of light that had appeared before them first gazed with eyes of immense coldness at this moment as his smile faded. He gazed towards Desiderius and Theseus with such a high gaze as if the true emperor of quintessence exceeded them. You rushed over here to attack, why the hesitation to do so now? His were like a raw knife digging into their ionic souls as the minds of boundary expansion existences were dynamic. Theseus was a one-of-a-kind genius in the boundary of the sword, as even other ancestral descendant commanders of his level did not know he far exceeded them, while Desiderius was a calculative being that had stayed behind for billions of years in the source plane of the lineages of the barren lands that called themselves ancestors in order to deal a killing blow. Each of them had their duties. But beings at their age were truly too cognizant of the risk of death, much less the genuine possibility of it. The older and wiser that boundary expansion experts became, the more aware they were of death after seeing so much of it in the vaults of extremity, as they did everything in their power to avoid it. Yes, each of them had their own purpose to stand before this true emperor right now. But neither of them wanted to throw their lives away as they tried to break down the level of risk and strength this being could display. Just because he could pose a danger to grant them true death, it only laid out this possibility. They had to understand just to what extent this danger was. So before they jumped into battle, they cautiously discerned the 9 identical clones and any more surprises that may be coming. You are part of our lineage. Theseus was akin to a drawn sword that was waiting to spring as he built up waves of sword essence, his pupils also being sharp swords as he spoke freely. Your lands are our lands. The throne you seat on is part of the inheritance that our ancestors left behind. You may not fully agree with their will, but must you take things in this direction? As he spoke, lights began to flash as the legion of true Emperor Hideyoshi arrived, the true Emperor of Fate having a stern gaze as he observed this standoff while his legion formed into another formation around him. The true Emperor of Quintessence didn't even spare a glance at them as his 9 clones floated closer and closer to each other until they stood in a wondrous line of power. The smile on his faces had faded as callousness could now be seen, his voice ringing out to reply to Theseus as his words didn't even address his question, and he said another thing entirely. Theseus, for unquestionably following the will of others to reap the lives of countless creatures in multiple planes of existence with the excuse of the lives of the many outweighing the importance of the few, you shall face death. The voice was filled with grandeur and authority as only Desiderius and Theseus were the ones capable of feeling the aura of this being gradually changing. It caused their own gazes to change as they noticed. It was very similar to them who were infinitely close to attaining the boundary distinction of crossing the 6th boundary layer threshold. This being was actually going towards achieving such a level as he seemingly gave out verdicts at this moment. Desiderius, for plotting and killing these past eons while also planning to destroy 9 minor planes to achieve your own objectives, you shall face death. A rousing symphony began to play. The words of the true Emperor of Quintessence rang out as they seemed like commandments to be followed. Theseus and Desiderius were the only ones to closely feel the level of danger due to their power. With the newly arriving true Emperor of Fate, not liking that he wasn't even addressed as he harumphed, he was a true emperor, he had reigned over an age, he had played and manipulated fate countless times, so he inserted himself into this standoff as with the visage of a noblesse to his left and Theseus to his right. He didn't believe there was any great level of danger as his legion surrounding him in a formation began to give off waves of light that would surge forward to attack. Near being who slipped through the cracks wishing to deny fate, you shall see that fate is undeniable. Shuring, Hideyoshi could not see any abysmal fates as he tested with his boundary of fate. The thought that it was simply too low-ranking to sense the dangers coming was not focused on too much, as it wasn't Desiderius or Theseus but this being who instead made the first move, because the sword of the foolish and ignorant always struck first. The eyes of the clones of the true Emperor of Quintessence did not even gaze at Hideyoshi and his legion, nor the attack that they were preparing. He kept his eyes on Theseus and Desiderius, who did nothing and had colder and colder gazes as they outweighed the risks and benefits of the fight to come. As he spoke out serenely, "You want them to test me out, WAA." Noah could see their caution as these beings had yet to make a move. They would get a better gauge of his power if he was forced to show exactly what he could do and the nature of the concept he was bringing towards extremity, but they would find out today that they had to face him themselves to see just to what extent he had grown. "They cannot test me out, because they are already dead." 2240 The sixth boundary layer. 2. He didn't even gaze in their direction when he spoke, and yet his voice was akin to a booming drum in their hearts. "They cannot test me out, because they are already dead." The moment his words finished, Hideyoshi's legions underwent a great change as fantastically, the essence they were gathering up to attack could not be mustered anymore. The common ancestral descendants under Hideyoshi gazed down to see in horror that not just this, but their very limbs and bodies, were beginning to turn to ash, seemingly before the true Emperor of Quintessence even made a move, but he had, before Hideyoshi and his legion had even arrived. Noah had made a move as his will that was connected to the source of reality was able to gaze at these beings as he activated passive loot absorption from afar. They were being drained of their very existence and turned into loot over the last few seconds. As in shock, Hideyoshi turned all around him to see all his people incredulously turn into nothing but ash. It caused him to touch his own body in shock as he affirmed such a thing hadn't happened to him. But he wasn't able to breathe a sigh of relief for too long as the grandeur of the true Emperor of Quintessence emanated out. "Since you all will not make the first move, allow me." A pressure originating from the soul emanated out as Haki surged. The Emperor's Haki, that was a collection of Noah's very own ionic soul damage values, after so many transformations and boons of his soul, merely releasing his pressure alone in the form of Haki had far exceeded the stage of a few hundred ionic damage values. With his soul alone, the mere release of his will could now erupt out with over 4,000 ionic soul damage values. This was why he didn't even bother to gaze at the true Emperor of Fate, who could not even read between the lines of fate at this moment. Because when his Haki descended and caused the very fabric of reality to tremble, only Theseus and Desiderius blazed with authority as their boundaries erupted out, while Hideyoshi, BZZT, felt as if the pressure of the whole plane had descended unto him as his upper and lower jaws instantly crushed into each other, his teeth instantly fracturing from the soul pressure as without any defenses to stand against it. His very aspects of existence were crushed under the weight as the visage of this true emperor exploded into a river of blood an instant later that flowed towards a certain direction. The glory of the true Emperor of Quintessence shone with valor as without even gazing at a true emperor, he was able to kill one with the pressure of his soul alone. It was a terrifying development as surprisingly, the blaring authority of the void surging around Desiderius and the white gold light of the sword surrounding Theseus had protected them entirely. At the same time, the tension and caution in their shoulders reduced somewhat as to them. They were able to ascertain the level of threat their enemy could pose. They were both infinitely close to the sixth boundary layer as a majority of their damage and defense values were geared towards the soul. Feeling the potent but stable release of 4,000 ionic soul damage values from the true Emperor of Quintessence, their reservations towards the unknown reduced somewhat as this was manageable to them. In fact, they could reach much higher as at this moment, the both of them decided to make their moves as since they were all surging towards the sixth boundary layer, the first one to do so would be determined to be the victor. Even if you were somewhat of an anomaly, I have put anomalies to rest before. I will study these 9 bodies of yours releasing auras of the minor planes and learn exactly how you were able to achieve your feats, O true Emperor of Quintessence. The ancient voice of Desiderius echoed out along with a terrifying move filled with ionic soul damage values, planar void of Gehenna. Countless singularities bloomed around this being as the auras of multiple boundaries could be felt within it. A miniature plane full of darkness and misery erupting in Formingan a stellar fashion, and at the same time, planar pantheon of the Halcyon sword. Theseus erupted out, their ionic souls were pulled upon as neither of them probed any further, releasing some of their strongest moves as they sought to erase the possible danger to their lives right away. They felt somewhat safer after Noah released 4,000 ionic soul damage values. What they didn't know was that this was currently Noah's lowest damage value as he was only now heading towards the sixth boundary layer. his damage values were only now beginning to transform towards soul damage, the ionic damage values not geared towards the soul that his ionic quintessential Kainos extremity foundation could release, paired with the all-ionic parameter value augmentations from the boundaries of loot and blood, had already crossed the 10,000 barrier, and was barely settling upwards of 18,000 after his recent and thorough elevation of power. He had not even shown them his final form, and even now, he had directed the remaining essence of the true authority of quintessence he attained as the prize for this age towards none other than his highest boundary. He had viewed countless paths and chose this particular one as the hardship of going ever higher towards extremity only became more intense. All the residual authority in his throne was burnt up, as Noah even had to pull from the true authority of this era that he was saving to elevate another boundary. His calculations were off, as only after a third of this authority was used up did he manage to bring the boundary of loot from its true third layer and into the fourth layer, and the distinction, true, was made because this was before the effects of the first boundary of quintessence that increased all his other boundaries by an additional layer. So Noah had truthfully only expanded the boundary of loot to the fourth boundary layer, but because of the boundary of quintessence, it meant he had achieved the fifth boundary layer. He was now close to cusp that showed a point of transformation for boundary expansion existences, and when he got here, he knew that he would not have sufficient boundary modulators or authority that would ever be enough to push towards the sixth boundary layer. He saw the only path to do so with relative ease and quickness to be the utilization of his boundary of quintessence to label the boundary of loot quintessential, to give it a second additional layer, and so, he did just that as his soul that had just completed waves of transformations cried out in joy. His existence going towards a pristine level while he faced two enemies who were infinitely close to reaching it too. 2241 The sixth boundary layer. 3. The boundary of loot has been officially designated as a quintessential boundary by the boundary of quintessence. Such a prompt had risen while Noah was swarmed with bountiful information on all sides. The boundaries he forged already held traces of quintessence, especially those he obtained through the workings of blood as he had quintessence flowing through him, but they didn't have the official distinction for it, and now, Noah had granted such a distinction to one particular boundary. The boundary of loot is heading towards a critical threshold. The boundary of loot has exceeded the fifth boundary layer and is reaching to establish itself at the sixth boundary layer of extremity. The strength of your ionic soul is quintessentially rising towards the depth of extremity its boundaries have managed to achieve. You gain more control of your ionic soul. Every single one of your actions begins to be bathed with the light of your soul. Your ionic damage values are changing in quality to become ionic soul damage values. He doubted if the transformation and elevation of his soul would ever pause, as it seemed to be on a tear in the last few minutes, from an ionic soul value of a few hundred to a few thousand, and now it was snaking towards 20,000. The establishment of the sixth boundary layer was critical as his soul was changing to reflect this. Bountiful waves of information came to him as he became more familiar with and utilized his capability to touch the infinitesimally outer layers of the ionic annals of extremity that were like a vast database to do a quick search. His keywords were the aspects of the sixth boundary layer. The ionic annals of extremity held the recorded history of eons that had come and gone, and all things that appeared across extremity, normally, only those exceeding the seventh boundary layer of a consummate boundary could easily touch these records of extremity to seek knowledge and better understand the reality around them. It was truly akin to a pristine database that only select strong beings could access, with those who could access it being akin to humans of the modern age back in his blue planet compared to those in the Stone Age that preceded them. Knowledge of all things across extremity. This was what the ionic annals of extremity gave access to. Even with the little access Noah had towards it, he was able to pay the price of ionic soul values, as after he felt 1,000 values leak out from him, magisterial waves of information cascaded into his mind based on what he searched. The sixth boundary layer of extremity, the first true threshold to cross on the path towards extremity. At such a juncture, one begins to proceed past their elementary control of their ionic soul and gradually become more proficient in its applications, the first direct result being absolute soul damage and defense output of their existence. It is a stage that lays the foundation of the soul as a dominant force, with greater control and manipulation of the soul being critical in order to advance forward. Usage of this boundary layer that is not readily apparent is that its essence can be instigated by your soul to bathe and refine boundaries of lower layers, increasing their progression towards extremity at a faster pace. Another hidden usage is that whenever one's personal sixth boundary layer comes across and dominates others at this level, its progression towards extremity is ushered at an even faster rate. It is not halfway or even a third towards extremity, but it is on its way there. It is a distinguished accomplishment. And also where the most promising existences across extremity stay in for the rest of their lives, as leaving it to head towards the seventh boundary layer is hundreds of times harder. Bountiful information came that one wouldn't readily know. Noah gazing at it with shining eyes as he waited for this fantastical process to finish and exactly what boons would come from it. His clones already facing the grandeur of existence is also close to reaching this level. He monitored all these things as in his mind that computed countless things in less than a nanosecond. He asked the infinite plane for updates on the devouring of the source of reality. Half of the parallel paths in source of reality have been assimilated. The features of the infinite plane are undergoing quintessential transformations. The dimensional reality ziston is being elevated to the planar ziston of infinity. It is now possible for you to begin fully binding the natural laws of reality. It is recommended to fully bind mana dynamics before the source of reality successfully raises it towards the first boundary layer of extremity. The source of reality has begun an independent action that veered far from what the will of a plane could normally do. The path it saw being unfathomable. As for Noah to attain the greatest boons from it, he had to first fully bind the natural laws source before it was fundamentally changed. This was because only the one who has bound the source of nature will be capable of accessing the expanded boundary of a specific natural law, as well as gain the capability to designate access to others. Yes. All the lineages stemming from the barren lands were about to feel the effects of natural laws again, as portions of their souls would be used up and held hostage in their perspective on concepts that they couldn't take towards extremity. So when the source of reality began expanding a natural law towards extremity, it didn't mean they would also gain boons of this, as only the one who had bound the source of nature and not been bound by it would be capable of enjoying whatever boons a boundary of a natural law came with. Then let us not delay, let's see what wonder lies in the concepts others left behind. Noah's will was resonant as he monitored all things occurring while feeling his soul continue its exponential surge upwards. 2242 The Halcyon Plane of Loot. In the midst of this critical battle, he had gained and continued to gain many things, as many of their details still weren't displayed. Some of these included the details of the boundaries he had obtained from his enemies, and then others were critical things like his infinite forge that had become the Ionic Forge of Extremity. Ionic Forge of Extremity, A quintessential advancement has occurred that permanently altered the past infinite forge to become the Ionic Forge of Extremity. Loot that was deemed irrelevant to the quintessential Kainos Emperor was removed with new additions fit for your grandeur and current needs added in. Every 24 hours, the following loot will be passively generated in the Ionic Forge of Extremity that the user can enter to remove or allow to passively accumulate over time. 10 million all-source enhancers, 100% chance to generate 10 million shards of concept modifiers, 100% chance to generate 100 Ionic dewdrops of life, 100% chance to generate 100 Ionic dewdrops of the soul, 100% chance to generate 250,000,000x ingots of mananium, 100% chance to generate 250,000,000x ingots of nulinium, 100% chance to generate 10 random epoch 1 relics, 100% chance to generate random epoch 2 relics, 100% chance to generate, 1 random epoch 3 relic, 50% chance to generate 3x random planar lineages, 50% chance to generate 250,000x crimson dimensional reality panaceas, 50% chance to generate 1,000x Ionic planar panaceas, 50% chance to generate 1,000x Ionic soul pills, 50% chance to generate 10x blueprint of the automaton boundary modulator, 50% chance to generate 10 million golden boundary modulators, 50% chance to generate 10,000 obsidian boundary modulators, 25% chance to generate 1 random epoch 4 relic, 10% chance to generate, 1x random lineage boundary of extremity, 10% chance to generate. A vast majority of loot that wouldn't do much for Noah was removed with a dense amount of new ones added. Fantastical things, Ionic dewdrops of the soul and life making their appearance along with the generation of epic relics daily, and even something as fantastical as Ionic planar panaceas as obsidian boundary modulators. The details of this prompt were ones that Noah favored a great deal, but their results would be shown hours later and not now, as his focus returned to what could directly affect the ongoing battle. Among others, some wondrous ones included the river of blood that the true Emperor of Fate granted. Extremely potent blood of the existence that birthed the selected boundary of fate has been devoured. The potent blood contains deep accumulations of the selected boundary as the first and second boundary layers of fate have been exceeded. due to the potency of the blood coming from the maker of the boundary of fate and the authority of your boundary of blood, the third boundary layer of fate has been attained. After the elevation of the boundary of blood to the crimson innate level, Noah could already attain up to 2 boundary layers of a selected boundary from the volumes of blood he devoured. Now, since he devoured the maker of the selected boundary, he obtained this and more as he added 3 boundary layers of yet another boundary unto himself, whereafter the effects of the boundary of quintessence were applied. The concept of fate actually had 4 boundary layers. Noah felt his soul cry out in joy as its refinement by waves of extremity only continued to increase in rate and potency, waves of information about fate that was recreated with a grandeur of his own to be slightly different from what Hideyoshi had made surged in his mind. He would closely take a look at fate, death, and karma that he had obtained from the ancestral descendant commanders as even after they were somewhat changed through him, if they didn't match his level, he wasn't averse to sacrificing their boundary layers towards his innate boundaries. There was also the boundary of dimensions that was newly born which Noah had to marvel about. But his soul was pulled towards the boundary undergoing the most change right now, the light of Lut covering everything as it neared an extreme level. His surging will calmed its torrential waves to focus on Lut alone as his ionic soul was undergoing a baptism due to it. He focused on the 5th boundary layer of Lut first as details of this rose up wondrously. The 5th boundary layer of Lut, You already innately have your multipliers of increased Lut quantity and quality, but you can still have even greater forms of Lut. This boundary wishes to enhance the Lut under you even further as at no cost and once a day. You can take any singular type of Lut regardless of its quantity and elevate it in quality by a whole factor permanently. Any future Lut of this type that you obtain from any sources will take on the form of the elevated quality it attained through this boundary. The same type of Lut can only be elevated once, as it is not possible to successively elevate the same Lut over and over again daily. Noah could not help but smile at the ridiculousness of this boundary layer, his soul being even more euphoric at what was to come as after being battered and refined multiple times over. Crack, something gave way. And Noah felt as if a large weight was freed from his soul, as if it could move with more freedom and clarity than ever before. What he saw with his soul and will changed as waves of information bloomed in his mind. One of your boundaries has been successfully expanded to the 6th boundary layer. Your soul has undergone a metamorphosis. You have crossed a critical threshold towards extremity. Wondrous waves of power coursed through him as his mind was branded with the details of a single ability. It was the grandness of the 6th boundary layer of Lut, the 6th boundary layer of Lut, the birth of the halcyon plane of Lut. This boundary layer allows you to enact a type of planar ionic soul domain onto your surroundings. The enactment of the halcyon plane of Lut allows malleable stanchions of Lut light equivalent to your maximum damage output to surge under your command in this planar domain. Anything touched by your stanchions of Lut light is turned into Lut so long as your maximum damage output is not overcome. All things under the domain are affected, including but not limited to the fabric of reality in the surroundings, relics, caste skills, authorities, existences, anything and everything that is covered by the light of Lut. Activation of this ability currently costs 1/10 of your ionic soul values and is capable of remaining active for 1 minute. With this resource cost and active time capable of change in the future, majesty showed itself, a type of majesty that would allow Noah to turn even the very fabric of reality he stood on into forms of Lut. 2 chaps came out early. Third chap at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Adui, 2243, the halcyon plane of Lut. 2. Planar pantheon of the halcyon sword. This was what Theseus had called out as his body that was drawn and strung like a sword harmonized gloriously, his soul fervently seeking the thin barrier preventing him from crossing a critical threshold of extremity. He could feel his ionic soul squeeze out everything it had and intricately set up the name he wished to represent his 6th boundary layer of the sword. It wasn't yet complete, but he sought to complete it today as under a threat of danger he would only feel if he were traversing the vaults of extremity. He would overcome it and rise to even greater heights. Even though he breathed easier after feeling the 4,000 ionic soul damage values this being expressed, he still didn't let his guard down as he trusted in his instincts. The 9 clones before him still posed a level of danger as he would use this to sharpen himself, and if it was a greater danger than even he expected, he would dance the line of life and death as at such a juncture. Making a breakthrough to an even greater level was much easier, in the case that his enemy turned out to be overwhelmingly stronger to the extent that Theseus could not fully use the pressure to forge himself. He also would not be averse to retreating. After all, life was the most critical thing to beings like him, as even if he wasn't able to make a breakthrough here today, He would have many billions more years to so long as he was alive, so the preservation of life was the most critical thing for them, as Theseus knew the noblesse not too far from him would do exactly the same if this enemy before them had any more surprises, so he called upon the planar pantheon of the Halcyon sword, as over 95% of it was now covered by his soul, his control becoming ever greater as all this 959% represented ionic soul damage values. A white gold glint flashed as a Pantheon descended to cover everything. More often than not, abilities at the sixth boundary layer were capable of enacting boundary domains around an existence that they could manipulate freely with their souls. Where anyone caught in their boundary would find it hard to survive unless they released their own boundary domain that was equal in power or even greater. The domain that Theseus envisioned was glorious in both stature and power as above them. The void was parted speedily as the tip of a very real titanic sword descended, shining with white gold glory as it extended a golden domain to cover the 9 floating clones of the true Emperor of Quintessence and everything nearby for light years, the only area not affected being the place that the noblesse was erupting with his own shocking move. The name of the skill that Theseus released was truly straightforward. A single sword floated above that supported him while releasing a terrifying sword light. The domain this sword released being supported by pillars of sword light that stood anchored in space, forming into the beautiful shape of a pantheon that trapped his enemies within as if they were birds in a cage. Swaths of white gold blade lights filled with ionic soul damage values surged forward as at this moment Theseus closed his eyes. He became attuned as he spread his will out to every single sword light under his pantheon, intent on fully finishing this move as he could feel the sixth boundary layer was infinitely close. His soul cried out with fanaticism as torrential tendrils of white gold sword light snaked out towards all 9 clones of the true Emperor of Quintessence. To Desiderius and Theseus, it mattered not how many clones there were when facing their enemy. Their abilities affected vast areas, as if the enemies were weak, all would fall with time. Desiderius released a similar domain-type attack as for him. Taking his boundary to the 6th layer was only a matter of time, not effort. For someone as old as him to have been feeling a threat in the very same planes of the being he was waiting to mature, it serapied at his mind as he accelerated the time required to reach that stage. He remembered where he came from. He remembered holding the bodies of his brethren after they were drained of their very aspects of existence, and his vow as he was lucky enough to trace one of them who retreated towards their original home across the planar palisades of extremity. He was patient, he was calculating. He had already crippled a portion of their power with his actions, and he just needed to complete everything as he released the shackles on his soul. His ionic soul moved freely as he felt the 6th boundary that was close to him this whole time, and he cast as he sought to ascertain the full extent of the anomaly before him, planar void of Gehenna, but WAA. His body seemed like the source of countless singularities as even darker waves of obsidian light erupted out, overlapping with the planar pantheon of the Halcyon sword. Without conflict, as the darkness sought to devour the clones of the true Emperor, the waves of obsidian light stemming from his body were an amalgamation of multiple boundaries, with the void being at the very core. The scenes of tendrils of obsidian light in the form of emperors of the Gehenna plane erupting from him as they roared out with power, the horned heads of revenants, hydras, hell dragonians, onis, hell phoenixes. Tendrils of roaring obsidian heads of beasts of Gehenna formed from pure void roared out as they formed into terrifyingly radiant and thick pillars of black light that tore towards the clones of the true Emperor of Quintessence. It showed a glorious scene of 2 beings at the utter peak of their power, directing their attacks towards a single one, towards an entity that had yet to even lay his feet on the sands of the vaults of extremity, an existence that had yet to taste the vast stretches of nullity that were wider than countless planes of existence. Amidst the enacted planar domains of 2 terrifyingly powerful existences, the Elysium dimensional chassis of this existence spoke out with exceeding calm. Halcyon plane of loot, a glint of gold flashed, and then utter madness descended. 2240 for the Halcyon plane of loot. 3. A reality-rending battle bloomed as 2 prominent existences in the boundary expansion realm sought to erase the grandeur of the true Emperor of Quintessence. One deployed the planar pantheon of the Halcyon sword, as a white gold cage-like domain covered everything nearby, seas of sword light surging into tendrils of light that sought the clones of the true Emperor of this age. The other erupted with the planar void of Gehenna, as the heads of ferocious beasts from the Gehenna plane tore out with maddening fervor, forming radiant pillars of black light that arched across the fabric of reality. It was a moment of utmost danger as from the boundless waves of white gold sword light and the void heads of beasts surging forward, one could estimate an ionic soul damage values breaching past 10,000 and ever increasing upwards as the noblesse stabilized his stage of extremity, while the genius Theseus sharpened his sword to get ever closer to the 6th boundary layer, the 9 quintessential dimensional chassis. gazed at these waves of attacks as the Elysium dimensional chassis stepped forward. Strands of gold light wrapped around his body and swirled around his feet as the golden pupils of this particular clone shone with a calm radiance. In his eyes, time slowed, and against this barrage of attacks from the enemies, he only uttered out 4 words: Halcyon plane of loot, Huum. The cadence of drums and horns that were playing this whole time scaled up in power. A flash of gold erupted as a thin transparent golden barrier came to cover everything. It didn't affect the waves of condensed sword light or beams of void beasts, only spreading out to cover an even vaster and wider area than both of the domains enacted by Theseus and Desiderius. This scene in itself was an anomaly. It related to the innate nature of boundaries, with the minds of Theseus and Desiderius buzzing when they affirmed it with their eyes while feeling the potent aura of extremity. The planar domains that most beings released for the 6th boundary layer were unique, as there would be variations depending on the tier of the boundary. A golden planar boundary releasing a domain at the 6th boundary layer compared to a golden innate boundary, its planar domain would be much smaller and less potent in power. So, what did it mean at this moment that the planar domain that Noah released covered both the domains that Theseus and Desiderius released? Not possible. He hated himself for saying it the moment that he did, as he didn't like to be surprised. But Desiderius had to say this, as it truly did not follow any sense of logic that an existence who had been in these planes and had not ever stepped foot in the havens of extremity to be capable of releasing a domain that encompassed his void domain and another domain. After all, his very ancestors struggled against the lineage he belonged to precisely because they did not have any boundary of tier even close to theirs that had reached obsidian innate boundary level. Over the recent years, they had developed fairly powerful boundaries that even came to the innate level, the sword being one such boundary that they're particularly proud of. That was the result of the whole lineage of the barren lands working together, so the reality that this lone being had not just carved a boundary equivalent to the obsidian innate boundary of the void but even exceeded it? It seemed to be utter nonsense, and yet Desiderius and Theseus watched as, even though this planar domain was enacted last, it became established faster than either of theirs. It was a golden barrier of circular light all around, as across the surfaces of this barrier, their wills incredulously saw incandescent golden treasure chests materializing as they were opened, showing empty stellar golden walls inside them. The lids of a myriad of radiant treasure chests were truly opened across this enacted boundary, as from their golden interior, beams of halcyon stanchions of light shot out at extremely fast speeds and pervaded nearly everywhere instantly. When they passed the fabric of reality, everything became degraded as the halcyon light became ever brighter, and in the empty treasure chests that these particular stanchion pillars of golden light shot out, twinkling points of light began to appear, as it was nothing else but loot hung to the sides of the floating 9 quintessential dimensional chassis. Dozens of beams of stanchions passed through as they surged to meet the waves of sword light and thick tendrils of the void that were made of the heads of beasts of the Gehenna plane. The seas of white gold sword light roared out as the boundary of the sword emanated immense sharpness. Yet when they met and clashed with the beams of golden stanchions of light, SHA, the waves of sword light buzzed briefly before they disappeared, everything behind them being eaten up by the golden pillars of surging light as the open treasure chests these beams originated from filled up with multiple twinkling of starry loot light. When the golden stanchions of light meet the roaring hell phoenixes, revenants, and Onis, they smashed into them akin to the clash of hard metalloids as the obsidian light began to be devoured by this golden light soon after. Even more treasure chests being filled with loot. It did not matter if it was the fabric of reality, the skills cast by enemies, the relics enemies held, the pervading Wolurionic soul in the surroundings. It mattered not what it was, because so long as it came across the beams of golden loot light, they would be devoured and turned into loot. For this ridiculous reality to be denied, the object that these beams of golden light met had to overcome the ionic soul damage value that the true Emperor of Quintessence was releasing. And even if they exceeded this damage value somewhat, other beams of golden light would converge to grind and break down anything taking longer than a nanosecond. It was the deployment of a ridiculous planar domain. It was the first enactment of the Halcyon plane of loot, 2245. The Halcyon plane of loot. 4. Battles in the vaults of extremity were extremely volatile, as things could change within an instant. This was especially so when one came across oddities and mysterious lineages they had never come across while wading across the vaults of extremity, or even the planar palisades of extremity. Such types of oddities and mysterious existences were given the label of esoteric entity. Something that had unknown abilities, unknown boundaries, and everything else about it that they had to figure out through their inquisitive seekers and through battle. The highest number of casualties for their legions that weren't in the hands of noblesse were from such esoteric entities as one of the most important beings among the ancestral lineage. was an ancestor that through unknown means had gained access to something that was known as the Ionic Annals of Extremity. This information seamlessly flashed in the mind of Theseus when he gazed at the unfolding situation around him. The incomprehensible planar domain that was even vaster than the planar domain of a noblesse who held an obsidian innate boundary being released by a being who had never even gone across the planar palisades of extremity made Theseus instantly label this being in the same designation as the esoteric entities that he and many other ancestral legions normally did their best to learn about. Much about him did not make sense, and seeing the radiant beams of pillars of golden light surging all around this domain as they erased everything they came across, he posed a great level of danger too. Another reason for Theseus to instantly label this being an oddity were the vibrant halcyon treasure chests that littered the golden barrier of this planar domain as if they were stars, with the aura of potent treasures beginning to fill these treasure chests. What the hell kind of a technique was this? Since the cast of this domain, Theseus felt the tremendous level of danger as in the face of such pressure. Thump, he felt his heart beat faster. He felt his blood boil and begin to burn as the countless sword lights filling every single one of his cells were roused and refined under the pressure. Under this pressure, he could feel the sixth boundary layer of the sword with even more clarity as his planar pantheon of the halcyon sword became more and more complete, a white gold light flourishing where it was being devoured before. A sharp smile was etched on the face of Theseus as he burned with white gold light, his figure like a fish flowing through a turbulent sea as he evaded the deadly beams of golden light while surging towards the 9 clones of this esoteric entity. A miscalculation. Desiderius admitted this right away the moment he saw the incomprehensible golden domain encapsulate both his and the domain of Theseus. He rarely miscalculated before, but whenever he did, he entirely shifted his mindset, because he knew that when one made a single mistake, more mistakes were more than likely to follow, so his mind brought everything to a halt. The obsidian halos of light surrounding him buzzed and caused his figure to be bathed in this light, his eyes empty of pupils releasing a sharp and ancient light as everything around him stopped, the surging stanchions of golden light, the endless waves of white gold swords. Everything came to a stop as Desiderius employed one of the most fearsome abilities also contained in the obsidian innate boundary of the void. When he paired it up with the boundary of Chronos, he could move through the emptiness of time in such a way that to him it was akin to time being stopped. It heavily drew upon one's ionic soul as when Desiderius called out this ability. It was only in critical moments as he used this stopped instance of time to either reap the life of a powerful enemy, or compute countless thoughts in this instant before he made a move, and so his thoughts moved as he innumerable countless possible paths, his eyes coming to land on the bodies of the 9 clones of the true Emperor of Quintessence that were staring out towards his and Theseus's direction. He thought of his mission here and how he wanted to complete it cleanly by eradicating the 9 minor planes entirely, and he also thought of the motivations of this being who seemed intent on displacing even this major plane itself. Countless thoughts bloomed as 2 paths opened up before his eyes, one where he took a step back and another where he dived forward with his power. But before he could make this decision, the pupils of the 9 clones of the true Emperor of Quintessence that should have remained frozen for a little while longer due to his ability, he actually saw them move. They're filled with a radiant gold light similar to the one covering the vast halcyon domain. Desiderius feeling all these radiant pupils lock onto him as one of his ultimate abilities was pierced through. I can see you, Desiderius, Huum. The resonant voice of the true Emperor of Quintessence rang out as an even grander halcyon glow spread from his body. The aura of the potent boundary that the true Emperor of Quintessence had brought to the 6th boundary layer spread out from his eyes and covered all 9 of his bodies, a dense and crackling blue-gold flame made of countless singularities also wrapping around them as they looked like 9 blue-gold suns that might burn in a unique plane of existence, and then they took flight as the golden glow of the ecstatic boundary wrapped around the 9 bodies to form incandescent stanchions of gold blue light that were brighter than any of the golden pillars of light surging around this halcyon domain. These 9 bodies began to surge towards Desiderius and Theseus in this frozen time that was all but destroyed. No choice being made on which path to be taken as the true Emperor of Quintessence simply did not give the time for it. Like 9 torpedoes of golden blue light, his bodies surged around the halcyon plane of loot as he sought to turn everything in it into stellar lights within the laid out treasure caches. Tomorrow's working chapter titles: No More Barren Lands. I2, a Dewey. 2246 No More Barren Lands. The 6th boundary layer was a unique threshold to cross as many things became accessible to it. The changes to one's ionic soul were the most profound as the manipulation of it became that much smoother, the things one could do being countless. At this moment, Noah was beginning to understand exactly what the 6th boundary layer meant. His 9 quintessential dimensional chassis were wrapped with the blue flames of the quintessential singularity ignition as the authority of the boundary of Loot bathed over them, many of these crackling flames born from singularities taking on a shade of gold. It caused his bodies to be wrapped by a blue-gold light as they began to surge out as if they're epical aerial vessels, turning into stanchions of gold-blue light that devoured everything in their path. And as this was occurring, thump, Noah felt the beat of his heart rehulsome with synchrony. His vessels carrying his potent blood synchronized with them as their connection to his origin caused even this to pulse with grandiose light in all of his clones. His ionic soul bathed and connected all of these as his aspects of existence were tightly kept together by his soul. And at this moment, he began to feel his ionic soul flow across the many connections in his body and seep out. It coursed over his skin as it went on to wrap around the gold-blue flames around him, their color and might becoming ever more glorious as Noah's will felt like the flames of singularity and the authority of the boundary of Lut that he was releasing were a part of him. He felt as if he was expanding and extending his body in aspects of existence. He felt his soul entirely wrap around the gold-blue stanchion of light that made all of his 9 bodies as their speed became even faster, his mind and soul attaining utter clarity at this moment. Everything was left behind, the threats he faced, the challenges he had to overcome, the home he was building, the enormous and endless weight on his shoulders, all of it faded away as his ionic soul gained utmost clarity. Every part of him was filled with his surging will of tyranny as it was now extended outwards onto the externally released authorities, a singular thought beginning to rise in Noah's soul at this moment. Loot, thump, a resplendent resonance bloomed as if a spark had been lit, Noah's ionic soul instantly exploding outwards from his 9 bodies and suffusing into all of the golden stanchions of light that were surging around the halcyon plane of Lut. There was nothing in his mind and soul but Lut as his ionic soul wrapped around everything within his planar domain and resonated with it. Your body has fallen into a quintessential state of resonance, your ionic soul has pervaded through all of your domain in a rudimentary fashion. An unquantified change has occurred to the level of power that your abilities can release. The manipulation of your halcyon plane of Lut has increased to a quintessential level. With his mind being cleared of all other thoughts, he entered a state of epiphany as his ionic soul harmonized with the myriad of stanchions of light, and it went so far to the extent that he felt like he couldn't differentiate which stanchions of light his 9 bodies were in and which ones one pure light because his soul wrapped around everything. He didn't feel a distinction as he felt like he was all of these vibrant pillars of golden Lut light that only sought to devour and transform everything into Lut. And if it was like so, shirring, a flash of golden light bloomed as from a golden stanchion of light to the side of Theseus. Its linear movement stopped as it instantly curved. A hand bathed in blue-gold flames coming out of it and reaching out with a shred of terrifying majesty. The mind of Theseus buzzed as the 9 blue-gold pillars of light he was paying attention to suddenly disappeared and seemed to meld with all other points of light, and the dangerous hand of the being that should have been far away from him instantly appeared to his side as he could only wave his hand that became focused with a dense sea of sword lights. An explosion occurred. As the sword lights were devoured, Theseus using the moment to shoot away from the stanchion of light carrying a burning hand of singularities as when he turned to look at his right hand, its palm and wrist were missing entirely as the defenses of his boundary of the sword were overcome and devoured at this moment. In one particular treasure cache lined around the golden barrier of the halcyon plane of Lut, dense clusters of Lut light converged as Theseus felt unprecedented danger. This was because the golden stanchions of light shooting across this planar domain had stopped moving in a linear fashion as they twisted and turned eerily, with the 9 bodies of the true Emperor of Quintessence that were bathed with terrifying blue-gold flames seeming to appear at any point out of any of these stanchions of light. It was as if he could freely jump from one stanchion of Lut light to another as when the 2 of them were surrounded by these pillars of light all around, the deadliest threat could come from any angle. Boom! From a golden stanchion passing below his feet, another hand bathed in flames of singularities instantly appeared as a sea of sword lights were devoured again, his left leg up to his knees taken along with it before Theseus used the explosive force to be pushed back in another direction, but in these directions, there were even more stanchions of light as 3 blue-gold hands instantly reached out to him on all sides. A ferocious bellow erupted out from Theseus as he faced an unprecedented level of danger, his very aspects of existence being devoured every time a hand bathed with the authority of this terrifying boundary caught him. 2247 No more barren lands. 2. An unprecedented level of danger arrived as Theseus was placed under great pressure, his very life put on the line as he finally felt the 6th boundary that was so far away from him surge towards his direction, shirring, countless waves of sword light released from him as above his head. His enacted domain that had the massive white gold sword was nearly broken down from countless stanchions of Lut light crossing through it. It began to brighten up and reform at this moment as its master made A breakthrough, seas of sword lights beginning to rise, but, the stanchions of light came back with even more fervor as they erased everything and turned it into loot again, or even the body of Theseus that had erupted with waves of sword light to keep the three hands surging towards him from nearby stanchions at bay. It found all these waves of sword lights devoured as the hands continued towards his direction. He finally realized that he was not just going to carve himself as if he was a diamond under immense pressure from this battle. He realized he had placed himself in the jaws of a genuine esoteric entity that he did not fully understand as at such a juncture. Shuring, his soul began to burn as he released the brightest light of power in his life, his ionic soul damage values exceeding 20,000 all around him and pushing back the loot light as this existence that had lived for an extremely long time and prized his life the most above anything, tore upwards and away from any nearby stanchions of light as he headed towards the edge of the enacted planar boundaries. Escape. This was the only pathway the sword genius Theseus saw after affirming the ridiculous strength of this being, to existences like them who had lived for so long. The shame of escaping was nothing in the face of death, as if they lived a few billions years longer than their enemy. They might just be able to defeat them and pay them back in the future, but for now, the sharpest sword light sought to leave the battlefield. On the other side, the ancient noblesse Desiderius has fallen into a similar predicament as Noah constantly appeared from different stanchions of light, his body devouring any of the thick tendrils of void Gehenna bestial heads roaring out as he neared the precious visage of this noblesse. The obsidian halos around this being pulsed with grandiosity as they enlarged at this moment, forming a thick encirclement of brilliant halos that momentarily rebuffed the hands of multiple quintessential dimensional chassis that had randomly appeared from different stanchions. This ancient being had many unique tools under his belt, as this innate ability of his was something all noblesse had, and he had honed it to the point that a staggering number of tens of thousands of ionic soul defense values wrapped around him right now, protectively multiple times what he could initially release as his output. It was 10 times his maximum ionic soul defense values, an ability that he could only cast once a day. It was one of his many saving tools as he enacted it while gazing coldly towards the many stanchions around him. You have proved yourself, O true Emperor of Quintessence. Let us talk. In his ancient manner, the voice of Desiderius emanated out even amidst this critical danger as he didn't seem hurried. I will not seek the complete destruction of your 9 minor planes, and I will leave with my goals achieved. Making me fall here will be extremely hard for you if I fight to the death, with the results unknown. In the event I somehow do fall here, your planes will be marked for all the noblesse to come for. So, what shall it be? His planar void of Gehenna receded close to his body as boundless tendrils of darkness swirled around him. His abyssal eyes watching the escaping figure of Theseus in the far distance, as the only thing left now was the response of the true Emperor of Quintessence, the being that was currently expressing the grandeur of the 6th boundary layer to the fullest, as he was in a state of epiphany that fused his very soul into everything within his planar domain, with his mind empty of all things but the purpose of the domain he had laid out. There was only the single thought of loot, so from the myriad of golden stanchions snaking across the halcyon plane of loot, grand words emanated out. Everything is loot. Terrifying and nonsensical words emanated out from all angles as they could strike terror into the hearts of weak beings. I am loot. You are loot. So just become loot. The words of Desiderius were utterly disregarded as at this juncture, half of all the golden stanchions of the halcyon plane of loot surged towards this noblesse while the other half went to surround the singularity of swords that was Theseus on all sides. The true Emperor of Quintessence cared not for any dialogue or discussion at this moment, as there was only the thought of loot. In this moment in time, as he was extremely attuned to the boundary of loot, he sought to entirely devour 2 powerful existences and further elevate himself towards extremity, even though in the surroundings of the established halcyon plane of loot that covered everything, the fabric of reality around it had all faded at this moment. The very fabric of a major plane had disappeared as at this juncture, immensely disastrous spatial storms began to form. The walls between planes broke down as the austere essence of the planar palisades of extremity began to leak and perforated in the surroundings. The immense blanket of void that Desiderius had laid out has no plane to attach to as it began to break down the many anchors places across the past barren lands. Losing their positioning as at this moment, this plane was entirely devoured into a monstrous construct. From this day onward, it could be uttered that the past barren lands which gave birth to a lineage that had already made their incursion into the vaults of extremity. These barren lands were no more. 2248, the end of an age, the beginning of an aeon. His path for the future was bright, born from the lineage of ancestors that followed the boundary of the sword. He had all the privilege he could ever ask for as he bathed in the essence of this boundary while he was still in the womb, and he knew the upper layers of extremity were all but promised to him as he just had to put in the effort and time, and he did. He reached the sixth boundary layer of the sword. It was immensely strong and sharp as he felt like he could cut apart everything, yet, why was it that he couldn't cut apart this obscene golden light? Just what boundary had this nonsensical esoteric entity enacted as he bellowed out nonsensical things like, everything just loot? The utmost potential from his ionic soul was pulled out as the stellar scene of Theseus arching upwards like a blazing white gold sword trying to pierce countless stanchions of golden light played out. A vast sea of sword light bathed with his very soul surrounded him as it cut apart the surrounding space, but the golden light from the stanchions was deadly as it devoured these sword lights and everything else it came across. The only reason it hadn't devoured him entirely was that the ionic soul damage values seemed to cancel each other, but Theseus could feel the values of his enemy scaling upwards at a dangerous pace that he couldn't understand, so the only path was to escape as Theseus could see the edge of the boundary. He could see the radiant treasure chest surrounding it as his soul burned with even more brightness, his heart feeling that a possible path was close for him to achieve. The white gold sword shone with utmost luminescence as at this moment, one of the golden stanchions of light released a hand burning with blue gold flames of singularities. But the hand was grasping something. Something profound and extremely, completely, utterly heavy on all accounts as it had layers of colors on its shaft, with its spear point releasing blinding multicolored radiance that would singe the eyes landing on it. Vortices of millions of singularities bloomed as this spear thrust out with the hand of one of the clones of the true emperor of quintessence. The boundary of loot barely being capable of wrapping the edges of this spear as it was, the planar ziston of infinity. The planar ziston of infinity, a feature of the infinite plane as it was the weapon that took into account the weight of this ridiculous construct under Noah and displayed it into fantastical damage values. And Noah's construct had just finished swallowing 9 minor planes and 1 major plane of existence. Just how would this weapon express its grandiosity? Planar ziston of infinity, an offensive feature of the infinite plane under the true emperor of quintessence. It currently bears the weight of 9 minor planes and 1 major plane of existence, as quantifying its damage values is currently not feasible since there are no points of comparators to compare to. Even wielding Gaius a massive task as within a short period of time, the true emperor of quintessence at his current stage can only effectively wield the planar ziston of infinity 3 times to release the weight of all the planes within it unto his enemies. Uniquely, a strike from this ziston releases a type of damage value at the same tier as ionic soul damage values known as ionic planar damage values that have a quality of being immensely harder to defend against. The more usage of the planar ziston of infinity, the more information can be obtained from it as quantifying its actual damage values is possible in the future. Yes, a weapon that even Noah's system could not quantify the extent of. He himself didn't know as to find out. He would have to use it as eventually he should come across something that could possibly repulse it, as he would be able to confirm for sure exactly what level of damage the weight of this planar ziston of infinity could deal out, and his current self could only use it 3 times in a short period of time. As for what this meant, the clone that grasped the planar ziston of infinity felt a third of the ionic soul values of the main body course through it the moment he called for this spear, and it now surged right in front of Theseus, who was cutting apart the golden light of stanchions as B rose upwards. But the moment that this spear that reflected the colors of the 9-dimensional realities on its shaft alone appeared, the waves of sword light surrounding this being in a protective barrier were crushed entirely as the planar ziston of infinity descended like an unstoppable force, and facing it was not an immovable object. Theseus was only able to feel his pupils dilate at the appearance of the incandescent spear of light as it completely erased the countless sword lights around him. He wrongly found himself questioning in his incredulity if this being had somehow raised the boundary of the spear all the way to the 7th or 8th boundary layer to be capable of releasing such a sharp spear of light, and then, the terror that no being who had lived for billions of years should feel arose and spread like a wildfire. Beings who had lived for such a long time did not fear many things, but the one thing they all feared the most was death. It was death, as they had grown too fond of life in those billions of years. So when his very own boundaries and soul cried out while warning him of the threat of death as a spear descended at such a fast pace that he knew he could not evade it, he was reduced to a being no different than common planetary lifeforms that lived and died within 100 years. The waves of sword lights protecting him were crushed into nothing as he himself felt the unbelievable weight of the spear coming down, his scalp only tingling for an instant before it began to be crushed along with the rest of his head. 2249 The end of an age, the beginning of an aeon. 2. His defenses were utterly shredded as his head was nearly vaporized from the pressure. At such a juncture, his soul lit up brightly as from its depths, an illusory white scale rose and flared out to cover the remaining aspects of existence of Theseus, but a moment later, crack. This illusory white scale racked as the planar zyston of infinity continued downwards and utterly ground apart the aspects of existence of a boundary expansion realm expert that had reached the sixth boundary layer. The moment it did so, potent waves of authority from the cracked scale that erupted from the center of his soul released a shocking brightness, a circular wavelength spreading from it and spreading outwards in all directions. Just like that, a genius in the boundary of the sword fell in a place that wasn't even in the vaults of extremity, extremely far, far away from the deadly battle within a halcyon plane of loot. A ridiculously vast distance that could not be quantified properly due to the foldings of the spacetime continuum and countless wormholes stretching out across the planar palisades of extremity and the vaults of extremity itself. A graveyard of massive white swords could be seen, each of these swords shockingly holding pierced bodies of beings that gave off residual waves of the authority of boundaries that seemed to be a layer or two above the seventh boundary. At this moment, another sword began to rise, as this was white gold in color, making the fall of yet another being who followed this austere lineage of the sword. The rising of this sword in this mass graveyard alerted multiple wills as they descended at this moment to see, the identity being affirmed soon after as a mournful howl screeched out like countless shattered swords soon after, the death of a sixth boundary layer existence. Noah didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at doing such a thing as the planar zyston of infinity disappeared from his hands, his will affirming that for now his spear could easily exceed 50,000 ionic planar damage values as it had crushed Theseus, who even erupted with final life-saving measures. His focus was only on the visage of Desiderius as this being gazed at what had just happened to Theseus and actually sighed. A fight to the death it is. This ancient being released such words as the swirling halos of obsidian light around him became ever brighter, a terrifying aura leaking from his very lineage as he seemed ready to stake it all. I have lived for countless years before I arrived here, and I steered the past ages of this plane after I came. What you have attained now, I helped bring it to fruition. For you to not even listen to reason, let me show you the result of my patience and power over all these years. Dense tendrils of the void erupted as it seemed Desiderius was going to release an ultimate attack, all the remaining golden stanchions of light surging towards him on all sides as when the time came. Boom! A heavy explosion akin to a myriad of singularities collapsing echoed out as the void tried to drown out the countless stanchions of light. And when the stanchions devoured all the darkness to continue towards the center where the enemy lay, emptiness was all that remained. The figure of Desiderius was nowhere to be seen, outside of the dazzling halcyon plane of loot. In the areas where dense void still persisted even after the fabric of reality was devoured, the figure of Desiderius manifested from the void as his ancient face was ashen, his obsidian halos dimmed as to pull off the move he just carried out. A significant portion of his aeonic soul was spent. But he had escaped the folds of the terrifying planar domain as his vision changed to the unfamiliar surroundings, his will catching the streams of the chaotic essence of the planar palisades of extremity actually entering this area where the barren lands used to be. The dangerous makeup of the planar palisades of extremity would have made him cautious before, but he now welcomed it as he wasted no time sucking in the surrounding void and surging towards the tendrils of the planar palisades of extremity that were beginning to fill up the space of a displaced major plane when, immense waves of danger instantly erupted from the very depths of his soul as amidst the tendrils of the planar palisades of extremity. The abyssal eyes of Desiderius caught the appearance of a dazzling spear arching towards him. The spear was akin to a javelin that was thrown over as while pushing away the tendrils of the planar palisades of extremity. A multicolored throne appeared ahead of Desiderius just before the full folds of the planar palisades of extremity as sitting on top of it was no clone. Atop the true throne of quintessence, the true emperor of this age appeared grandly with his main body as he gave off stellar bursts of radiance. I told you that I could see you. Desiderius, his eyes were shining with golden grandeur and utmost coldness as he stared down at the noblesse that had actually tried to make an escape in the planar zyston of infinity that had sucked away yet another third of his ionic soul values that appeared right in front of this being. The boundary of loot would make sure to get its full due. It had seen countless possibilities as it showed Noah a very likely one that Desiderius, who was already designated as loot, would take, and so his main body had appeared here. He looked at this terrifying schemer with his eyes as the weapon bearing the weight of the very dimensions he tried to destroy bore down. The first to fall and splinter were his obsidian halos that were already dimmed, the planar zyston of infinity being so fast. that had passed through the trajectory that this noblesse was taking and pierced clean through this weapon, once more not meeting any resistance as it meant even now. Noah had not seen what the true extent of the damage was, as even a being that should have had stacks of tens of thousands of soul damage values was pierced cleanly through. 2250 The end of an age, the beginning of an aeon. 3. In the halcyon plane of Lut, the figure of Theseus was nowhere to be seen, as Desiderius was not within this planar domain either. The vibrant stanchions of Lut losing all of their targets as the treasure caches on the edge of this domain began to close at this moment. They were tabulating and giving an account of just how many full caches were attained, as well as what boons came from the death of a newly risen sixth boundary layer existence, when Noah peered into what could be the best possible way to treat the existences of Theseus and Desiderius. It wondrously wasn't to devour their blood at this moment, as the light of Lut covered what remained of Theseus to produce fantastical results. All of the golden stanchions of light retreated into the treasure caches as the halcyon plane of Lut retracted speedily, becoming absorbed into one of Noah's nearby bodies as the many caches entered his expansive space. The ionic quintessential treasure cache of Theseus has been obtained. 25x ionic quintessential treasure caches have been obtained. A treasure cache that was uniquely designated to the name of the being it came from appeared. All of his accumulations, the boundary he focused on, his blood. Everything was culminated into a single cache, as on top of all this, billions of years' worth of memories were sinking into Noah's soul, memories of those who called themselves the ancestors. Memories of the vaults of extremity, memories of fantastical sacrariums that these beings had established across an endless region called the Ionic Haven of Dissolution, a region where they fought against the noblesse for supremacy. Noah's ionic soul began to sift through such dense information as he was bombarded with even greater memories of the connections this being had. The ancestors that were his parents and the sacrarium of the sword, who would no doubt know of his death at this moment, and also a method to send word to the ancestors of what was happening in the past barren lands that Cadia nor Theseus thought of. His death was something that would be found out very quickly, as the ancestors would know right away that the forces they had sent down to quell a few forces within their home plane had all but perished. But this plane itself was no more. Even if they could spare more beings to leave their defensive posts to send back, they would not find the barren lands to go back to as the pylon of ascension that connected to another, even larger pylon within a sacrarium in the vaults of extremity. Noah's infinite plane had nearly devoured this pylon entirely as it was being recreated anew as his own relic. And if they truly did come to this space where the past barren lands used to be, let them come. The bodies of the 9 clones all reappeared as the glow of Lut still surrounded them. They were resonant as they still thirsted for Lut. Tendrils of the planar palisades of extremity leaked through. A myriad of essences were mixed in as one could see traces of nullity in the tendrils of the planar palisades of extremity, waves of abstruse authorities converging and contracting constantly in this region. Amidst all this, a dazzling true throne of quintessence floated grandly as the emperor atop it gazed at the enemy he had thrown a planar ziston of infinity towards. Somehow, through undetermined means, a thin layer of the right side of Desiderius remained as a portion of his abyssal right eye, and barely a third of his mouth was still present. His obsidian halos were shattered and broken as a dense life force still wrapped around the very little remaining portion of his body. The voice of this ancient being continued to emanate outwards even in this state as he gazed at the anomaly that brought this reality to fruition. You will not see rage, incredulity, or disbelief from me if that was what you were looking for. I will implore you again to steer away from this path. Recall that it was my planning that paved way for you to rise. Recall that I steered these past ages as even the true Emperor of Destiny is living well in the vaults of Haven due to me. You will come to realize that having friends in the vaults of extremity is much better than making enemies. Because having a single enemy means having a whole lineage worth of enemies. So, what path will you tack? The words of Desiderius never finished. The massive true throne of quintessence was bathed in gold-blue flames as it instantly appeared in front of Desiderius, the answer of the true Emperor of quintessence being swift as he actually smashed his throne onto this noblesse. He came in close proximity with the remaining aspects of existence of this being as he gazed down with an overabundance of tyranny, his voice dominating the surroundings. Pathetic, the oh so great Desiderius, who schemed and hid in the folds of reality, portraying himself as an ancient being who accounted for everything and had grand plans. One had a thought that you would be more of a challenge. We'll tell you now that it has been disappointing, as flames of singularities released ionic soul damage values approaching 20,000 torrentially came and thundered down. This regal noblesse was not treated with any sense of respect as the residual life force and power remaining was ground down towards nothingness. he said he would not show anger or incredulity, but he was still someone with a soul, he still held emotions. Even in his calmness, where he was looking at all possible paths. When he saw them all close as only a single one remained, how could he not show any emotion? His path should have been a glorious one, as he should give return victorious to his lineage as a grand champion who had weakened their enemies. He had planned, and he had even succeeded. But this was not what his glorious path saw, as the remaining soul of the noblesse began to tremble with instability.